Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Chapter 1, A Hero's Beginning. See, can I be a hero like you, even though I don't have a quirk? The young boy looked at All Might pleadingly, with the first pinpricks of tears starting to form in the corner of his eyes. All Might could feel the tearing in his side as he looked at the small boy before him after he asked his question. He had hoped he could have returned home after turning in the sludge villain and then let his quirk go. But first, he needed to handle this, a quirkless child wanting to be a hero. He could see the faint bruises showing through the edges of the boy's clothes, mostly burns, not the work of the slime villain. He let his quirk go. After all, he knew the pain of a quirkless life himself. He needed to help this boy. He was always a hero, not just when on the clock. He was enveloped in a cloud of smoke as he felt his body shrink in on itself, a feeling that after 5 years he still wasn't fully used to. He lost sight of the boy as the smoke rose, seeing the boy looking down at his shoes, shaking and waiting for an answer that he hoped would be his salvation. Izuku needed this, after the day he had with Bakugo, he told himself. He really needed to start seeing Bakugo for what he was deep down. A villain in the making. If you want a quirk so bad, why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life? What kind of hero would say that to a quirkless kid? None would, accept he had a feeling Endeavor would have that kind of outlook on life. A few minutes earlier this was a mistake, Izuku thought as he tried to pull himself free of the slime that had grabbed him. Today has just been a horrible day, a day better spent at home pretending to be sick. Haha, thanks kid, I needed a disguise to get away from that guy. You really are my hero. The villain laughed at his own joke as he began to enter Izuku's mouth to possess him. Izuku could feel the slime filling him, he was running out of breath, his vision was growing darker. Right as he closed his eyes for what he thought would be his final time, he thought to himself, goodbye, Mom. A loud clang was the last sound he heard as he went under. Hey kid. You okay, can you hear me? Izuku felt a rapid tapping on his right cheek. He groggily opened his eyes to a halo of yellow with bright burning blue eyes staring at him in worry. Hey, weird dream, it's all me, wait, All Might. Izuku bolted up upon seeing his idol in the flesh, the hero he wanted to emulate, to one day be revered on the same level as, to help him save people. Glad to see you're still with us, young man. All Might said, surprisingly gently, not his usual loud and boisterous tone of voice. Izuku, not one to miss this opportunity, began to dig for his notebook, only to realize that his book bag had been torn open during the scuffle. He looked around for it, only to finally find it, in All Might's hands. This is quite good quirk analysis, young Midoriya Izuku, sir. Izuku managed to squeak out with barely a stutter for once. Young Midoriya. This is quite good actually. Is this all from your quirk? Quirk? No, All Might, I am actually quirkless. Izuku looked down. He felt a bit of pride when All Might of all people praised his quirk notes. But knew that he needed to ask his question, the one that he held deep down forever, always afraid to ask anyone else, as he knew what they would say. He could feel the tears forming on the edges of his eyes as he asked, can I be a hero like you, even though I don't have a quirk? After asking, he looked down, his face scrunching up as he waited for what he would think would be the worst possible answer. Izuku saw smoke and suddenly looked up, and saw an anorexic-looking man wearing All Might's clothes. What? Who are you? Where did All Might go? I'm right here, Midoriya. I understand you might be startled by this look on me, but trust me, I am All Might. Wait, what about the slime? Can't he hear you? See you? Izuku asked incredulously. This was a big deal. All Might had a secret form, a secret to his quirk. Possibly he couldn't just show this off to anyone, he thought. I handed him off to another hero to take in and said I would stay here to make sure you were fine, the skinny All Might replied. Now kid, to answer your question I need to explain to you how I look. All Might lifted his shirt up, revealing an ugly scar that twisted his sides in a horrible mesh of uneven skin that looked extremely painful, as if it was still fresh. I received this 5 years ago in a battle. Wait, Toxic chainsaw was able to do that to you. Izuku interjected. No, that punk's blade was a dull tickle. This injury cost me my stomach and a lung. That fact that I survived is a miracle in of itself. This came from a villain whose existence was kept a secret. Imagine what Japan would be like if they knew of him, of this injury. It would be chaos. Izuku trailed off, thinking who could have done it. People swore they had seen gunfire bounce off All Might's skin. To break his skin, and damage his organs, Izuku felt dread climbing up from his stomach. Was the villain still around? Were there other villains with that same level of power? Exactly, young Midoriya. Now, you wanted to know if you could be a hero without a quirk, right? Izuku looked at All Might, seeing him not as unstoppable Bastion, but as a simple man. He gulped. He knew the answer already. Your quirk analysis is rather good. I have only seen analysis done this well by a few others. However, I feel that being quirkless you would be at greater disadvantage. All Might stopped talking, for standing behind Izuku was a phantom. In over 20 years he hadn't seen one of these, but this one he knew the best. Nana Shimura was standing behind Midoriya, looking at him with disdain. Toshi, were you not a quirkless child yourself once? You must know what he has been through. You notice the bruises and burns, Nana said with an ethereal tone to her voice, like she was prevented from truly being back. Plus, we feel drawn to this boy. We past users do not know why, but they are drawn to him as they were drawn to you, Toshi. Wait, you mean it wasn't just you that chose me, but the previous users as well? Toshi was amazed. He had only seen visions of past users once. He never expected meeting a child would awaken a secret aspect of his quirk. All Might, sir. Izuku spoke up. All Might had been looking dazed for a while now, and he was growing worried. Sorry, young Midoriya, I was doing some self-reflecting. Come, let us walk and talk about your question. I feel that a more nuanced answer would be best. And please, while I am in this form, call me Toshinori Yagi. Now then, why do you wish to be a hero, young Midoriya? As Yagi finished, a large explosion was heard. Well, let's see why the previous users are interested in this child. Maybe I too will be impressed. Izuku and Toshinori were headed towards the explosion when Izuku asked, why haven't you buffed back up and taken off to the explosion? Ah, a good question. You see, I can only use that form for 3 hours a day now. Saving you was the last bit of it for the day. Forcing it past the limit would decrease it faster. I would prefer to be able to save everyone, but I too must face reality at times. Toshinori finished with a sad look on his face. Izuku figured it made sense after all. With that kind of limit there had to be times when he was late to save someone. As they approached the source of the explosion, they saw a crowd gathering around caution tape, being held back by police and a few pro-heroes that Izuku recognized: Kamu Woods, Backdraft, Mount Lady, and Death Arms. Backdraft was busy putting out fires around the area, while Kamu Woods was pulling people away from the edges of the fire towards the police line to be kept safe from further harm. I'm useless here, I can't go too far into the fire, Kamu Woods told his fellow heroes. He hated that he was kept back, but knew that he would be lit up instantly if he tried his luck. Izuku was taking this in, looking for a source of the fire, when he saw him. The sludge villain, but how? He was captured and you said another hero took him. Izuku was upset. The villain that tried to kill him was free and causing a rampage. It would appear so, but I don't remember him having a fire ability to his quirk Dashbam. Let me go UFP. Bakugo was yelling at the slime villain, letting explosions rip from his palms as he tried to pull himself free from the muck. Kachan! Izuku yelled, seeing his former friend, now bully, sinking further into the slime villain's body. Why do you wish to be a hero? Toshinori's question played through Izuku's head once again. Upon hearing his name, Bakugo looked forward and saw Izuku staring at him. What the hell is he doing here? He saw Deku pick up his foot and move forward. No, don't, Deku, you'll just get yourself killed. Bakugo's eyes opened wider. Isn't that what I told him to do earlier though? Bakugo closed his eyes. Guess this is karma then, for being such a shitty person. Seeing Bakugo close his eyes was what it took. Seeing the heroes standing around, complaining about how they were a bad match was what it took. Izuku had already thought of 4 plans that they could have used to save Bakugo from the slime villain. Izuku ran. Toshinori was really hating that he was out his quirk for the day. Seeing Midoriya call out that trapped boy's name hurt him. He knows him, he's going to possibly see someone he knows die, all because I am too weak. Midoriya, I'm sure Midoriya was gone. He looked up, Midoriya was midair, book bag swinging into the villain's face, blinding him. His eyes are solid. Wait, did Midoriya know that already? One look and he saw a weakness. What the hell, kid? Didn't I finish you off once? The villain was mad now. He couldn't see a DMN thing with all the school supplies stuck to his face. He felt a tug. What are you doing, Deku? Bakugo screeched at him. I couldn't just stand there and watch you die. You needed help, so I am here now. We may not like each other, but I would never just let you die. Bakugo was stunned. No matter how he treated Izuku, he still thought he was worth saving. Now grab my hand and let me help you this time. With one final tug and explosion, Bakugo was free. Now you've done it, brat. Prepare to die. The villain was bringing his arm down upon both boys. Izuku closed his eyes. Nothing. Did he miss? I really am pathetic, letting children do my job for me. All Might was there, holding the villain back. What? No. I thought I lost you, yelled the villain, not seeing All Might appear until he was held back. You can't evade justice forever, villain. Detroit smash. All Might chastised the villain, while pulling back his fist before letting loose a massive punch. The villain didn't see it coming, he only felt himself spreading apart. The crowd was amazed. Where once stood a villain wreathed in fire and destruction, stood a hero soaking up the sun's rays on what had just been a cloudy day. The clouds. He punched the clouds away. Yelled Death Arms, amazed by what he witnessed. Now then, young man, are you okay? All Might turned to Bakugo to look at him. A bit of shell shock. Head to the ambulances, these heroes here will escort you. He looked at the heroes that stood around watching the whole time, motioning for them to come help Bakugo up. Now then, young man, All Might turned to Izuku. I think we need to have a talk, don't you? Izuku nodded and was helped up by All Might. I'm sorry everyone, I have no time for questions. I need to talk with this young man who ran out to save that boy. Please send all questions to my agency and I will try my best to answer them. All Might finished with the crowd and led Izuku past the police barricade. All Might seemed to be taking a weird path. Izuku thought to himself, are we being followed? I don't want him chastising me on the news. All Might was once again enveloped in a cloud smoke, hiding his transformation from Izuku. Once he finished wiping blood away from his mouth, he spoke. Demon went too far again, but it was worth it. Izuku looked at Toshinori confused. Too far? You don't mean? Yeah, I went over my limit saving you and that kid back there, but I'm a hero. It's the right thing to do. Izuku shook his head in understanding, then bowed his head suddenly. Thank you for saving me and Bakugo again, sir. Pick your head up, Midoriya, it is quite all right. Now tell me, why did you run out there? You are quirkless, what did you expect to do? Toshinori was curious, what did Nana and the past users see in this small boy? Why was one for all drawn to such a small quirkless child? Well, I saw Bakugo's eyes. He looked scared, like he needed a hero, someone to save him. I couldn't just stand around and let the heroes do nothing, someone had to do something, and then suddenly, Izuku trailed off. Suddenly what, Midoriya? I was already running to him, book bag halfway off to blind the villain. I didn't think, I simply went with what felt right to me. Izuku didn't have a real plan, he knew that he just did what he thought a hero should do, the right thing no matter what people thought of him. Unbeknownst to Izuku, he was mumbling this bit. Toshinori was beginning to grin. Now I see why they were interested in this boy. A pure heart, a drive to help others, and selflessness to be a hero for others, it seems. Tell me, Midoriya, why do you wish to be a hero? I'm still waiting for that answer, Toshinori interjected before Midoriya could go any further in his mumbling. Izuku looked up at Toshinori. This is my chance, he hasn't rebuked me yet. Izuku took a breath. I want to be a hero like you, All Might. I want to ensure to people that there is hope, that they have nothing to fear when I am there, that I will do everything in my power to save everyone I can. And if I fail to follow through, to become better than I was before. Izuku finished speaking and looked at Toshinori, waiting to see what he would say next. Toshinori was beside himself. This is it, the one. Toshinori bulked up into his hero form immediately, young Midoriya. That answer, it is the one I have been searching for 5 years now. You can be a hero, and I will make you the best there ever was. I choose you, Midoriya Izuku, to be my successor to take my quirk and surpass me. All Might was beaming at Izuku, waiting to hear his response. I can be a hero. Izuku was stunned. He was afraid that he would be chastised, afraid that deep down, even the number one hero would say it was impossible. Wait. Successor. Quirk. Yes, young Midoriya, I want you to inherit my quirk, you heard correctly. Toshinori was smiling at Izuku's reaction to his offer. But how all Yagi, you can't just give and take quirks from others. If only you knew how wrong you are. My quirk is a special case, allow me to explain it to you, Toshinori said while sitting down on a nearby crate, patting the space next to him. Izuku sat next to Toshinori, pulling out his notebook. Midoriya, this is too important to be simply written down. Actually, your notes in general are rather dangerous if a villain was to get them. Don't write this down now, but how about you come up with a code or cipher for your notebooks to write in to keep your information safe? Toshinori browsed through the notebook. I haven't seen analysis like this since Nezu. Okay, I'll look into doing that. Putting his notebook away, Izuku turned to give Toshinori his full attention. I am the 8th person to wield this quirk. Its name is One for All, and was spawned in the Dawn of Quirks. Toshinori held his hand out and summoned his quirk, looking at the lights he knew represented the previous wielders. Dawn of Quirks. It's been around for that long. Izuku was stunned. He knew the Dawn was a mysterious age, and that most records from that time were lost or damaged. Yes, it has survived for nearly 200 years, transferring from one user to the next, growing in power. It stockpiles power as the wielder progresses and trains, ensuring that the successor is even stronger. Toshinori looked at Izuku, waiting to see if he understood. The successor is stronger. Izuku trailed off, thinking about what he had heard. Wait. I would become stronger than you are now. Izuku was amazed. Stronger than All Might. It seemed preposterous, but remembering the wound, he realized it was not impossible. Yes, Midoriya, you would be stronger than me when I was able to fight at 100% in my prime before I was injured. Toshinori smiled, remembering his prime, how powerful he had been, how quickly he could save people. He frowned, also remembering his hubris and what it cost him. One for All sounds amazing. Growing a stronger hero with each succession, maybe that way we could always have a symbol of peace like you. Izuku looked up at Toshinori smiling. Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, it would be great, a hero in every generation to keep evil at bay. Toshinori smiled, I really lucked out with this kid, already looking to the future and planning to save future generations. So how does this work? Will I have to do something special, or do I simply receive One for All now, or is there an issue? Izuku was confused about the matter. How does a quirk transfer to different people? I know some quirks are hereditary and some children receive one parent's quirk or an amalgam of the parent's quirks. Of course I can't give you the quirk now. Your body would break under the strain, and most likely suffer irreparable damage. Toshinori looked down at Izuku, watching his reactions. Oh, all right. What will I need to do then? Izuku had a nagging feeling that he was signing up for something strenuous and body-breaking, even without getting the quirk. You know Dagobah Beach. Meet me there this Saturday at first light, and we will discuss your training there. Dagobah. The junk heap. Sure, I can meet you there. I have a request as well. If I suddenly gain a quirk, it will be suspicious. Can we bring my mother into this so she would be able to back me up on a random quirk that doesn't match either of my parents' quirks? Izuku knew that suddenly manifesting a quirk would be difficult to explain, one that didn't match either of his parents. Would be harder. Actually, that leads into my next topic, young man. I noticed some bruises on you, burns from what I saw, and we both know that villain didn't do that from his brief time with you. Toshinori was hoping his fears were unjustified, but with how timid Izuku was, he knew better. Izuku was scared. He had been hiding this for years, he couldn't just reveal it all now. Izuku, if it makes you feel better, I was born quirkless. I can understand what you may have dealt with. Toshinori looked down, guilty that he had taken this long to address the issue he had seen earlier. All Might was born quirkless. He's the same as me. He's only like this because of One for All. Izuku's thoughts were racing. He had never met another quirkless before. If he had received a quirk, then he was like Izuku. Izuku cried, the years of torment surging forth to reveal themselves and show their ugly heads. Midoriya! What's wrong? Toshinori was concerned, but also realized that his suspicions were right. His successor had been bullied and tormented all for the lack of a quirk. How pathetic of them. Tonight, no Izuku needs me now. Tomorrow I will go on TV and denounce quirkless discrimination. I'll use the fact that I was a late bloomer to really drive the point. But first, Izuku. Yes, I was bullied. Ever since I was diagnosed quirkless, everyone, even my best friend at the time, the one I ran to save, turned on me, and he was the worst. Izuku sniffed and removed his jacket, revealing the hand-shaped marks that ran up both of his arms. For 10 years he has bullied me and used his quirk to remind me where my place was. Beneath him, just a pebble along his path to being a hero, Toshinori was filled with rage and pushed his quirk. That boy is no hero, that is a villain in the making. It is not your quirk or lack of one that makes a hero, but one's character. He has shown that he is nothing but a brute that idolizes Endeavor's way of being a hero. Toshinori deflated and sat back down, breathing deeply. Tell me everything he has done. I swear as a hero, as All Might, that I will save you. He actually looks up to you. He says a true hero always beats the villains and always wins. That is what a hero is, Izuku said quietly, hating that a perverse idea of being a hero was being followed. Toshinori was not sure how to feel about that. He looks up to me, but acts like a villain. This will need to be addressed. Toshinori placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder to help comfort him. Please continue, and do not hold back. This will be good for you in the long run to get it out. Izuku continued, talking about his treatment by Borko and the other children. One day we went exploring in the woods. Bakugo, the other two boys who always follow him, I doubt he even knows their names, and me. Near the end of the day, we found a stream and a log stretching from both sides of the banks as a makeshift bridge. Bakugo, being the leader of the group, went first. Izuku sighed. I think here is why he really hated me. He slipped and fell. It was a few feet, but we were little kids. To us, it was a big drop. He landed in the water just fine, but I went down to help him stand up by offering him my hand. Toshinori interjected, you offered him help even after he started bullying you. He was amazed. To even help his bully and chief tormentor, what a pure soul. Yeah, and he slapped my hand away and yelled that he would never need a worthless dude like me to help him up. Deku is another way to read my name. He was the first to realize that and made sure everyone knew that it meant worthless. It sounds like he has a complex about himself. Was he ever reprimanded? Toshinori was already feeling upset about that boy, but feared it would only get worse. The teachers never cared. As a quirkless kid, they barely pay any attention to me, plus they praise him for having a strong quirk. He never gets in trouble cause they want to see him succeed in life. Izuku was disgusted by the treatment he had received, only now starting to open his eyes, truly seeing that Bakugo had not been his friend for a long time, just a bully with a convenient victim at his disposal. After all, what kind of friend would tell him to? Izuku started crying, remembering what Bakugo had told him at the end of school. Toshinori was worried before, but this new spring of tears was even more worrying. Izuku was now bawling his eyes out. The worst part, Toshinori, is what he said today after school. Izuku stopped to breathe, taking a deep breath. I'm not going to like this, am I? He knew that he was in for something awful. He told me, if you want a quirk so bad, why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life? Izuku started crying harder than before, clinging to Toshinori. Toshinori had thought it couldn't get worse. He had been wrong, oh so wrong. Midoriya, let's get you home. We will let your mother know about this, but also what has happened to you. But I will make a few phone calls on our way. There exist a few people that know of my quirk that I trust with my life. Izuku looked at Toshinori. I trust you, but please, don't make me repeat that, it hurts too much. I won't, Izuku, and please, we are going to be seeing each other a lot from now on, so refer to me as Toshi. It is how my MSTR addressed me. She always said my name was a mouthful. Toshi smiled, his hand still on Izuku's shoulder as he made several phone calls. She was right, it is a mouthful. Izuku laughed softly, a faint smile appearing for a moment. In that case, please call me Izuku. Ring ring. Tsukochi Naomasa, a plain-looking police detective, looked up from the case report he was typing up. His phone was going off. Weird, I wasn't expecting a call from Toshi, maybe he is going to be in town. He picked it up, accepting the call as he did so. Hello Toshi, I wasn't expecting to hear from you today. How are you? I'm doing well, but I called because I have news. I have found him, Naomasa, my successor. However, there is an issue. I am sending you his address now. Meet us there in half an hour. I have one other to call still. Understood. I expect to be filled in upon my arrival. See you then. Ring ring. A mysterious creature looked up from his paperwork, surprised by his phone ringing. A direct call to my phone bypassing the secretary. Please be something more interesting than insurance forms. I will never understand what sort of depraved human created those. Answer incoming call. Nezu spoke aloud to his phone's personal assistant. He was grateful to Powerloader for building him one that let him run all of UA from his office as well as make simple acts easier for his limited form. Hello, am I a dog, a bear, or a mouse? More importantly, I'm the principal. How can I help you? Chimera. Nezu perked up. Hardly anyone used that code now, save for exceptional situations. All Might, what is it? Have you found a candidate? Yes, I have Nezu. However, there are issues regarding him that are of utmost importance. I am heading to his home now and will send you his address. It is located in Musutafu. One other thing, look up everything you have on one Bakugo Katsuki. Chances are he has applied for UA's hero course. All Might ended the call then with a sudden shift in tone, leaving Nezu curious about what it could mean. Midoriya Inko was stress-eating. She had been for years when her precious Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless. But this was worse. My baby. Where is my baby? Inko was panicking. She had seen the news, saw her son save Mitsuki's boy, and even she knew he was not the same kind boy she knew years ago. She was glad Izuku had still tried to save him. Even still, he wants to be a hero. I wish I had supported him then. A knock came from the door. Inko turned as the front door opened, revealing her baby, and a skeleton. Izuku, where have you been? I was so worried when I saw you on the TV attacking that villain. Inko pulled her son into a tight embrace, holding him close. Toshi smiled. Well, at least it seems his home life is better. Excuse me, Mrs. Midoriya. Toshi spoke up. It's Miss actually. Thank you for bringing my son home, but who are you? Inko looked at the tall, lean skeletal man whose piercing blue eyes stared back at her. My name is Yagi Toshinori, and I am here to discuss something important regarding your son and his future. I have 2 associates of mine on the way to meet with us. May I come inside and wait with you? I would like to get some things discussed beforehand, if that's all right with you. Toshi spoke calmly with Inko, knowing that she had been upset about her son being involved in the attack as well as coming home later than usual. Inko studied the man. She knew he looked suspicious, but he had also brought her son home to her, so she decided to trust him. Yes, you may come inside. I'll get you something to drink. Inko moved further into the apartment, allowing Toshi to freely enter. Miss Midoriya, first it would help if I introduced myself as who I really am. Inko's head twitched to the side, startled by what he just said. Toshi flexed one for all and felt his body surge forth in a cloud of steam. With one small pass of his arm he revealed who he truly was. I am here. All Might said in his usual tone of voice, posing. Fake. An imposter, Izuku run. No mom, he really is All Might. Izuku was at her side the moment she yelled. Did you really have to shock her like that, Toshi? Toshi deflated, coughing up some look. There is never an easy way to reveal my state to people. But yes, I am in fact All Might. Toshi lifted his shirt, revealing his wound once more. 5 years ago, I received this from a villain. He destroyed my stomach and one of my lungs, and this form is the result of that injury. Toshi lowered his shirt back down. Now then, my associate should be here soon. A knocking at the door punctuated his sentence. Ah, speak of the devil. 𝐿𝐭 went to answer the door, revealing a rather plain-looking man wearing a beige trench coat. Hello miss, I am Detective Tsukochi Naomasa of the Musutafu station. Is this the Midoriya residence? 𝐿𝐭 blinked. Police. Is something wrong? Ah, he did not tell you who to expect, did he? A second voice spoke from closer to the ground. 𝐿𝐭 looked down and saw a short white-furred something. Hello, am I a dog, a bear, or a mouse? More importantly, I'm the principal of 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐽. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐽 and the police. Just what is going on? That's what we are here to find out as well, as we only know a few things about this surprise visit, spoke Detective Tsukochi. Well, come inside and we can talk. 𝐿𝐭 held the door open and let the two enter. Both saw All Might in his deflated form sitting on a couch with a young boy who had some serious tear tracks on his face. Toshi stood up. Good, you two are here, we can begin. Miss Midoriya, I talked with your son earlier about an offer, and he suggested that you be included as well to help stem any issues that may arise. Naomasa and Nezu both took a seat while 𝐿𝐭 listened to Toshi talk, wondering what exactly to expect. Was the young boy the successor? Izuku here asked me earlier if he could be a hero, even quirkless as he is now, Toshinori began, gesturing to Izuku. Izuku looked up at being mentioned and looked at the other two people who had joined them, a man in a beige trench coat, and Principal Nezu of 𝐻𝐢𝐽, Principal Nezu. I see someone here knows who I am, Nezu laughed, seeing the boy's shocked reaction. I figured he would. Remind me to show you his analysis notebooks after this, Nezu. Toshi smiled at Izuku's outburst and looked back at 𝐿𝐭. Now, I wanted to ask him a few questions, but we were interrupted by an explosion which had come from the slime villain and that boy, Bakugo. Toshi growled out the boy's name, surprising 𝐿𝐭. Oh, the boy you asked me to look into. Nezu spoke up then upon hearing that name again. Yes. We will get to him later, Toshi continued. Afterwards, I spoke with Izuku again and asked him why he ran in, why he wanted to be a hero. Toshi smiled at Izuku. I want to be a hero like you All Might. I want to ensure to people that there is hope, that they have nothing to fear when I am there, that I will do everything in my power to save everyone I can. And if I fail to follow through, to become better than I was before. That was your son's answer, a noble one, and the one I have been searching for. 5 years I have searched, and now I have found the one to succeed me. I have chosen Izuku to inherit my quirk and take my place. Toshi stood before 𝐿𝐭, arms spread as he finished explaining. I inherit your quirk. 𝐿𝐭 slid down and landed on a seat, covering her mouth as tears rolled down her face. This isn't some cruel prank, is it? Never. I truly plan to take Izuku on as my student, to be his MSTR, to be his mentor, to make him the next symbol of peace. Toshi crouched down to look 𝐿𝐭 in the eye. I will do everything in my power to protect Izuku as my MSTR did for me. 𝐿𝐭 looked up at All Might. Please help him where I couldn't. Grabbing Toshinori, she pulled him into a hug, still crying. I see where you get your crying from now. Toshi looked at Izuku and laughed. Patting her back, he stood up, dislodging himself from her hug. Now this is where I will prove it. Izuku, I need you to show her and the others what you showed me. Izuku looked up at Toshi and swallowed. You promise? Izuku's voice was small, barely above a whisper, but they could hear it, the fear hidden in that voice. Show me what, sweetie? 𝐿𝐭 looked at her son, afraid she may learn about something she had feared. I promise Izuku, and these two will also help you, I swear it. Toshi motioned to Naomasa and Nezu, who leaned forward to see why they were called. Izuku stood, and slowly started to remove his uniform's outer jacket, followed by his shirt. 𝐭𝐽 gasped, "Izuku! What happened to you?" 𝐼𝐼mOsa and Nezu looked at Izuku's body with alarm. His chest and arms were littered with burn marks and bruises, most of which were oddly hand-shaped. Toshi spoke up for Izuku, knowing how hard it must be to reveal this. Bakugo Katsuki did this for 10 long years, ever since Izuku was revealed to be quirkless. 𝐭𝐽's eyes widened. He did what? How could you say that he did that? He's Izuku's friend. No mom, he isn't. He hasn't been my friend since then. He did this to me. Izuku spoke up quietly, looking down as he started to cry once more. 𝐼𝐼mOsa gasped as true rang in his head. "Miss Midoriya, my quirk lets me tell if someone is telling the truth, and it rang true for what he said." 𝐭𝐽 looked to the detective. "You're serious?" "Yes, miss, I am. Is this why you wanted me here, Yagi?" 𝐼𝐼mOsa looked to his friend for an answer. He usually didn't work cases regarding kids, and he felt unprepared for this. "Yes, it is, for both of you actually." Toshi looked back to Izuku. "I can continue talking for you, if it is too much for you. I won't make you repeat that." Izuku nodded his head, holding onto his mother close for comfort. This Bakugo has been bullying and abusing Izuku, both verbally and physically, for years due to his lack of a quirk. And it gets worse. 𝐭𝐽 was panicking. How could it get even worse? He claims he wishes to be a hero modeled after me. Somewhere, he got the delusion that beating up villains is the only thing a hero does. Toshi was seething at this point. The looks 𝐼𝐼mOsa and Nezu shot him let him know that they had an understanding now about this kid, that they saw what he saw, a villain in the making. Toshi knelt down to 𝐭𝐽's level and gave her a kind, but firm gaze. "Miss Midoriya, there is one other thing I need to say, and it will be tough to hear, but please stay strong for Izuku. He needs you more than you need to run off to slap a child, even if deserving." 𝐭𝐽 nodded at him. It got worse, and he still isn't done. Today Bakugo told Izuku that if he wanted a quirk, Toshi stopped to breathe to remain somewhat calm. That he should kill himself and hope he gets a quirk in the next life. Izuku wailed, grabbing 𝐭𝐽's arm even harder, trying to hide his face from Toshi and the other men who had heard his latest torment. 𝐭𝐽 ran her hand through Izuku's hair, doing her best to comfort him. "So what can we do? I want my son to be happy and safe." Toshi knelt down. "We can talk about it, but first, Izuku, what would you like? What do you want?" Izuku looked at Toshi, his idol. "All Might. I don't know if this is bad, but I want him to go to UA with me." "What?" All four present yelled, making Izuku jump. "Sorry, let me explain. I've been thinking about it. Blocking him from UA or any hero school will just cause problems. Even jail or prison would cause him to lash out at everyone there, and even if his quirk was suppressed, he would still think himself right in what he did." Izuku took a calming breath. "I want to knock him down and teach him that he's wrong. We may not be friends anymore, but I know deep down that my old friend is buried in there somewhere, probably disgusted with himself." Toshi looked at Izuku seriously. You want to see if he can be redeemed?" "Yes. Is that wrong?" Izuku thought it was the right thing to do, to look for good, no matter how far buried, and raise it up. "Once again, I'm amazed at how you're such a perfect fit for my successor." Toshi smiled, ruffling Izuku's hair. "We can try that. There will be some conditions that Nezu and I will work out that Bakugo will be faced with if he makes it into UA anyways." "Now then," Nezu spoke up, drawing attention away from Izuku to himself. "You mentioned your school was okay with this. This will not do." Nezu smiled, looking at Izuku and sending a shiver up Toshi's spine. "I will take over your remaining schooling as well as making that joke of a school regret how they treated you." 𝐭𝐽 blinked. "Really? You would do that for Izuku?" "Of course. I refuse to let the next symbol of peace suffer a poor education. He will be better than he is now. As for UA, being All Might's successor, you could be granted automatic admission as we." "No, I don't want to be given that," Izuku spoke up, not noticing Nezu's smile. "I want to earn my spot. It wouldn't be fair to the others if a spot was already taken." "Of course. Oh, I like him already. All Might. I can't wait to see what else he has in store. Actually, you mentioned analysis earlier, I would very much like to see this. Nezu smiled, he liked this human very much, a rare occurrence these days. Izuku, no, you won't be given a free spot, that was merely a test you passed. In fact, I plan to have you take both the recommended and general hero exams. Izuku smiled. Thank you, Principal Nezu. I will show you those notebooks Toshi mentioned. Izuku grabbed his removed uniform pieces, putting his shirt back on as he headed to his room. I'll show him the recent ones first, the older ones may have too many errors or entries I need to go back and update. Nezu followed along as he heard All Might start talking with Miss Midoriya again. Miss Mida, please, call me Inko. For all you have done for my son, and will do, thank you. Inko bowed before Toshi, glad someone was helping her son where she had failed. Toshi smiled. Then I will begin training Izuku starting tomorrow. We will be using Dagobah Beach as his training grounds. The dumping ground. Inko was curious as to why they would use that beach and not UA or an actual gym. Years ago being a hero meant many things. I plan to instill that in Izuku by having him clean the beach as his training. It will require him to use muscle groups he typically wouldn't utilize, as well as performing community service which heroes no longer tend to do. Also tonight, I will work up a workout plan for Izuku to follow on how and when to work out, as well as a diet for him to follow to maximize our time to prepare his body for my quirk and the UA entrance exams. Okay, I can work with that. And you, detective? Inko turned to Naomasa to see what he would be doing. I will work with Nezu on looking into your son's school as well and see what I can find on the staff and faculty. Naomasa was curious, this school seemed like a hotbed for future problems. Now then, I need to head off. I plan on making an appearance tonight on TV instead of tomorrow. I will be sure to state that being a hero is saving civilians and protecting them, not just defeating villains. More importantly, I will also discuss quirkless discrimination and how vile it is. A blonde girl with her hair up in messy buns was walking back to the abandoned warehouse she had been hiding out in, drinking what everyone thought was a juice pack. I think this BLD has been sitting for too long. It tastes so old and flat. I need some fresh, warm BLD. Himiko Toga had finished robbing a BLD bank and was enjoying her success. A week's worth of BLD bags were hers. A crowd had formed in front of a local electronics store, their attention captured by something. Maybe it was a bloody accident, or Mr. Staney, or even All Might. Toga pushed her way forward to see a screen and caught a flash of the news ticker at the bottom of the screen as two pundits talked. All Might to speak on heroism, quirks, and quirkless. Just then, the screen cut to All Might. Today, I was asked by a child if he could be a hero, regardless of his quirk status. I thought long and hard about what makes a hero. A hero is someone who does good in their community, who strives to help others, to protect those in need, to meddle when not wanted, but needed. Being a hero is about saving and protecting people, not beating villains. The best heroing is when I never have to fight, but can stop a crime with words and humanity, not violence. Violence should be used as the last resort, not the default answer. For it is not your quirk that makes you a hero or a villain, but your nature and choices. A quirkless person willing to risk his life to save someone is more of a hero than a quirked person standing around, doing nothing. The reporters present were going crazy, trying to get All Might's attention. A blue-skinned lady won. All Might, what has prompted this talk? Today when I was returning from dealing with that slime villain, I overheard a child confessing to his parent that they were being bullied and abused due to his lack of a quirk. I thought of my friend's quirkless daughter and I knew then that if she told me what I overheard by accident, I would be livid. All Might growled the last word, staring deep into the cameras. Anyone who mistreats someone for their quirk, whether the quirk is perceived as villainous, or a lack of a quirk, is nothing but a villain in my eyes. Toga was speechless, not a villain. I'm not a villain for this quirk. I hope they see this and realize their hypocrisy. Toga removed herself from the crowd and made her way to her makeshift home. I wonder if it was that green-haired boy from the slime villain. He looked rather cute, even without BLD. Izuku, it's time to wake up, we need to be at Dagobah Beach by 7, 𝐒𝐭 called out to Izuku, making sure he was up. She heard his alarm go off earlier, but wanted him to sleep in after how taxing yesterday was for the both of them. I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to look Mitsuki in the eye. I doubt she knows what her son has been doing. 𝐒𝐭 sighed. Mitsuki had been her closest friend for years, supported her and Izuku when he left them behind. However, she would throw away her closest friend, her only pillar of support, if it meant being the mother her son needed. She failed before, but she would not fail again. Mom, are you feeling all right? You look troubled. Izuku had entered the kitchen dressed for his first day at Dagobah, classic red shoes, green shorts, and shirt, that red dress shirt. 𝐒𝐭 could never figure out where he got those shirts, they always just appeared in his closet. I'm fine, sweetie, thanks for asking. I'm just still adjusting to all of this. It's a lot to take in, but I'll adjust. After we finish breakfast, we'll walk over to Dagobah for your first day. If Toshi has your workout plan ready, I'll head to the store and get what we need. 𝐒𝐭 placed 2 bowls on the table containing rice, eggs, and fish. I figured some protein would be a safe breakfast for your first day, but not too heavy. Thanks, Mom, it looks great, and it should be fine. As Izuku and 𝐒𝐭 arrived at Dagobah, they noticed the mounds of trash scattered throughout the beach. That's a lot of trash to clean up, but more importantly, where will I put it? That's already been taken care of, Izuku, Toshi said as he was walking towards them. Izuku then noticed a large American model truck parked further down from where Toshi was headed from. I will have a container brought here for you to fill with the trash, which will then be taken to the proper dump areas. Hello, 𝐒𝐭. Hello, Izuku. I hope you two are faring better today than when I left you yesterday. Today we will go over what Izuku will be doing here, then we will head to UA to visit someone important. Toshi looked out over the beach, a slight frown appearing as he surveyed the trash. UA. What for exactly? 𝐒𝐭 was curious. She thought they would just be here for the day. Well, before we begin Izuku's training, I want Izuku to have a physical performed by the school's physician in addition to taking an athletic test. This will give us a basic understanding on where he is now. They will be performed again at the end of the training to see how far he has come. One for all will increase his base strength and stamina as well, but it will help us to see where his baseline is. Toshi looked around to see who else was present before continuing. When I received the quirk, I took to it automatically and had no real issues with it, but that was nearly 30 years ago, so when Izuku receives it, it may be harder for him to handle. There is a possibility that it will injure him if he were to fully use it right away. Izuku frowned. Injure myself with it? Like tearing a muscle or throwing my arm out of socket if I punch with everything? No, I wish it were that simple. You would most likely break your arm completely with a full-powered punch, and we don't want that to happen to you. Izuku and 𝐒𝐭 were shocked. Is there really no way to control one for all so that I don't break my bones? Surely you have a plan to help him control its power. 𝐒𝐭 said, shocked. As I said, I took to it automatically. However, I have a few ideas for you, but I will meet with my old sensei who helped train me to think of more. You likely will not meet him until after you finish your training. He can be very intense. Toshi's leg was shaking a bit, but he worked on calming it. Now then, we can take my truck to UA. When we are done, we can pick up what is needed for Izuku's diet and at-home training. Toshi started walking to the lone truck on the beach, when he noticed only one person starting to follow him. Toshi looked behind and saw 𝐒𝐭 standing still digging through her purse. Is everything all right, 𝐒𝐭? Well, I didn't bring much with me today. I planned on doing some grocery shopping for the diet plan, not getting training equipment as well. Could we stop by the apartment before we head to UA? Toshi looked at Izuku, who was busy muttering about UA, secrets of the universe in there somewhere, I expect. 𝐒𝐭, I'll be paying for the training equipment and the groceries today, and when needed. Izuku's training is important, but I don't want to put any strain on you either. Please, let's not argue about it. I can easily afford it. We can work something out for future needs. 𝐒𝐭 frowned, hating that she had to rely on someone already doing so much for them. All right, I'll agree to that. Come on, Izuku, let's go visit UA. Izuku was awestruck. He had seen photographs and video footage of UA, but seeing it in person he felt like a pilgrim seeing the Holy Land for the first time. 𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐼 to calm him down and stop his mutter storm. Izuku, we really need to work on that muttering, you might leak plans to villains by accident. We need to head inside. We can't stand around all day simply looking at the building. Thankfully, there are no classes today so we won't draw too much attention while we're here. Toshi's hand was resting on Izuku's head after interrupting his mutter storm. We will check in at the infirmary first, you should enjoy that I think. Oh. Who will we be meeting? Wait. Could it be a healing hero? Izuku's eyes went wide as he started to run through possible heroes in his head. You will have to wait and see Izuku. Toshi turned to start heading into UA. They are expecting us so let's not keep them waiting. Izuku was busy looking around the campus as he and his mother followed behind Toshi. He was there at UA, the best hero school in Japan, one of the best in the world even. Izuku was thankful that they were visiting on a day with no classes, he wouldn't have enjoyed the attention they would have received. Izuku hadn't realized that they had headed inside while following along until he bumped into his mother. Oh sorry. Why did we stop? We're here Izuku, now then let's make ourselves known, shall we? Toshi suddenly bulked up into his All Might form and shouted, I'm coming into the doctor's office like a normal person. Toshi's voice boomed inside the hallway. As he opened the door and stepped inside his head was knocked by something. Ouch! Was that really needed? You could have hit my eyes. Yes it was you giant oaf, now move out of the way so they can come inside, the voice of an elderly woman chastised Toshi. Wait, who just attacks when someone opens the door? They attacked All Might. Who attacks All Might on sight? Izuku was confused and a little scared, he looked at his mother who was laughing. Wait, what does Mom see that she finds so funny? Is it all right to enter? Izuku was curious, but also didn't want to lose an eye. Yes dearie, head on in. You and your mother both. I don't bite. Much. Could have fooled me, shoes quit hitting me. As Izuku walked into the office he was met by a short lady wearing a lab coat with a syringe in her hair, and a syringe walking stick. Wait. I know you, your recovery girl, the youthful heroine. Izuku was awestruck, he had heard of her before, but didn't expect to meet her at UA. I didn't bring a note. I'm gonna miss out on an autograph. Izuku was interrupted by his mother handing him a notebook. Why did you have one? Not that I'm complaining. I'm your mother, I've learned to carry one in case you forget to bring yours, or if I meet a hero I think you don't have an autograph from yet. 𝐒𝐿 smiled as she handed Izuku the spare notebook she carried in her purse for just such an occasion. I will sign it later dearie, but first let's talk. Toshi you can quit wasting your quirk like that now, there's no patience here today, obviously you didn't read the sign on the door, recovery girl chastised All Might again. As Toshi deflated, Izuku and 𝐒𝐿 were both panicking. Wait, does she know as well? Both mother and son called out together. Toshi wiped some blood away from the corner of his mouth. Yes, she knows all about my quirk. She was there saving my life when I received the wound that day. I trust her with my life. Now then, as you heard your son say, I am the pro-hero recovery girl. You may refer to me as Shuzenji Chiyo when not doing hero work. I have been working at UA as the school nurse for several years now as I do little pro-hero work now at my age. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us, I didn't know we would be heading here today though. Toshi said Izuku would be doing some tests today with you. 𝐒𝐿 bowed, grateful that another hero was looking out for her son. It is no problem at dearie, Toshi called me last night to set this up. He also said that at the end Izuku would need some healing done as well. May I ask what for? He didn't include that. Well, as you probably know, Izuku is quirkless and has been bullied for it. I had a suspicion, but I was never sure and Izuku never told me about it either. Yesterday Toshi and I learned to what extent my son was bullied and 𝐒𝐿 stopped to breathe and pull herself together, a shudder running through her as she continued, my son was bullied and abused by a boy I thought was his friend, and it has left marks on his body. 𝐒𝐿 sniffed, it was hard for her to say out loud, she grabbed Izuku's hand and held it tight, she needed him as much as he needed her. I am very sorry to hear that, I will do my best to heal him before you leave. As your son may know, my quirk Heal allows me to heal people, at the expense of their energy by speeding up their body's restorative capabilities. Thank you, recovery girl, Izuku spoke up, before bowing to her. What do you need me to do first? It's quite alright, young man. The first part is simply a medical physical. I'll be measuring your height, weight, reflexes, and other physical examinations. I will need Toshi and your mother to step outside, while you change into one of the patient gowns, and then we can begin. Toshi turned to 𝐭. Well 𝐭, why don't we head up to Nezu's office while Izuku has his physical? After all, you will need to set up Izuku's lessons with him. That works for me. We will be back after a while, Izuku. 𝐭 turned and followed Toshi out of the room. As they approached what 𝐭 presumed to be Nezu's office, she heard people inside talking already. Toshi turned to 𝐭 and spoke. I did not mention this last night, but I will be teaching here when Izuku starts his first year at UA. Not all of the staff know yet, so expect me to be changing form while we are here. 𝐭 nodded. I understand, it is a big secret, the less who know the better. Toshi buffed up once more, and attempted to gently knock on the door. Instead he rattled the door in its hinges. Come in, came Nezu's voice from within. Toshi entered, followed by 𝐭, and the two were greeted by Nezu sitting at his desk, and a dark-haired man in a black jumpsuit with a whitish-gray scarf who looked like he hadn't slept in the past week. Hello All Might, and hello to you as well, Miss Midoriya. Please come inside and have a seat. Nezu gestured to the man in black before explaining, we will be joined today by Aizawa Shouter, also known as Eraserhead, for this discussion. First, we need to get Aizawa up to speed on the current situation. I don't have any students by that name, or know of any students here with that name, Aizawa stated as he glanced at 𝐭 and All Might. What is so important that you interrupted my nap? I have patrol tonight still. Nezu nodded to Aizawa. I understand. I hate that this is occurring on such short notice, but to begin, can you please give your attention to All Might? He will explain. I have never met you before, Eraserhead, but I have heard good things about you from my colleagues. If Nezu trusts you, then so will I. As he finished speaking, a burst of smoke enveloped All Might, causing Aizawa to sit up straight in alarm. Noticing that Nezu and the Midoriya woman seemed unfazed, he relaxed his muscles. A wet coughing was heard from the smoke. As the smoke cleared, there stood a skeleton of man, wearing All Might's clothes. The skeleton had the same blonde hair, his iconic bangs haggard and hanging down, framing his face. Welcome, Aizawa, to the club of people who know my secret. My quirk is a unique one in that I was not born with it. In fact, I was not born with a quirk at all. I will fill you in on the secret history of my quirk. First, my real name is Yagi Toshinori. Please use that name only when I am in this form. My quirk's name is One for All. I inherited the quirk during my time here at UA. Wait, what do you mean inherited? Didn't you say you were quirkless? Aizawa was looking between the skinny man and Nezu, unsure of what was going on. He was worried. If this was true so far, it was a big secret he was being trusted with. One for All came to be at the dawn of quirks over 200 years ago. 𝐭, I ask that what you hear in this room you keep to yourself. This is a discussion that I will need to have with Izuku when he is older. I do not wish to give him any burdens now. Toshi was looking at her, stern look on his face. He was serious about this. 𝐭 swallowed. I have a feeling I won't like this either, will I? I won't tell Izuku anything unless you ask me to do so. Thank you. 200 years ago there existed two brothers. Their names have been lost to time, any trace they existed erased. The older brother held a terrible quirk. It allowed him to give and take quirks from others against their will. With that quirk he built a criminal empire that lasted over 2 centuries. The quirk's name was All for One. 2 centuries? How is that possible? Aizawa was amazed. It seemed so surreal. He looked at the Midoriya woman again. She was shaking. She knew something he didn't. Yes, we believe he stole a longevity quirk at some point early in his rise to power. His brother was born quirkless, which at the time was common, but the dawn of quirks was a dangerous time to live. People were fighting in the streets. It was chaotic and dangerous for the quirked and quirkless alike. The older brother cared for his younger brother, who was said to be sickly and weak. He wanted his brother to live, to join his empire and rule together. So he forced a strength stockpiling quirk onto his brother, not knowing that he wasn't actually quirkless. He possessed a quirk that allowed him to transfer the quirk to another person, a quirk with no combat ability whatsoever. Except the two quirks fused, and thus one for all was born out of a sick and twisted form of brotherly love. The younger brother hated the older for what he had done to society. For becoming the first supervillain, he rebelled and they fought. On the last day they fought, the brother known now only by his quirk, All for One, killed his brother in combat. Before he died he transferred the quirk to one of his supporters who fled the battle scene, who cultivated the quirk, kept it a secret and trained a successor. The second wielder, thinking himself stronger, fought All for One, and he too fell in battle. The story would remain the same until the seventh inheritor, Nana Shimura. My MSTR, who trained me. She had already passed the quirk onto me when we encountered All for One over 30 years ago. Toshi looked down in grief and whispered, "She kicked me away to her friend and my old teacher here at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. He grabbed me against my will and together we fled the island where Nana and All for One clashed. Nana died that day, all we found were pieces of her. And so, I went to America where I trained in earnest, where I pushed my body farther than expected. And then 5 years ago, we met on the battlefield again." Toshinori shifted in his seat, pulling up his shirt showing a twisted, gnarled scar on his side. "All for One ripped out my stomach and one of my lungs that day, crippling me." Aizawa swallowed, his grip on the chair hurting his fingers. He had heard how resilient All Might was. He was scared. Could his quirk even stop such a villain? And the villain, All for One, what happened to him? Both Aizawa and 𝐒𝐿 shared a glance. If this villain was still alive, where was he? Surely he would have made the news by now. Toshinori looked up at Aizawa. "That day we fought, I crushed his head in my hands, I crushed until his brains ran through my fingers and his body stopped twitching. I made sure in that moment I had completed what the first wielder had not been able to." He growled it out, like he was still angry, still in that fight. "Then I collapsed upon his body, hearing Nana's voice one final time in my head, telling me to always smile, and then I died." A choked noise escaped 𝐒𝐿's throat. "You died?" "Yes, for a few minutes my heart stopped, but Recovery Girl and a team of doctors brought me back from the other side." Toshi wringed his hands while he contemplated his next thoughts. "While they were saving me, Gran Torino went to the battlefield to get All for One's body. For what purpose I do not know, maybe to burn it or throw it into the ocean to rid the world of his presence for once and for all. However, when he arrived afterwards he followed the BLD trail to where they found me still on his body. There was no body. I pray to this day that it was his followers who got his body first to bury him before we could. However, a nagging feeling that makes me lie awake at night tells me I wasn't as thorough as I should have been when I thought I killed him. If he is still alive, he is most likely as crippled as I am, if not more crippled." The office was silent as everyone contemplated that last piece of information. Aizawa spoke up when no one else would. "Why am I here today? And this woman, who is she? You mentioned an Izuku earlier, is he part of this?" "Very perceptive, Aizawa." Nedzu addressed the elephant in the room that Aizawa had finally acknowledged. "Toshinori has chosen Midoriya Izuku as his successor. The 9th inheritor is currently with Recovery Girl, now undergoing a physical before he begins his training to receive One for All. In 10 months he will be a student here, and I will be placing him in your class. When he gets in, Izuku still has to pass the exams to get into UA. You said so yourself yesterday." 𝐒𝐿 looked at Toshi for confirmation, who shook his head. "I'm sorry, Miss Midoriya, but I lied. Izuku could fail all 3 exams and I would still enroll him. He is too valuable to let fall through the cracks. Here at UA he will become the best hero possible. Nothing against the other hero schools, but UA will protect him. You say you will automatically enroll him, why lie to the boy?" Aizawa was curious what game Nedzu was playing. "I think All for One is still alive. The 9th inheritor, no matter who it is, will be stronger than All Might ever was. The boy has shown a pure heart, he is a humanitarian, the perfect model of what a hero should be, and yet he is quirkless just as Toshinori here once was, and soon will be again." "You will be quirkless, again." Aizawa was taking in as much information as he could. He was given a top secret of the country, had a problem child dumped on his lap, and now the symbol of peace had an expiration date. Yes, I can use my hero form for 3 hours a day now. When I begin teaching here next year alongside Izuku's first year, I will have been introduced to the entire faculty. The students will know me as All Might's personal assistant and secretary. So, is the strongest quirk in the world being given to a quirkless child out of compassion or pity? Aizawa asked. How dare you? My son has suffered for 10 years at the hands of an abuser. I refuse to let him be with another villain dressed as a hero. Inko suddenly stood up, her quirk affecting items throughout the room. Aizawa felt his capture weapon start to move, his quirk flared and the items stopped moving, only to realize he was in a shadow now. Aizawa looked up and saw All Might above him glaring, his eyes glowing a strong blue. All Might, Inko, please sit down. I don't think Aizawa meant to insult Izuku like that. Toshi deflated once more and sat back down, but leveled a glare at Aizawa. It is not pity or compassion. I had not intended for the boy to be the 9th, but I was told to do it. When I met Izuku after saving him from the slime villain for the first time yesterday, he asked if he could be a hero without a quirk. I prepared to have a serious talk with him on the matter, but I was stopped. Toshi smiled, tears forming in his eyes. I learned another secret of one for all yesterday thanks to Izuku. When the quirk is passed down, a memory of the current user goes with it. Behind Izuku stood the vestige of Nana Shimura, who proceeded to chastise me for what I was preparing to say to Izuku, not knowing his current mental state. She chose Izuku to be my successor as her MSTR had told her to choose me. The quirk has some form of sentience in that all of the previous users are in it somewhere. That was my second time seeing a vestige, and the first time one had spoken to me like that. Before it had just been a single word in a trying time, pushed to my limits when in America. My, how curious, maybe we can tap into the quirk and learn what else it knows. Nedzu was excited. This would be a fun problem to work out with Izuku both before and after he received the quirk. Possibly, Nana never discussed the vestiges with me. She acted as if she only saw it when she met me. Maybe Izuku drawing them in would awaken more of them, maybe even something else unexpected. A knock at the door started them from the conversation. Nedzu spoke up. Who is it? I'm in a meeting. It's me, you fuzzy menace, came Recovery Girl's voice from the other side, and I brought Izuku with me as well. All right, come inside, we have just finished actually. Thank you. As Recovery Girl entered, she shot Aizawa a look. So is Mr. I'll sleep when I'm dead included now? Yes, Aizawa has been filled on the matter at hand. Izuku, should you pass both recommended and general hero entrance exams, your teacher here will be Aizawa Sho. You're Eraserhead, aren't you? I've heard about you before. Your quirk is even rarer than warp quirks. In fact, I think you're the only known person with a quirk that affects other quirks in such a way. You're such a great hero. You're up there with All Might. Could I get your autograph? Izuku's eyes were bright and shiny, a huge smile on his face. Aizawa had to blink and collect himself. He wasn't used to being recognized, much less adored in such a way other than by his cats, and them. All Might, he thinks I'm like All Might. I'm surprised you know who I am, not many do. Oh, when I first heard of you I was surprised. I have never met an underground hero before, obviously, but I knew they existed. When I saw what you did in one of the rare pieces of footage of you, I realized what your quirk was by watching it so many times. Fighting opponents virtually quirkless, I looked up to you a lot, when hoping to be a quirkless hero. Quirkless, this was the quirkless child All Might's quirk had chosen. All right then. Let's go, kid, you have one more set of tests to do before you leave, right? An athletic test. I'll proctor it, Nedzu. After all, if he gets in he will be taking it from me again anyways. Izuku was excited that an underground hero was talking to him, but bummed that he hadn't gotten an autograph. Yes sir, where do you need me to go? Aizawa hid his smile under his weapon. No need to scare him this early. Follow me, kid, I'll get you a temporary UA gym outfit and then we can start. Impress me and I'll not only give you an autograph, I'll answer a few questions you have for me as well if you have any. Izuku's response was a blinding smile. A UA gym uniform. Izuku had his own UA gym uniform. As he was examining the clothes, a thought came to mind. I wonder if I can keep it, or if I have to return it after this test. Aizawa looked back at Izuku as he led him out to the nearby testing ground. You can keep the uniform, just don't wear it in public, don't want people thinking you're a student already. Izuku looked up. Oh, thank you, sir. Izuku hadn't realized he had mumbled that bit, plus how should he address Eraserhead, what is expected in this situation? Eraserhead or Mr. Aizawa is fine for now, and you do need to work on your muttering lest you give away your location or worse your plans on a mission. Izuku blushed at that. Yes sir, I just think so fast at times that it escapes me. Like I said, you just need to work on it, or at least find a new outlet to use instead of verbally speaking. Anyways, we are here, Testing Ground Alpha. Izuku looked around Testing Ground Alpha. It looked remarkably like his school's own outside gym areas, ball toss area, sandpit, track, and a few other devices he hadn't seen before. What will I be doing first, Mr. Aizawa? Izuku was eager. He knew he wouldn't do amazingly, but knew setting a benchmark for the beginning of his training was important. On the first day of classes, I have my class take a quirk apprehension test, which is what you will be doing here today. You don't attend the opening ceremonies or have them attend counseling. I know it's the hero course, but wouldn't your class also partake in regular university activities as well? Izuku was curious. Maybe being an underground hero gave his teacher different priorities. It's because it's the hero course that I don't wish to waste any time on those frivolities. You will be here for 3 years to learn how to be a hero and start saving people in real life and death situations, not the simulated ones here. Hero course students are here to learn how to save people in an unjust world, not join a bunch of clubs and have fun. As Aizawa finished his speech, Izuku noticed that Aizawa's hair had started to float and red gleam was emanating from his eyes. Yes sir. Izuku knew now that if he got into UA in 10 months' time that he was going to be run ragged by Eraserhead, not out of spite, but by a drive to make everyone he taught a great hero. He may not show it, but it seems he cares for students deeply. Now then, the first test will be the ball throw. Aizawa produced a softball and tossed it to Izuku and spoke. Take this and stand in the circle and without leaving it and throw it as far as you can. Izuku knew last year's test was roughly in the low 20s. Please be better now. Izuku threw it as hard as he could and watched as it went further than he expected. 29.6 meters. I usually start with this test as an example to show what I want and pick someone with a quirk best suited to throwing the ball further compared to their non-quirked throw. What if no one has a quirk suited to throwing a ball further? It seems weird to use this test as an example when it would only benefit more combative quirks. Izuku was curious. It seemed rather biased to him. Exactly, I want to see if they can overcome and improvise a way to do better. Aizawa hid a smirk. He already figured out the ruse behind it. I won't give him all the tests though, can't threaten him with expulsion if he isn't a student yet. You want to see what students have been working on their shortcomings then? If someone had a more defensive quirk based on their body, how would they reach a civilian or enemy out of their personal range? Correct. If they can't even see their faults in what they can do or at least acknowledge they exist, then they lack the potential of being a hero in the first place and shouldn't be here. Shouldn't be here? Wait, do you expel students on the first day of class then if they fail all of your exams? Izuku was stunned. He had to be wrong. They trained so long to be here, this had to be a cruel joke on his part. Diamin, you've figured it out. I do. I've already expelled my entire class this year in under a week. They lacked potential, they thought they were hero material, but when given serious tests they floundered and failed. They passed the entrance exam, but that means nothing to me. If you can't act like a hero and be responsible for your own shortcomings on the battlefield, you will end up a casualty. And I will not send children to die because everyone back home told them they could be a hero with no work on their part. Izuku wasn't sure how to respond to that. He knew heroes faced life and death on a daily basis. At best he knew that Mr. Aizawa was practical. He wouldn't train someone if they thought they couldn't handle the risk involved. Izuku steeled his nerves. I understand sir, what do you want me to do next? Aizawa was impressed. Oh, I see what All Might was getting at. I like this kid, pragmatic, smart, and so far competent it seems. Alright, up next is the 50-meter dash. Get on the track and start when prompted. Izuku jogged over to track and did a few stretches to limber up before he got in a runner's stance. Izuku looked over and nodded to Aizawa that he was ready. Crack! Right as Izuku heard the starting noise, he took off, legs and arms pumping as he sprinted to the 50-meter line. As he crossed it, he heard a machine call out 7.13 seconds. As he ran by it, Izuku headed back to Aizawa for his next test. Not bad, could be better, but on to the next test. Simply a flexibility test to see how far you can stretch. Sit here and see how far you can go. As Izuku sat down, he realized something. I've always been flexible, might actually do well on this one. Izuku stretched forward, moving the reader as far as he could. Aizawa looked at the reader as Izuku surprisingly went further than he expected the boy to. 43 centimeters, not bad on that one. Next will be grip strength. Simply squeeze the device as hard as you can, it will read your highest pressure applied. Izuku took the device, then gave it the strongest squeeze he could. 24.2 kilograms, it will improve in time. Midoriya, for future reference, breaking it due to high pressure is fine as well. Granted, you have to get your quirk first, food for thought. Oh! Izuku blinked and it hit him then that his possible future teacher knew he would be getting a quirk. So you know that I'm quirkless? Yes, I know. I was filled in on the full situation earlier with Principal Nezu and All Might. It seems like a big responsibility you will be burdened with. Let's finish up and you can get started with your training with Toshinori. Yes sir, which test is next? Long jump, head over and jump when ready. Aizawa watched as Izuku performed his test. No gawking over that, I know of the secret, level-headed about it, knows we are alone, but still out in the open. 2.1 meters, last test is the endurance run. Same as the 50-meter dash, start when you hear the prompt and run until you have to stop or I call time. As Izuku took off for his last test, Aizawa turned around. You aren't good at hiding your presence, come out. Nezu, All Might or Toshinori as he was now, and Miss Midoriya came out onto the field from where they had been observing the tests. Miss Midoriya spoke before anyone else could. Mr. Aizawa, I would like to apologize for earlier. I was still upset with learning about my son's abuse and I was afraid of him being targeted again. It's quite alright, I'm glad he has a parent who would threaten to kill a supposed villain to keep him away from her son. Kill. Both Nezu and Toshinori looked at Aizawa. She grabbed my capture weapon and was about to choke me in the office, that's why I used my quirk then. Yes, thank you, and if I had really wanted to kill you, I would have simply grabbed the capillaries in your brain. Inko went back to watching her son as if she hadn't just said something terrifying to everyone present. So now that your tests are over, I think I owe you an autograph and some answers. Aizawa was sitting across from Izuku back in Nezu's office. Izuku had already showered and changed back in his clothes from earlier. Yes, I do. I just wish I had my notebook with your entry for this. Izuku looked at the one his mother had given him earlier. I'll make do with this, and I can copy the information over. Maybe if I can get in, I can get him to sign that one. Actually, Izuku, if you remember from yesterday, I asked to borrow a notebook of yours for my purposes. It just so happens it contains his entry. Nezu pulled a notebook out of his desk that Aizawa saw labeled as Hero Analysis Number 9. Here you go, Aizawa. I actually wanted you to look at this today as well. Izuku shows promise with his quirk analysis, but the main issue is that he needs to protect his data. Aizawa looked at the entry pertaining to him, analysis of my gear, my fighting styles, a decent breakdown of my quirk, and questions and suggestions. This is your 9th. How many are there now? I was working on my 13th one, but it was destroyed the other day. Izuku looked down at the admission, not looking at anyone in the room. Was it Bakugo, Izuku? Nezu spoke up, looking at Inko, then to Izuku. Yeah, it was, same day as the slime villain incident. Nezu leaned forward. Well then, Izuku, when you start your lessons with me, if you still have the notebook, bring it with you and we can discuss various ways to salvage valuable information, whether physical or digital. Thank you, Nezu. I'll start looking up possible ways when I get home today. You're welcome. Now then, why don't we see what answers you can get from Aizawa? Right. My first question is this. Can you use your quirk with mirrors, or does it need to be direct contact with a portion of the body? Izuku had his pen ready to write whatever Aizawa told him. Aizawa blinked. A mirror. Why have I never? Mrs. Midoriya, would you happen to have a compact in your purse? 𝐒𝐿 began rummaging. I should have one in here somewhere. Ah, here it is. 𝐒𝐿 pulled a midnight-themed compact out of her purse. At least it's one of her tamer ones. Alright, would you please your quirk on something in the room and hold it up? As 𝐒𝐿 levitated her purse above her hands, Aizawa was watching in the compact, then activated his quirk. Oh! 𝐒𝐿 caught her purse as she felt her quirk slip away from her again. It worked. I really wasn't sure if it would work with a mirror. Wait, since you did it just then instead of answering outright? Did you never try that before? No. I never thought of that. It's something new to consider now. Let's leave it at that. More than likely you will be back to see Recovery Girl in the future. I'll answer another question then. Aizawa was upset with himself. So many times he could have been a better hero. I was illogical. I need to fix that. Okay, well, thank you for the gym uniform, the autograph, and the answer. Maybe I'll have something new next time I see you. The next day found the Midoriyas back at Dagobah Beach first thing in the morning. Think we will have another surprise trip again today, Mom? Hopefully not. You need to start your training soon. I'm glad we got all the at-home training equipment yesterday, but this beach does seem bigger than it was yesterday. 𝐒𝐿 was looking around the beach parking area, wondering where Toshi was, when she suddenly saw a lock of disheveled blonde hair. Ah, Izuku, 𝐒𝐿, there you two are. I've been walking around the beach measuring what areas I would like Izuku to start with. Izuku looked over the trash heaps covering the beach. Where would you like me to start? You will start here at the steps. The trash container will arrive later today. You can start by clearing paths throughout the beach so you can navigate the heaps. Be careful though, you don't want to get lost in a labyrinth of your own creation. You won't have a magic yarn to get back with. Toshi chuckled at his own joke. Magic yarn? 𝐒𝐿 asked, unsure of what Toshi was talking about. He was talking about Theseus and the Minotaur. It's an ancient hero story from Greece. Theseus kills the Minotaur that lived in the labyrinth, and was able to find his way out due to a magic yarn he was given. Izuku finished his quick explanation of the joke's backstory and saw his mom looking at him surprised. What's wrong, Mom? You said it was a hero story and I thought you were going to tell me the entire story was all. I thought about it, but I should probably get started working on the beach cleaning. I could tell you the story later tonight if you want. Izuku wasn't sure if his mom would like the story that much since it dealt with kids being sacrificed and bullying on the hero's part with Ariadne. But he knew that his relationship with his mother had changed since telling her about his past. They would have to work on a new mother-son dynamic over time from what it was in the past. I would like to hear it, Izuku. We haven't been as close as I would have liked over the years. I'm hoping to fix that. As 𝐒𝐿 finished, she brushed some hair away from Izuku's eyes and cupped his face. Now go prove that you have what it means to be a hero and start cleaning. 𝐒𝐿 heard the front door open and close as she was preparing dinner. Thankfully, Toshi's meal suggestions also came with recipes and instructions. Izuku, is that you, sweetie? As 𝐒𝐿 turned around, she was startled by what she saw. Izuku, you look a mess. Izuku was covered in sand and stains from the grime of the trash. She was sure she even saw some trash tangled in his even messier than usual hair. It was a lot of work just to get started. Toshi had me try to move a fridge that someone had left there. He then destroyed it when I couldn't move it. Izuku yawned after his explanation. He said I should still eat when I get home, not go straight to bed, which sounds nice to me. A fridge? Never mind that. Why don't you go bathe while I finish cooking here, then you can head to bed after we eat. As Izuku headed to the bath, 𝐒𝐿 watched her son trudge on, knowing that it would all be worth it in the end. 1 week into this, and I finally have a single path formed into this junk heap. Izuku was surveying his progress on the beach so far. At first it didn't look like much, but so far he had filled the trash container twice and it was half full now. This has been an interesting week so far. It's nice not being at Aldera. I'd hate to see how little progress I would be making on the beach if I was still there having to do this before and after school. Izuku, you've made great progress for just a week so far. Let's get you home so you can clean up and then we can head to UA for your next lesson with Nezu. Toshi had been watching over Izuku's beach cleaning every day, only leaving when All Might was needed or a nearby crime occurred. Thankfully, criminals and villains realized that All Might was staying in the area for longer than usual and the crime rate had gone down considerably. Works for me. I'm enjoying his lessons more than Aldera's. These seem. 𝐒𝐿 trailed off looking for the correct words to use. Actually challenging. Where you aren't just repeating information back on a test that measures solely your ability to repeat information and not your capability at applying it and showing that you have a firm grasp on the topic at hand. 𝐒𝐿 blinked, then blinked again. How did you know what I was thinking? Was I mumbling that? No, it was the same for me. As a quirkless child, I wasn't included in many activities, so reading and studying to increase my knowledge filled the gap. Transitioning from a regular high school to UA, I felt academically challenged for once. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 ensures that all classes are well above the national level required for hero core schools to teach at. Toshi walked with 𝐒𝐿 as he reminisced about his time at UA. With you as his personal student, when you do start there you will most likely notice a drop in difficulty in your lessons at first. You mean if I get into UA, not when Toshi, 𝐒𝐿 commented on his mentor's explanation. I have faith in you 𝐒𝐿, you have 𝐻𝐻𝐿, possibly Aizawa, and I on your side helping you to learn and train over the next 10 months before the entrance exam. Wait, Eraserhead said he would help. 𝐒𝐿 was still starstruck over meeting the underground hero and his time spent with him. Did he say what he would possibly be helping with? Aizawa said he could possibly teach you some martial arts occasionally when you come to UA for your lessons. He can't teach you any more than that cause you need to work on building your body up with the beach cleaning, but he wants you to know how to throw and take a punch before you even take the exam. 𝐒𝐿 looked down at that. Well, I've taken hits before. Toshi blinked, realizing what he had said, and 𝐒𝐿's response, I'm sorry, that was rude of me. What I meant is he wants you to know how to respond to a punch or kick to lessen the damage. You can turn mid-hit to let certain attacks slide off of you and not hit their intended targets. Toshi crouched down to 𝐒𝐿's level. Listen, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 and I filled him in on your past. Before you say anything, Aizawa is sharp. He would have realized you had a past of abuse within the first week of knowing you. We did this because we thought it was best for you, especially if that Bakugo boy gets in as well. I'm sorry if it upsets you that we did this. I'm not sure, it makes sense as to why. Just in the future, can you include me in these decisions? Yes 𝐒𝐿, we will. Welcome back 𝐒𝐿. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 was finishing up some paperwork as 𝐒𝐿 arrived for his lessons. How has the beach cleaning gone since we last met? It's going well, I think. I have a path cleared to make carrying trash easier from the beach to the trash container. As 𝐒𝐿 was telling 𝐻𝐻𝐿 of his progress, he pulled out a new notebook that he had been working on for 𝐻𝐻𝐿's lessons. I'll take that for now. I'll go through and grade your work while you go over the new subject we will start today. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 handed 𝐒𝐿 a book from his desk titled Japanese Quirk Laws. What's this for? I noticed that Aldera didn't offer a proper quirk-related law course. At UA, quirk law is studied by all students from the hero to the business courses. It's important that all of our students know their rights when it comes to quirks, especially hero core students who may practice their quirks outside of schools, but that may change soon actually. 𝐒𝐿 noticed the ominous words. What do you mean change soon? An idea that the school board and I have been toying with, and now with your situation, I felt it important to push it forwards. Starting with your first year, UA will be switching to a boarding style of schooling. Boarding school. I would be living at UA. 𝐒𝐿 was starstruck. Not only would he possibly be attending UA, but living at it. That seems like a lot of work to build so many dorms and other necessary facilities. We have that taken care of. The pro hero 𝐒𝐿 is a teacher here. He will be working with the contractors on the dorms. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 was rather proud of that, but having 𝐒𝐿 means costs were drastically dropped in the project. It was one of the reasons why 𝐻𝐻𝐿 was able to push it so early and not have to rely on something bad happening in the future that could possibly cause damage to his students. Oh, that makes sense actually. I wonder if he could make alterations afterward or repair any damage due to quirk accidents. Thinking ahead already. I like that about you 𝐒𝐿. I have some information together already for you to bring to your mother when you return home. All hero core students will be required to reside on campus, allowing them to safely and properly work on their quirks outside of class times and not be in violation of any laws, as you will soon read about. Is that the second lesson for the quirk law course? find the loopholes and how they can be exploited. Izuku wasn't too surprised. After all, there were certain things he knew he could get away with currently due to his quirklessness, such as vigilantism if he so chose. Correct again, Izuku. In this age of quirks, heroes, and villains, we all need to be safe, and if a loophole keeps my students safe, then they will know it. When do you want this read by Nezu? By next week, and make note of any loopholes you notice as well. Izuku sat down across from Nezu and began reading. I wonder what it's like at Old Dera now that I'm no longer there. Bakugo probably already found a new victim. Nezu perked up at Izuku's muttering. Oh, you'll learn one day, Izuku, you'll learn. 1 month had passed since Izuku had met All Might, had learned his secret, and had been saved from his cruel predicament at the hands of his former best friend turned bully. Izuku was feeling good about himself at this moment. Just last week, Toshi had guessed that Izuku had cleared around 1/10 of the beach so far, which was no small feat, as they had both seen people arrive to dump trash there in the middle of the day. Izuku had actually snapped at the people and told them they walked right past the dumpster he was filling, and they at least had the decency to apologize and throw their trash into the dumpster. Toshi watched it all unfold, surprised at Izuku for chastising adults for littering in front of them. It was after they had left that the facade had fallen. Oh my god! I can't believe I did that. Izuku screeched in his best Bakugo impersonation. For some reason, all Toshi could see was an angry Pomeranian in need of a haircut. What's Izuku, my beau? Izuku, what's wrong? Toshi hoped Izuku hadn't noticed that little slip-up of his that had recently started. He did it again. Izuku had noticed recently that Toshi had started to call him my boy at times, but would always stop. It was weird at first, but Izuku had started to like it as a term of endearment. Maybe this is what it would be like if Hisoshi had stayed. Having a dad or even a father figure feels nice. Well, I got mad seeing those guys come here to dump more trash and walk by the dumpster, and I just blew up at them verbally. Although the entire time I was panicking at what I was doing, I just didn't know how to stop it. I'm sorry. Izuku looked down after explaining, feeling embarrassed and ashamed of what he did. Look, Izuku, it's okay, that happens to all of us from time to time, and with how much work you have done so far, I was about to tell them off and even considered buffing up and appearing behind them to chastise them for littering while a young hero in the making is making a difference. Izuku looked back up. You would have done that. Toshi sighed and then smiled at Izuku. Of course. You know I want what's best for you, Izuku. Looking over the beach and seeing how much he had cleaned so far, Toshi believed that Izuku was capable of coming here on his own now. Izuku, listen up. You have done well this past month, and I think you're capable of coming here on your own and working unsupervised on the smaller mounds. I do need to do some hero work throughout the week, so I'll let you know when I'll be here so you can tackle the larger piles with my supervision. I don't want you causing a landslide while you're here alone. A few days later, Izuku was working on the beach, cleaning by himself. It was drawing close to the end of the day, and Izuku was working on freeing a stubborn piece of trash that was lodged in a pile and the sand below. Come on, work with me here. Just twist and come out. With one final tug, the piece came loose, sending Izuku tumbling backwards into the junk pile behind him. That was bad. Wait, what's that noise? Izuku looked behind him at the pile he had fallen onto and realized that he had hit one of the larger ones and caused a shift in it. Oh no! Throughout Musutafu, several people had a sudden feeling of dread overcome them out of nowhere. One thing they all had in common, they all cared for Izuku. Each one had a similar thought, maybe I should check on Izuku later today to see how he is doing. All Izuku felt was pain. One moment, he had been laying against the junk heap, and the next thing he knew he was on the ground. Only when he tried to get up did he realize that he was pinned by a metal bar that had pierced his arm and was anchoring him to the beach. Izuku screamed, "Help Emi! Hello, someone please help me!" Izuku kept screaming for help until his throat began to hurt, hoping that someone would come. "Help me, I'm stuck." Even then he kept screaming for help until he could barely speak. Help me, please." There had to be someone walking nearby, right? My phone, where is it? I know I brought it with me. I used it earlier to check the hero forums. I put it down so I wouldn't damage it by accident while carrying it. I should have kept it on me. Better a cracked screen than a dead kid. Then it hit Izuku what had just passed through his head. Dead. Am I going to die here, on a junk-filled beach? I'm going to let them down. They put their faith in me, Toshi, Mom, Nezu, Tsukachi, Recovery Girl, even Mr. Aizawa, and I let them down. Izuku cried what he thought would be his last tears. Kachan was right, I really am a Deku. I can't believe they upped their security since last time I broke in there. Toga Himiko was lamenting her loss of yet another easy BLD bank to break into. It's getting harder and harder to get a safe BLD supply, and I can't just go to a quirk therapist to get a prescription for BLD or some other kind of help. They would call the heroes on me once they learned what I did back in school. Himiko was wandering around Musutafu, looking for a possible BLD source. Maybe I'll find a place here, a small clinic or low-security BLD bank. I really don't want to go to Jiran. I think any BLD I get from him would require me to help him and his friends. 3 weeks before Himiko had met Jiran one night after fleeing a BLD bank heist that had gone wrong near the end. He had let her hide in his back alley office, and had pitched to her the idea of joining a group of villains when he had recognized her as the girl who had attacked a classmate and drunk his BLD in school. He had even told her he could get her BLD if she needed it. Himiko had been tempted, but had seen the press conference by All Might just the other day. She had remembered how he had stated that a quirk doesn't make one a villain, but that it was their choices that made them who they were. Himiko really didn't want to be a villain, nor a hero, she just wanted an easy life where she wouldn't be judged for her quirk. 2 weeks later, she was out of BLD and needed it badly. She had been stalking a guy who wasn't even cute in the slightest, but he was hurt and bleeding. She was so lost in the hunt that she was unaware of the other hunters stalking the same prey. The bleeding man had chosen an alley to stumble down, smearing BLD on the walls as he went. Himiko entered and saw the BLD. She leaned in sniffing it, then proceeded to lick it off of the wall. BLD, sweet BLD. Suddenly another figure dropped down from the roof onto the bleeding man. Himiko caught a glimpse of black leather and a red scarf as he pulled out a sword and swung it at the bleeding man. She heard a thud as the man collapsed beneath the weight of the other man who fell. Mine. That's my BLD, get your own. The darkly dressed man looked up at Himiko in the alleyway entrance when she shouted at him, "Begone girl, this does not concern you." Mine, that's my BLD to drink. Himiko crouched down to prepare to attack this man. All signs of Himiko being in control of her body were gone. All that existed in that moment was her thirst for BLD. All that she knew was that there was easy BLD beneath that man and she needed it. BLD to drink. The man looked surprised. This girl wasn't trying to save this fake, she just wanted his BLD. He noticed her eyes, a faint yellow with cat-slit pupils that didn't seem focused. A BLD quirk I take. A freak, I presume. At that probing question and insult, Himiko hissed at Stain, then leaped at him. Stain leaned out the way and slashed her thigh as she went by, getting some of her BLD on his blade. Himiko ignored the cut, looking back at the man only to watch him hold his sword up to his mouth as he watched her, then like her BLD from his blade. Her body froze in the crouched position she had landed in. Goo, BLD, give me that BLD, I want it, I need it. Himiko yelled at the man, who looked at her with what she thought was contempt at first. Stain sighed. BLD here. Not even concerned I took away your movement when I drank your BLD. At those words, Himiko realized she couldn't move, her mind was starting to break. It had been over a week since she had had BLD and hadn't paced herself with what she had stolen. Stain pitied her, he really did. He knew what having a BLD quirk was like. A longing for BLD, the ever-present longing for BLD. Obviously hers was much worse than his. Maybe her quirk was based on the amount of BLD ingested, rather than the BLD type. He wouldn't deny a fellow outcast salvation, or the help they needed. The fake beneath him was gone now. Well, better living BLD than dead BLD, he supposed. Himiko watched as the man stepped off the man in the weird skin-tight clothes. Was that a hero? As she crouched, her BLD lust slowly began to fade and she slowly came back to her senses. She watched the man in black and red approach her. Wait, I know you, I think. Yeah, you're Stain. You always leave such bloody bodies behind. You know of me, girl. Stain was surprised. He didn't expect a girl who looked like she should be in high school to know of him. Yeah, I've seen the bodies you've left sometime when I'm looking for a place to stay for a while. It's where I've gotten some BLD before when I needed it, like tonight. At that, he frowned. Dead BLD isn't good for you. It makes you crazier. Himiko blinked at him. It does. I've been breaking into BLD banks for BLD. Stain sighed, then knelt down before pulling out a dagger. I'm going to regret this, but here. As he finished, he cut his arm with his knife. A crimson line appeared and ran down the side of his arm, which he positioned in front of her mouth. Himiko latched on, the BLD in front her intoxicating, slurping it up, sking the arm offered to her. It tastes so sweet, better than any bagged BLD, and so much better than dead BLD. Is this what freely given BLD is like? Tell me, girl, what are you? Villain, monster, or victim of this quirked society? Himiko looked up, noticing that she could move her body now. My parents would say monster and villain. It's not like I wanted this quirk, this need for BLD. She liked her lips, feeling full for once. Thank you for the BLD. It's the best I've ever had. You're welcome, girl. Now tell me your story. Why were you after this fake? What drove you here tonight? Come, sit with me. We BLD quirk users are rare and we could use solidarity. Himiko spoke. She spoke about her childhood, how her parents had tried to get rid of her BLD obsession, how they had denied her quirk therapist's suggestion that she be given donor BLD to help her mental state, how they found her and her quirk disgusting. She spoke about her eventual attack on a schoolmate over a year ago and how she had been homeless ever since, scraping by, stealing to survive and doing her best to avoid harming people unless it was her last resort. Like tonight? Stain inquired. He had heard similar tales of children falling to villainy, outcasts due to their quirk that only desired to be treated like a human being. The only thing worse he could think of was the plight of the quirkless. Yeah, but I don't want to prove them right. All Might said it's our choices that make us villains, not our quirks. At this, Stain startled. She had mentioned All Might in his most recent press conference. He had seen that same interview weeks prior. Well then, hopefully I won't catch you out here again, girl. But if I see you again, maybe I'll give you some more BLD if I'm able. And if you want society to change, you must be the change in it. As I am doing. Only true heroes should bear that name. You should see what you can do. After all, a BLD quirk user is a hero. Maybe you could be one too if you were helped, if they understood you as I do. A hero. Himiko gasped. No one had ever told her that. She had never thought of being one. She cried. Finally, someone didn't see a monster or a villain, but a little girl who needed help. Current time Himiko was coming up on Dagobah Beach. She always avoided the place in the past, the smell disgusting her. However, today her wandering had brought her here. Oh well, maybe I'll find something I can pawn for some money. She walked by a half-full dumpster in the parking lot. Heh, this is new. Is someone actually trying to clean it up? It was then that she smelled it. BLD. And it was fresh. Izuku slowly opened an eye and was greeted by the sight of sand and trash. F me, I had hoped this had been a nightmare. Izuku looked around him to see if anything other than his arm was injured. Just trapped like a rat in a cage. My arm stings, but it is not bleeding as much anymore. Izuku huffed, annoyed at himself for his predicament. I just had to get that one piece free. Suddenly Izuku heard a shift in the sands, like something or someone was moving on the beach. Hello. I'm over here. I'm stuck. The noise stopped suddenly. Maybe it was just an animal and not a person. Oh God, please don't be rabid, whatever it is. Hey, I'm not rabid. A blonde girl poked her head around the corner, looking at Izuku. What are you doing here? She stopped as she caught sight of Izuku's trapped form, staring at his blooded arm. I'll tell you if you help me. She didn't move, just stared at Izuku's arm. Hello. Can you help me? She continued to stare, then she moved closer. Izuku noticed her eyes were yellow with cat-slit pupils that seemed faded, As she got closer he could tell she was sniffing the air, then she liked her lips. At that it clicked in his mind. When he saw her like her lips with a rather long tongue, he glimpsed canines that were seemingly too large for her mouth, as if they shouldn't fit the image of a girl his age. You have a BLD quirk. At that she froze, her pupils darkened. I'm sorry, she moved to turn away. It's fine, really, Izuku yelled to her. Please, help me get free of this. She turned back around. You aren't scared of me? No. Why would I be? You haven't hurt me, though granted it looked like you were really hungry and may have fed on me. You seem really calm about all of this. She pet her head to the side. What happened to you? Wait, that's dumb, I can see that your arm is stabbed through by a piece of metal. Oh, I'm still in shock, I think. I can't even feel my arm right now that much. She blinked at him. You are an idiot. Whatever, after I help you, I'm getting your BLD. That's fine. Hey, what should I call you? I can't just keep referring to you as the cute blonde girl in my head. Wait, I said that out loud, I may have lost more BLD than I thought. The cute blonde girl in question froze. See cute. He said I was cute. Wait, he looks familiar, now that I think about it. You're that cute kid from the slime villain last month, aren't you? Yeah, that was me. I keep forgetting that was on TV. Wait, cute. Izuku blushed as her words registered. Guess you have BLD to spare after all with that blush. She smiled. You can call me Toga Himiko. Now then, let's get you out of that trash and to a hospital. My Doria Izuku, and I actually know someone who would be willing to heal me once I get out. We'll have to be careful, I may start bleeding again. My phone should be nearby, can you hand it to me? The girl now named Toga Himiko turned around and looked for a phone. As she searched, Izuku swore he could hear her talking to herself. Just one of those days, I guess. It looks like robbing a BLD bank will have to wait, unless he was serious about letting me feed when he's out of there. Izuku blinked, then blinked again. Rob a BLD bank. Couldn't she just get BLD at home? Oh. Makes sense now that I think about it and look at her clothes. Did she get kicked out for her quirk or run away because of it? Either way she needs help, and I'll make sure she gets it. Himiko found his phone down the seemingly man-made trail between the junk piles. He really has put a dent in this place if he's the one who has been cleaning it up. Maybe that's why he's out here alone with that dumpster. Hey, I found it. Do you want me to call you an ambulance? What? Oh no, like I said, I know someone who can use her quirk to heal me, I just hope she doesn't berate me too much. Izuku remembered how Recovery Girl had brought the symbol of peace to heal on more than occasion by smacking his shins. As Himiko handed the phone to Izuku, she noticed an aura of fear over him as he was telling her about his friend. She must be really scary, maybe I should leave after he calls. Thank you, Toga. Izuku smiled at her, his fear dissipating right away as he dialed a number. As soon as he held the phone up to his ear he was greeted by a familiar greeting, hello. Am I a dog, a bear, or a mouse? Most importantly, I'm the principal. How can I help you, Izuku? Hello, Nezu. Well, I'm at Dagobah and I knocked over a trash pile and now I'm impaled through my arm and stuck on the ground and I'm in shock. Can you have Toshi send for Recovery Girl? Oh, and have her bring some BLD bags too. I've been like this a few hours. Clicker, he hung up. I thought Nezu would have been the smart person to call, he's always been level-headed. Ah. Himiko looked at the green-haired boy as he tilted his head to look at his phone. Did you say Nezu? Like the principal of UA, Nezu? Yeah. He's an acquaintance of mine. Izuku had no way to explain how he knew Nezu, and he never liked lying. Maybe she won't dig too deep. Oh god, what if Toshi shows up as All Might and then deflates in front of her? Oh, now I'm starting to panic. God, I hope I didn't mumble any of that out loud. Himiko squinted at Izuku. God, he SCKS at lying. It's kinda cute though. Wait, did he just mumble something about All Might? As Himiko was about to question him on his All Might mutter, she was suddenly cut off by a booming voice. Izuku, where are you, my boy? Oh, quit smacking me, Shizune. I wouldn't have to if you had told me why you suddenly appeared at you, grabbed me, and then decided to break the sound barrier to reach this junk heap. Wait, did you say Izuku? Is something wrong with him? Yes, he just called Nezu saying he was hurt badly and needed you. Izuku, if you hurt yourself doing something stupid for Toshi, I'm gonna take it out on your shins. Izuku squeaked in fear. Suddenly sand was thrown up around Izuku and Himiko as All Might appeared, holding what looked like an old lady to Himiko. All Might. He looked at her, eyes glowing a bright blue. She gulped, knowing now the fear the villains she had met before speak of when All Might had laid eyes on them. Who are you? And what happened to Izuku? All Might took a step towards her, causing the beach to shake. Stop! Izuku yelled, she has been helping me since she found me. I did this to myself by accident, All Might. All Might and the old lady looked around her to finally see Izuku, half buried in trash and laying in a puddle of his own BLD with a rusted chunk of metal piercing his left arm. Himiko blinked and All Might was suddenly behind her, the majority of the trash pile blown away by a sweep of his hand. He gripped the metal in Izuku's arm and broke it as close to his arm as possible. Now Izuku, I'm going to remove your arm from this metal. It is going to hurt, but as soon as I'm done, Recovery Girl will look it over, then heal it up for you. Are you ready? Izuku nodded, and suddenly his arm was in the air. Izuku screamed as the metal was torn through his arm once more. Recovery Girl hurried to his side, glad she always kept first aid materials on her at all times. Let me see his arm. Okay, it looks like it missed major veins and passed between his ulna and radius, piercing his interosseous membrane. I can heal this here and now after I clean it up a bit. What does that mean? Izuku knew it could have been worse, a lot worse, but that didn't sound bad to him. Oh, the metal pierced your arm between your arm bones and went through the space between them. It's mainly just connective tissue, you were very lucky. Recovery Girl pointed to her arm as she spoke, describing the area for Izuku to understand. As they looked Izuku over, Himiko was distracted by the fresh bleeding. Why must his BLD smell so good? It smells better than Stain's did. She was snapped out of it when Izuku sat up finally and looked at her. Recovery Girl, would it be possible for me to give BLD today still, or do you think I've lost too much? Why would you want to give BLD now of all times, Izuku? Izuku looked at Himiko. 'Cause I told Toga here that I would give her some of my BLD. She has a BLD quirk, that's how she found me. She needs it badly, I think. She was going to drink my BLD before I could get her to help me, but she stopped and didn't do anything wrong. I have no problem with her needing BLD, it's just part of her quirk. All Might looked from Izuku to Himiko, and she felt small again under eyes. Thank you for helping Izuku. You were a real hero there for helping him even, though your quirk has probably been acting up. We will be sure to get you some BLD. You mean it? Himiko was surprised that Midoriya was keeping his promise. She had thought he would run away as soon as possible. And, I'm not a hero. I'm just a monster. Young girl, I don't know who has been filling your head with such nonsense, but you helping Izuku here made you a hero in his time of need. And don't ever call yourself a monster again. A monster wouldn't put someone else's needs before hers like you did. All Might looked at her again, taking her in. Izuku has probably already reached the same conclusion as I have. Bad upbringing, most likely homeless from running away or being kicked out, has probably attacked people in the past. Quirk madness is a serious problem that some people, especially parents, ignore or think can be suppressed. Himiko cried. See, Mom and Dad, I'm not a monster after all. Izuku watched as Toga cried after hearing All Might's words on how she wasn't a monster. Is this what it was like for me? Izuku looked at both All Might and Recovery Girl as they watched the young girl cry. Well, they were busy handling me and my BLD, so I guess it's up to me to comfort her. As Izuku pushed up off of the ground and stumbled as he took his first step forward in a few hours. Recovery Girl reached out to stop him from moving too much, but was stopped by All Might as he watched Izuku move towards the girl. Let him handle this much. I will be taking him home after as well. Feel free to accompany us, or I can arrange a ride for you. Call a car for me, please. I would love to accompany him home, but I still need to finish my work. Make sure Izuku gets my clinic's phone number in case something like this happens again. As the two talked, Izuku made it to Toga. Hey Toga, are you feeling alright? I know you must be feeling a lot of different emotions right now, and I understand that. I felt those same emotions when All Might said I could be a hero, even W without a Q quirk. As much as Izuku had progressed, he still feared that some people would make fun of his desires to be a quirkless hero, or at least until he received one for all. She looked up at him as he started speaking, watching him as she continued to cry, and when he mentioned that he was quirkless, she was surprised. A quirkless hero. Why do you want to be a hero? Izuku prepared himself so as to not stutter through his answer. I want to save people. To help them, to let them know that someone is there to help when all hope seems lost. I want to be a hero because it is the right thing to do. She smiled. You want to be a true hero then, not some celebrity hero who cares about his ranking or endorsements. You wish to be a savior of the people like All Might, then. Izuku blushed a little and looked back at All Might. Yeah. When I was younger, I had a notion about being the #1 hero, but now I think being a symbol of peace. Like All Might is the true goal in life, and if not peace, then maybe a new symbol, like one of hope. Izuku looked back at Toga and saw her smiling at him, tears still falling down her cheeks. Izuku, not having any real experience with girls, decided that a topic change would be best, as he wasn't sure what to do next. I promised you some BLD as well, didn't I? Izuku raised his good arm up for her. I'm here. Or do you need it in a bag first? Maybe I can get some drawn. Izuku quit talking once he realized that she had her mouth around his arm. I never felt her bite me, and it doesn't hurt either. Is it her quirk at work? Does she have to do something for that to happen, or is automatic? Questions for later. There is a cute girl biting my arm. Izuku blushed again at that last thought. Toga, upon seeing this nice, cute boy offering her his arm, did the only thing she could at that moment. She gently grabbed his arm, turned it over until she could see the underside of his arm and gently bit into him. If Stain's BLD had been delicious and full of flavor, this was the greatest thing she had ever tasted. Freely given BLD tastes so good, but his BLD, it is so delicious. I hope this doesn't scare him off. I don't think I could ever go without having his BLD again. As she continued to drink from him, she started to purr quietly, embracing her cat quirk heritage. Izuku watched as Toga drank his BLD. What do I do with my hands? I feel uncomfortable just watching her SCK on my arm, but it's not like she can talk currently. Also, it feels really good. Maybe she is enjoying it, too. Once she began purring, all Izuku could think was how she became cuter. Watching her feed, how she never spilled any BLD and had a look of pure bliss on her face while doing it, was oddly mesmerizing. It was causing the hair on the back of his neck and head to stand up. Izuku had only felt this a few times before, but knew that this was the best so far. Izuku slowly raised his hand and gently placed it on her head, gently running his fingers through her hair. Himiko opened her eyes when she felt a hand gently rubbing her head. She looked at Izuku and saw him smiling at her through half-lidded eyes with a content look on his face. She then realized that it was his hand stroking her head, giving her comfort as she fed. Were his eyes really that strong of a green? Toga slowed down on her feeding, wanting to keep the gentle peace between the two of them, relishing the feel of his hand at work in her hair, gently pulling out any knots he found. While her hands were busy keeping his arm level and at the best angle for her, she moved her tongue over the puncture wound to gently coax some BLD out and felt Izuku slightly jerk as his breath hitched. Izuku watched Toga purr and rub her head against his hand as he continued to rub her head and start to play with her hair. When he felt her tongue start to drag across his arm, he felt goosebumps start to form in its trail, and once she gently liked where he suspected she bit him, he got a slight wave of pleasure. She looked at him, slightly worried she had hurt him. As he was about to tell her to continue, he heard a cough behind him, startling him enough to look behind him at All Might, who bore a light blush due to the NTMT scene he had just witnessed. If you two are done gazing into each other's eyes, I can take young Midoriya home. Also, you will be coming with us, young lady. Inko will want to meet the person who is responsible for saving her son. As he finished, he shot Izuku a cheeky grin. Oh! Toga was wiping Izuku's arm clean. All right then, if that is okay with Mida, call me Izuku. You are responsible for saving me, like All Might said. She blushed at that. Then call me Himiko, and thank you for the BLD. It was, I'm not sure how to describe it. I've been given BLD once before and it tasted amazing, but it pales in comparison to yours. It's so rich and full of flavor, I almost want more already. It will be tough going back to bagged BLD from a BLD bank. Izuku blushed at her statement. Oh, well, it didn't hurt when you bit me, so it should be fine to let you feed in the future. Just maybe not every day. I still need to train for the entrance exam. Could you wait a few days between drinking my BLD? Himiko blinked at Izuku, then tackled him in a hug. Yes, I'll wait for you. You're my new favorite person, possibly even best friend. Toga was holding Izuku even closer now, grinding their bodies together. Holy 𝐶𝐲, she's stronger than I thought. Wait, what's that soft feeling on my chest? Izuku looked down and saw how close Himiko was holding him to her chest. Be melons. No, bad Izuku, don't be a pervert. Hi Himiko, you're squeezing me too tight. Himiko looked at Izuku's face, noting his blush, then looked down and saw how close they were, and decided to tease him some. Oh, Izuku is afraid of a little closeness with a cute girl like me. I'm hurt, Himiko ended with an exaggerated pout. Maybe drinking BLD lowers her inhibitions a little like alcohol. Her personality feels like it is starting to change. Maybe this is how she is when she isn't BLD crazed. I may need to work on a new term for her. Izuku started to sweat a little, as he wasn't expecting her teasing. Well, we're a little too close for having just met. Izuku tried to wiggle free from her grip, and I don't want to be rude or seen as being indecent for getting into your personal space. Izuku was hoping she would get his hint. He didn't want to be crass about the issue, but wasn't sure how to handle a girl pressing her melons onto him. I'm fine with being close with you, Izuku. Himiko pushed her BRSs more into his chest and grinned as she whispered in his ear. Besides, you let me drink your BLD while you played with my hair. I think that already makes us NMT. Behind them, Toshi watched on as his successor was teased by the young woman that had saved him, glad that Izuku seemed to have made a new friend after all these years. All right, we have spent long enough here, let's get you home, Izuku. Himiko looked at All Might then to Izuku. Okay, you're gonna have to. Tell me how you know All Might personally at some point. I mean, he's the #1 hero, and you can just call him up when you need some help. Izuku looked at All Might. Yeah, but another day, okay. We need to work on a cover story. She knows I'm quirkless, but soon I won't be anymore. 𝐒𝐿 was currently fretting. She had felt something earlier in the day that made her think of Izuku and his well-being. She had put it off, thinking she was just wanting to spend some time with him. The two of them had worked on repairing their relationship as mother and son since Toshinori came into their lives a month ago, and she greatly enjoyed having her son active in her life again. For so long, he had seemed downtrodden and wore a forced smile she knew was for her sake. But with All Might, or Toshi or Toshinori, as he asked to be called in private in their lives, her son's eyes held that sparkle she had snuffed out by apologizing when asked if he could be a hero. 𝐒𝐿 was nervous. She had hoped that nothing had happened to Izuku. She was worried about what would happen if Katsuki found her son after all this time. She had been able to keep Mitsuki and Masaru away for the time being. She wasn't sure how to deal with her friendship with them still. She had told them that Izuku was doing well in his classes and had felt bored by the course load, so he had looked into homeschooling programs that offered customizable courses to fit the students' strengths and weaknesses. She had, of course, omitted that Izuku was being taught by possibly the smartest being in Japan. A knock at the door followed by All Might's booming voice calling for her snapped 𝐒𝐿 out of her thoughts. She approached the door hoping that Toshi had her son with him and was dropping him off. Upon opening the door, she saw a sight that made her smile. There in front of her was her son standing in front of All Might, but he wasn't alone. A blonde girl with messy buns was holding onto his arm and looking at him with what appeared to be a faint blush on her face, whereas Izuku's face was bright red due to the ordeal. My baby boy. I was so worried about you. I felt a chill earlier in the day and it made me think of you. 𝐒𝐿 surged forth, wrapping Izuku in a hug. Then you never answered your phone when I called you later to check on you. Suddenly 𝐒𝐿 remembered that something about Izuku looked off. She looked down and saw his clothes had red stains on them. Izuku, were you hurt? All Might, what happened? Who hurt my baby? Where are they? 𝐭𝐽 growled the last question out, startling Himiko, who took a half step back before 𝐭𝐽 looked at her. Who are you? Did you do this? Himiko, who had the feeling of being between a mother bear and its cub, gulped before stating, No, Mrs. Midoriya, it wasn't me. Miss, 𝐭𝐽 cut in. Sorry, continue. Right, Miss Midoriya. I was by Dagobah Beach when I smelled BLD, due to my quirk, and went to investigate. Smelled his BLD. You have a BLD-related quirk then? Yes, I do, but that's not important currently. I found Izuku here trapped beneath a trash pile. The girl paused, then looked at Izuku before continuing. The trash had fallen and his arm had been pierced by a chunk of metal, pinning him to the beach. I arrived a few hours after it had happened. At that, 𝐭𝐽 pulled back and grabbed Izuku's arms. Seeing some recent puncture marks, she was surprised. These don't look deep enough to pin him. Izuku spoke up before Himiko said something trying to help that would make his mom lose her temper without all the facts. It was my other arm, Mom. I asked Himiko to look for my phone and I called Nezu to send Recovery Girl and All Might to come help me. He got me out, and she healed my arm. She said that it missed my bones and major veins, but when I go back to UA, I will see if she will double-check there, okay? 𝐭𝐽 nodded, glad for her son's quick thinking on the matter, but that doesn't solve these marks here, Izuku. I know. Promise you won't get mad. 𝐭𝐽 looked at Izuku, then the girl. I promise. I let Himiko drink my BLD as thanks for helping me. She was BLD starved, as her quirk requires her to drink BLD, otherwise, it seems she loses her mind due to the quirk requiring others' BLD to function. 𝐭𝐽 froze. You let her drink your BLD? Yes, Mom, she needed it. She isn't a villain for it. 𝐭𝐽, what young Toga here did was heroic. Her finding Izuku when she did was truly a blessing. If she hadn't, Izuku here may have bled out from his wound, especially since he had already passed out for a few hours. All Might cut in, knowing that while 𝐭𝐽 was a nice person at heart, she would lash out at any perceived threat to her son to protect him. I'm sorry, young lady. Izuku is all I have, so anything that could harm him, I try to keep him away from. Forgive me for starting to jump to conclusions. 𝐭𝐽 bowed to her. Will you please come inside? Let me offer you something to eat and drink with us. Himiko looked at Izuku, who nodded his head. Sure, that would be nice. And I understand, there is a stigma to BLD quirks, after all. Izuku spoke up. Actually, what is your quirk? Himiko smiled at him. You want to see it? She looked to the two adults, who both also looked curious as to what her quirk was that it required the BLD of others. All right, although I will need to clean up afterwards. As she spoke, her body started to bubble and suddenly standing before them was Izuku, but in Toga's clothes. So, how do I look? The Izuku doppelganger said, finishing with a slight twirl showing off Izuku's body in a schoolgirl's uniform. Izuku's eyes widened. That's so cool. But please head inside before someone sees me in girl's clothing. All Might started coughing upon seeing the transformation's outcome, surprised by what he saw. Young Toga, that is an interesting quirk. Can you use the quirks of those you copy? She turned to All Might. No, I am unable to. I merely gained their appearance from the time I drank their BLD, no quirks, abilities, or memories. I do gain their muscle mass, so I can have their strength and weaknesses from their injuries as well, and as you can tell the voice is a perfect match with no work needed from me. Very interesting. If you do wish to be a hero, your quirk may not be best suited for everyday heroics. All Might watched as the doppelganger's eyes began to look down. However, your quirk would be an absolute boon to the underground side of heroics, wouldn't you say so, Izuku? Izuku, upon hearing the go-ahead to start his quirk analysis in full, walked around Toga, comparing himself to her. While you may not be able to use quirks, you could still be useful in infiltration missions, pretending to be a villain or criminal that police have in custody whose BLD you drank. Your quirk is very versatile, granted I don't know the drawbacks like you do. At this Toga perked up. Well, I could have chosen to have your clothes, but then they would have overlapped with mine, and it would cause a mess. I will have to, use a shower when I change back, due to the outer layer of my body falling off. It's like watered-down clay, but disappears after a while. Maybe a 𝐒𝐻𝐲𝐿 from her body material would be best for her to maybe within a training 𝐵𝐴𝐴𝐴 of the person whose blood 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐻𝐿. Izuku was brought out of his mutter spree by his mom gently shaking him. Did something happen? Izuku, what was that? You spoke 10 times faster than usual. Toga was leaning forwards, trying to see what was going on with him. 𝐭𝐴𝐴 chimed in. He tends to do that when excited about a quirk he sees for the first time. He must really find your quirk interesting to have gone through so many questions. All Might and Toga looked at her, both with a quizzical look on their faces. I can somewhat keep up with him at times, she explained. Oh. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, looking away from Toga. I sometimes get caught up in a quirk and how it works, and the ideas and questions just spill out of me. It's a habit I need to fix. Toga reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. Listen, it isn't bad, it's part of your personality. Plus, you aren't like me and have a fascination with BLD, even if it is just my quirk at play, I think. Izuku grabbed Toga's hand on his shoulder and looked at her. Thank you, Himiko. Seeing this play out in her living room, 𝐭𝐴𝐴 suppressed a smile before speaking. Well, as nice as this all seems, will Himiko here be staying for dinner? And All Might, you are always welcome to join us for dinner as well, if you can. Upon hearing his mom say Himiko's name like that, Izuku balked, realizing that the two of them were on a first-name basis, not to mention how hands-on they seemed with each other. His mom was going to tease him for days, if not weeks, about this. Sadly, I cannot stay for dinner tonight. Unfortunately, I need to finish my patrol for today. All Might bore a slight frown. I regret missing one of your home-cooked meals. They are always wonderful. As he headed to the door, he stopped and turned around. Young Toga, where are you currently staying? At that she frowned. Wherever I can, mostly. I can't go back home, I won't be welcome there. 𝐭𝐴𝐴, not missing a beat, responded, would you like to stay here tonight and have a warm meal? I can wash your clothes while you take a bath, and we can see what we can do tomorrow. Toga's lip trembled, and Izuku immediately pulled her into a hug. Hey, it's all right, let it all out. You all have been so good to me, and to think I was just gonna get some easy BLD earlier. Toga was hiding her face in Izuku's neck, slightly shaking as she cried again. 𝐭𝐴𝐴 smiled, watching her son comfort his friend. It is quite all right, dear, it's the least I can do for you for saving my son. If you would like, you can call me 𝐭𝐴𝐴, if you feel comfortable with it. A buzzing sound cut her off as 𝐭𝐴𝐴's cell phone began to alert her to a new message. Picking up her phone, she saw a message from Nezu. Nezu sent me a message that reads, after young Toga spends the night with you, please bring her to UA where we can work out a system for her to stay here. I will look into her story of her parents refusing to follow her quirk psychiatrist's recommendations to get her charges dropped. At that, 𝐭𝐴𝐴 dropped her phone in shock before catching it with her quirk. How? How does he know all of this? You get used to it eventually. All Might thought for a moment, then shook his head. Or so I have been told. Well, at the very least I'll see you off. 𝐭𝐴𝐴 followed him to the door. I'll be right back, you two, then I'll get dinner started. Izuku watched as the two left them alone. Hey, Himiko, he rubbed his hand along the side of her face to coax her to look at him. As she lifted her head to meet his gaze, he smiled. See, everything is going to be all right now. You saved me, and now I can save you. Himiko smiled at that. Thank you, Aizu, she hugged him back. Could I possibly have some more BLD after dinner and our baths, if you are feeling up to it? I don't want to drain you if you can't. We will see. I may have to look into foods that help BLD production to keep that from happening. At that she smiled. Aizu, you're the greatest. I could almost Himiko cut off and blushed redder than she had all day. I'll be back, I want to freshen up before we have dinner. Which way is the bathroom? Izuku, not being fully aware of how NTMT the moment between them had been, pointed her in the right direction and let her explore on her own. That was weird, but it has been an emotional day for her so far. While he waited, Izuku heard his mom and Toshi talking at the door still and caught the tail end of their conversation. I never noticed before, but when she transformed into Izuku in her clothes, he seemed oddly effeminate, not that there's anything wrong with it. No, I agree. For a moment, I thought to myself there, is this what he would have looked like if he had been a girl? Interesting, it is certainly food for thought. And you are okay with Toga staying here tonight? I know we have just met her, but to give her a roof for the night is very generous of you, 𝐭𝐽. I know, but did you see how they looked at each other, Toshinori? His first true friend, in who knows how long. Izuku's happiness is one of my top concerns after his safety. Plus, Izuku heard his mother smiling in how she was speaking. I may not have a daughter currently, but give it a few years and I will have her and maybe some grandkids. Izuku paled. Grandkids? Grandkids, 𝐭𝐽. Of course, you saw how they looked at each other, how they held each other. They have fallen for each other without even realizing it. Izuku never played with any girls growing up, so he is going to be confused at first, but eventually he will realize how he feels about Himiko. You're really wanting grandkids to spoil, aren't you, 𝐭𝐽? He smiled, thinking back to what he saw on the beach. Next time I come over I'll tell you how they were when she drank his BLD earlier. They stared into each other's eyes for nearly 10 minutes. After that Izuku decided to pay attention to something else before he heard more than he could deal with. But he had to agree, he did look rather cute in Himiko's clothes. Himiko quickly shut the bathroom door behind her. She was on the verge of having a meltdown. I can't believe I just told Izuku that I could almost kiss him. What is wrong with me? We just met each other. Himiko looked at herself in the mirror, but saw Izuku's face instead and realized that she hadn't changed back yet. Oh, I'm still Izuku. He does look rather cute in a skirt. Himiko shook her head. That's not important right now, think about that later. She looked around the bathroom she had found herself in, noting the surprisingly large bathing area. Maybe they used to take family baths when Izuku was younger. As she continued to look around the bathroom, she looked at her reflection in the mirror and decided to get a close-up view of Izuku's face. Leaning in close to the mirror, she noticed his freckles on his cheeks and traced her finger along them. She noticed how each set formed a diamond. I wonder how many people notice that or just see freckles and move on. Upon opening her mouth to speak, she saw a normal set of teeth. Running her tongue over his duller canines was different than what she usually experienced. Seems nice to have teeth that actually look like they fit your mouth. Still, I do like my fangs. I wonder if those are from my BLD quirk or that bit of cat quirk I inherited from mom's side of the family. As she continued, she noticed a shorter tongue than usual as well. Stain had rather regular teeth as well, but his tongue was long like mine is. So my fangs and eyes are most likely from my mom's family then. Himiko stuck her tongue out, seeing how short Izuku's was in comparison to hers and Stain's. Weird, both Stain and I have tongues, could that be a BLD quirk similarity? Maybe Izuku would know, he seems rather smart about this kind of stuff. Sighing, she went to scratch where her BR strap had been rubbing on her chest when she noticed something. Running her hand over Izuku's chest, she felt faint marks on his skin. They feel smooth in some parts and rough in others, like burns. I shouldn't pry too much, it would be a gross violation of his trust. A knock at the door caused Himiko to jump, yanking her hand out of her shirt. Himiko, it's me, 𝐭𝐽. Are you all right in there? Izuku said you came in here several minutes ago, 𝐭𝐽 said. Toga thought the older woman sounded worried about her. I'm fine, thank you for checking on me. Himiko walked to the door and opened it. Actually, I think I would like to accept your offer on that shower, if you don't mind. Of course, dear. I'll grab you a towel and some clothes to change into while I wash yours later tonight. 𝐭𝐽 turned and headed to a door that was covered by an All Might poster, which she knocked on. Izuku. May I come in real quick? Sure, Mom. Is Himiko feeling okay? I know today was probably as emotional for her as it was for me. Hearing her name mentioned, Himiko followed after 𝐭𝐽. I'm fine, thank you for asking about me. I was asking your mom about that shower she offered, and she mentioned getting me a towel and some clothes, then she went to your room. Blinking, Himiko took in Izuku's room. That is a lot of All Might. Rubbing the back of his head, Izuku looked away briefly before replying, "Yeah, I just really admire him. He means so much to me as a hero, both professionally and personally." "Yeah, he is pretty great," Himiko agreed. "You know, I saw his press conference after your slime villain incident, the one where he said it wasn't our quirks that define us, but our actions. That was the first time I had ever heard that, and it felt so good to hear." Himiko scrunched her face slightly, then sighed. "I know All Might said not to call myself this, but I felt that I wasn't a monster at that moment." "You aren't a monster," Izuku blurted out so suddenly that Himiko stepped back, surprised that he was so earnest in his declaration. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I agree with All Might, though. You aren't a monster, Himiko, you're my friend." "Thank you, Izuku." Himiko didn't cry at that admission, but once again embraced him in a hug. "Yes, that's very sweet of you, Izuku," Inko chimed in after watching her son talk with Himiko. "I'll leave your towel in the bathroom for you, Himiko. Once you get a change of clothes from Izuku here, take your shower when you're ready. I'll start dinner now. It should be ready in roughly an hour." Izuku grabbed a bundle of his clothes and handed Himiko a bundle of his clothes. "Here you go. I just realized I need to take a shower still as well. I should be able to use my mom's shower without either of us losing hot water." Taking the clothes, Himiko nodded. "Okay. I'll see you in a little bit, Izuku. Also, what do you think your mom is making?" "Oh, most likely katsudon. It's my favorite dish, so after the day I've had she is probably making it for me. I hope you enjoy it." Izuku smiled as he followed her out of his bedroom, his own bundle of clean clothes in hand. "I'm sure I will." As Himiko entered the bathroom, she once again had to calm her nerves. Himiko put her hand over her heart. "I feel so funny around him. It doesn't make any sense." Himiko released her quirk as she stepped into the shower. Feeling her quirk slough off of her was always a weird experience. As she watched Izuku's body melt off of hers, she began undressing, trying to keep the mess within the shower. Once finished, she stepped out and turned the shower on to wash what remained down the drain. Himiko smiled. "I bet even Izuku would be interested in seeing me change back and how the copy simply falls off of me. I think I would be okay with him watching it happen, even though it looks so unappealing. Releasing it with clothes on is just so messy, naked is so much better." "Wait," Himiko blushed furiously, covering her face to hide her shame. "Did I just say I wanted him to see me naked? Get a grip, Himiko, why are you being so weird?" Himiko shook her head. "Okay, take a shower, eat dinner with the cute boy I am having weird thoughts and feelings about, and maybe drink his BLD again after if he is okay with it." Currently, Izuku was having a similar bathroom dilemma as Himiko. After undressing, he had noticed his remaining burn scars on his chest. Recovery Girl had done her best over several treatments, but some things, she said, even time couldn't heal. The few remaining handprints from Bakugo were faint, but could still be seen, could still be felt. Maybe she will change back to her form before undressing. Izuku blushed, realizing he was thinking about Himiko getting naked to take a shower. "I know she's cute, but this is getting ridiculous. She's my friend, I shouldn't be thinking about her like that, it's disrespectful." Shaking his head at his own thoughts on Himiko, Izuku stepped into the shower, relishing the feel of the water running over his skin. The warm water embraced him as he scrubbed sand, trash residue, and BLD from his body. Gently, Izuku washed where Himiko had drunk from his arm. The puncture marks were faint, and only now did he start to notice a dull pain from them. She must have some kind of dulling chemical in her saliva to let her drink longer. "I wonder if I'm the first to realize that. She thought that she had hurt me near the end there. How considerate of her quirk, to make the BLD drinking process painless for the donor." Running his hands through his hair as he lathered, he remembered how he had played with Himiko's hair as she drank. "I still can't believe I did something so forward like that, but she looked at me like she enjoyed it. I wonder, would she let me do that again? To repeat that level of intimacy as she called it." Izuku was confused by these new thoughts as well. Were they normal thoughts to have? He didn't know. His last friend had been Bakugo, and he didn't have too many positive memories of his time with him. The few he did were pre-quirk ones, when they talked of the future, being heroes together. Hey, 𝐒𝐿 laughed softly, I will gladly take this new blonde in my life who fears hurting me over the one who meant to. 𝐒𝐿 sniffed, but tried to hold back his tears. I promised myself, no more crying over Bakugo, I need to move on. When he finished his shower, 𝐒𝐿 quickly dressed and made his way to the kitchen to see if his mom needed any help with dinner. 𝐭𝐽 turned to look at him as he entered the kitchen. Oh 𝐒𝐿, you're done with your shower. Can you grab the eggs for me, please? Sure, I can do that. As 𝐒𝐿 grabbed the eggs, he asked his mother, Katsuden. Katsuden. Nice, I was right then. Placing the eggs on the counter, 𝐒𝐿 watched as she continued cooking. Do you need me to help with anything else? 𝐭𝐽, 𝐒𝐿 noticed, was flipping the pork with her quirk at times while she spoke up. Can you grab us some bowls and 3 sets of chopsticks? Oh, and a fork in case Himiko hasn't used any in a long time. 𝐒𝐿 nodded and headed for the cabinet over the counter, grabbing 3 identical bowls for dinner, then opened the drawer to grab the asked-for utensils. Placing the bowls, chopsticks, and fork beside his mother on the counter, he watched as she plated their meals, both with her quirk and without it. You've been practicing with your quirk, Mom. I don't think I've ever seen you use it this much before when cooking. 𝐭𝐽 smiled slightly, so you've noticed that. Seeing you work HRD on your dream has been nice to watch. I decided that I should work on my quirk, even if for everyday things like this. Exercising it like this may one day come in handy. As she talked, 𝐭𝐽 lifted the 3 bowls and turned to head to the table with them when she stopped. Oh, Himiko. 𝐒𝐿 followed his mom's gaze and saw Himiko standing in the kitchen, wearing a shirt that said suit on it and a pair of blue exercise shorts. Honestly, 𝐒𝐿, couldn't you have given her a different shirt to wear? 𝐭𝐽 shook her head. Her son's fashion sense was beyond her. I did. He did. Both 𝐒𝐿 and Himiko spoke at the same time, then looked at each other surprised. What? 𝐭𝐽 was confused. What do you mean, you didn't give her that shirt? 𝐒𝐿 looked at the shirt again, rereading it. I gave her a plain shirt to wear, one without anything written on it. Okay then, magical shirts just appear in your closet aside. I hope you like katsuden, Himiko. Not sure I've had it before, but I'll eat it. As they sat down to eat, 𝐒𝐿 noticed that Himiko's hair was down around her shoulders. Seeing him stare at her, Himiko spoke up. Is something on me, 𝐒𝐿? Here. No, I just noticed that you left your hair down. It's different is all. Oh yeah, I didn't feel like the hassle of redoing the buns. Did you prefer my hair up? 𝐭𝐽 shot 𝐒𝐿 a look. Not sure what was happening exactly, he knew this was probably an important girl question. I didn't mean that it was bad. It looks nice down as well. If you feel like having your hair out of the buns, then it's fine. You're still you regardless of your hairstyle, Himiko. Himiko smiled at him. Thank you. 𝐭𝐽 smiled at him, then started to eat. Thinking his mom wasn't watching, 𝐒𝐿 leaned over to Himiko. After dinner, if you still want to drink, I would be okay with it. Plus I'd like to talk with you as well anyways, if you would like. Himiko, realizing that this wasn't a proper dinner conversation, kept her voice low. Thank you 𝐒𝐿. I'm looking forward to my dessert. Turning back to face 𝐭𝐽 after finishing a bite of katsuden, she said, Katsuden is really good. I'm glad you made it tonight, Miss Midoriya. 𝐭𝐽 smiled back at her. I'm glad you like it, Himiko. Oh, and take the first aid kit with you when you go with 𝐒𝐿 after dinner, if you don't mind. 𝐭𝐽 smiled as she watched the 2 teenagers squirm in front of her as they realized that they hadn't been as quiet as they thought they had after all. After dinner, 𝐒𝐿 led Himiko back to his room so they could talk and Himiko could drink more BLD without the presence of his mom. As nice as 𝐭𝐽 was, both silently agreed that they would prefer to do this in private, as neither truly knew if they would recreate the same atmosphere as the first time she drank his BLD. So this is my room. I know you saw it earlier, but now you can actually take it in at your leisure. 𝐒𝐿 stepped aside after opening the door to his room, allowing Himiko to proceed inside first. 𝐒𝐿 closed the door behind him and grabbed a fresh notebook from his desk before sitting down. Before you get to drink my BLD, I was hoping I could ask you questions about your quirk, if you don't mind. Himiko turned to face him. Seeing him sitting in his chair, she turned to his bed before hesitating and looking back. Can I? You can sit wherever you choose. You don't need my permission. So your lap is an option. Shut up, weird thoughts. Himiko managed to keep her cool on the outside as her thoughts went awry. Thank you, she said as she sat down, smoothing the shirt out across her lap, as though she was still wearing a skirt. I actually noticed some things earlier about my quirk I thought you may like to hear. Seeing Izuku light up at that made her smile. But ask your questions first, they may be similar. Izuku was ecstatic, someone actually wanted to do quirk analysis with him and had even thought about their quirk for him. She is so amazing. I need to do my best to not scare her off with too many questions, or too intrusive ones, for now. So earlier on the beach, you thought you had hurt me at the end. You hadn't actually, just so you know. While I was in the shower, I washed where you bit me, and I finally felt a dull ache from the bite marks. Does your saliva contain an anesthetic? Himiko blinked, then blinked again. I thought I had. You flinched like you were in pain when I moved my tongue over the bite. Izuku felt his face heat up a little. That, wasn't in pain. I felt your tongue on the puncture mark and it made me shiver was all. I actually never felt you bite me. One moment I was talking, then suddenly I saw you holding my arm, drinking my BLD. You didn't feel me bite you. Correct. Maybe I was distracted or still in some shock from the trash pile, but you never inflicted any pain on me. He showed her the area arm she had fed from, where he had applied some bandages. They didn't bleed when I touched them while bathing either. Later I'll pay attention when you do bite me to see if I feel it then. All right, next question, then. Can you explain your transformation better, and things you can't copy? Like maybe piercings or tattoos. So I could have transformed wearing your clothes, but I was still in mine, so it would have caused a mess. Izuku processed what she said, then repeated what made him pause. Still in them? Yeah, if I want to change into you and what you were wearing, I would have to. Himiko looked away, blushing, STRP. Izuku, for all of his knowledge and understanding that quirks were weird, blushed to new levels of red. SSTSTRP. Yeah, it's rather embarrassing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ask something so personal and intrusive like that. Izuku stood up suddenly and bowed. Please forgive me. Hey, you wouldn't have known unless I had told you, or you had seen me STRP to use it that way. Himiko realized what she just said, then copied Izuku, also blushing brighter than she had earlier in the day. Okay, maybe that's enough questions from me. I don't want to ask anything personal by accident now. Thank you, Izuku. Himiko still had a flushed look to her face and was trying to regain some semblance of normalcy. I'll still tell you what I discovered about my quirk. First, have you ever met anyone with a BLD-related quirk besides me? I know of Vlad King, but I have never seen him in person. Why do you ask? Well, when I first went to the bathroom, I was looking at the mirror, when I realized that I still hadn't dropped my transformation. Izuku looked up at her at that, not sure if he would like this after all. I noticed your freckles then, a diamond on each cheek, rather cute actually. Izuku flushed. Still seems weird she finds me cute. Himiko smiled watching him take the compliment. I spoke out loud about something when I noticed it. What did you notice, Himiko? The lack of fangs. I never really paid attention to my transformation's mouths before until then. You have regular human teeth, no overly sharp teeth in place of your smooth dull teeth, no oversized fangs that look like they shouldn't fit. Vlad King does have fangs, they jut up out of his lower jaw. So you're saying BLD quirks give fangs and sharp teeth then? Nope, I know someone who also has a BLD quirk and their teeth are just like yours. Oh, so fangs don't always manifest then for a BLD quirk. That's actually very interesting. And I've met people with fangs or large canines who didn't have a BLD quirk. Yeah, I think my teeth come from my mom's side of the family. Himiko's inflection at the mention of her mother did not go unnoticed by Izuku. Why do you think that? My eyes and my teeth are rather similar to a cat's, and her side of the family had some cat. Quirks in it. You might know better than I would about that kind of stuff. I only ever saw photos of them, so it's a guess at best. Oh wow, so your quirk works well with the passed-down teeth of the cat quirk. I actually make guesses as well with my quirk analysis, but I've been doing it for years now, so I better know what to look for. You mentioned your eyes as well being from her family. Do they help you see in low light or the dark? Yeah, I can easily find my way in dark areas. It's been useful for getting around bad areas and being left alone. Himiko looked away for a moment before turning back, faint pinpricks of tears slowly fading away. If you want, we can stop here, Himiko. I won't force you to talk about it if it upsets you. I'm fine. Thank you though. There is just one more main thing. That other BLD quirk user I know, we have something in common that is also part of our mouths. Oh. What would that be? Izuku was intrigued. Maybe this would match with Vlad King, whatever it was. It will be easier to show you. At that, Himiko took a moment to breathe, then opened her mouth wide and let her tongue dangle out. Izuku watched, transfixed, as Himiko's tongue seemed to endlessly come out of her mouth before finally stopping. How long is your tongue? Himiko shrugged, then, noticing his desk, she stood up and walked over, tongue still out. She grabbed a ruler from his desk and handed it to him. Are you okay with me measuring it? Himiko leaned her head to the side, suddenly giving him a look that seemed annoyed. Well, you did hand me the ruler. Dumb question, I know. Holding the ruler along her tongue from where it came out of her mouth, Izuku did his best to measure it accurately. A little over 16 centimeters long, just from your lower lip to the tip of your tongue. Himiko slowly pulled her tongue back in. I could probably stick it out further, but I've never really tried before. Himiko rubbed her jaw before continuing, and that person with a BLD quirk I know, his tongue was longer and larger than mine, granted he's probably at least twice my age. Oh, that is interesting. Maybe if I get into UA, I'll meet other people with BLD quirks there like you and Vlad King. He teaches there, I heard. I'll have to ask Nezu after he meets Himiko tomorrow. I'll ask if I can meet Vlad King. Maybe she would like to meet him as well. Maybe he can help her with her quirk. Izuku felt a poke on his forehead. Hello in there. Izuku. Himiko was leaning forward, poking him. Gah. Izuku scrambled backwards in his chair, seeing how close she was. Sorry, I was deep in thought there. Himiko smiled at his response. It's fine, Izuku. I was wondering if we could stop with the questions for tonight. We can. You still need to get some BLD from me, after all. Izuku was wondering if she would bite his arm again in the same place or try somewhere else. Himiko sat back down on his bed, patting the space next to her. We will get there, but sit with me for now, please. Izuku sat next to Himiko on his bed and was about to speak when Himiko leaned her head on his shoulder. Today has been so eventful, Izuku. I woke up, wondered where I would get BLD from, and then I met you and everything that happened since. Izuku, realizing that it was a lot to take in, thought that maybe she just wanted to finally slow down after such an eventful day. Yeah, it has been crazy, but it led to us meeting though. That, and people accepting me for who I am. It's what I've always wanted. I'm just sorry that you had to get hurt for it to happen. Of course, Himiko. You're you, no matter your quirk. We have all told you that multiple times today. It's like when Toshi said I could be a hero, but now from his perspective. Here. It's just so much. I'm afraid that I'll wake up and find out that I've accepted the offer to join a villain group and that this was just a dream of what could have been. Himiko shook slightly, a silent tear falling. Izuku wrapped his arm around her. You're my friend, Himiko, my first true friend. And I understand what you're going through. The day I met All Might had been one of my worst ever up until I met him. I had a friend who developed a quirk when we were kids, and when mine didn't develop he cast me aside. That could have been it, except I still chased after him. I wanted to keep my friend and he saw me as an easy target to bully. No one cared what happened to the quirkless kid. Himiko listened to Izuku talk about his life growing up quirkless, how the former friend bullied him for years and used his quirk on him, but never where someone could see it on him. She rubbed her chest, remembering the marks she had felt on Izuku's body. Then the day I met All Might came. Our teacher talked about our future careers and called me out in class for applying to UA. He cornered me after school with his lackeys and bullied me more than ever. He said. Himiko felt Izuku grip her harder. Worry appeared on her face. If you want a quirk so bad, why don't you take a swan dive off the school roof and pray for one in the next life? Himiko stared at Izuku after he finished relaying what he had been told, horror etched on her face. No, not Izuku. I refuse to lose him. He's mine. I refuse to let some villain kid take him from me. Izuku was doing his best, trying to not cry after repeating Bakugo's words. He wasn't sure if it would ever be easy to remember that school day, repeat that phrase to someone. He felt Himiko shift, then a weight on him. He looked up and saw Himiko sitting on his lap straddling him. Hi Himiko. What are you doing? No. I refuse to lose you to some punk villain. Did she just call Bakugo a villain? I promise, Izuku, to be a better friend than he ever was to you. You want to be a hero, I'll be one with you. We will both become true heroes in the future. She held Izuku's head in her hands. I won't let anyone hurt you like they did, and if they do, they will suffer for it. Izuku wasn't sure what to feel at Himiko's declaration. On one hand, he was proud that she wanted to be his friend and be a hero with him. On the other hand, he was worried about her threat to those who would hurt him. Maybe she is still suffering from quirk madness. He hugged her tightly. Thank you Himiko. Now, don't I owe you some BLD? Himiko looked at him and smiled. Izuku started to raise his arm, but she placed her hand on it, pushing it back down. No, I have somewhere else I want to drink from, Aizu, she whispered in his ear before slowly pulling his shirt to the side, revealing where his neck and shoulder met. Izuku's breath hitched as he felt her tongue run over his skin. Hi Himiko, what are you doing? Testing if you can feel me bite you. Himiko ran her hand through his hair on the other side of his head. Let me know if this hurts, Aizu. She bit down into his neck. Izuku stiffened as he felt her mouth come into contact with his skin, her teeth grazed across his skin, then nothing. Did you bite me yet? Himiko leaned back to look at him, liking BLD off of her lips. I did, and your BLD still holds such a delicious flavor, even better than your mom's katsudon. Izuku felt a bubble of pride swell in him. I'm glad you like it, but do we have to be in such a position? Himiko smiled at him with half-lidded eyes. Of course we do, we both want to be comforted, and I want to drink. Izuku was unsure. He felt that was a rather NTMT position to be in with Himiko, but he also enjoyed holding her in his arms. As he went to wrap his arms around Himiko to hold her, she spoke up, Aizu, can you play with my hair again? It felt nice, having you run your fingers through it, and now my hair is down as well, so my buns won't be in the way either. He complied, running his hands through her hair as he drank from his neck. After the shower and with her hair loose, it was easier for him to comb through it, and he started removing any knots he had missed earlier in the day or that had been added during the shower. His other hand rubbed her back as she held on to him. Himiko, don't take too much, okay? She pulled back, her lips dressed in a bright red. I won't, Aizu. I won't hurt you. He smiled at her, then laid down. Himiko positioned herself to lay on top of him and continued to drink from his neck. When she finally stopped, Izuku thought she looked amazing, looking down at him and smiling as her hair framed her face in a golden halo. Thank you, Aizu, that was delicious. She liked his neck where she had been drinking from, getting any BLD that had leaked after she stopped drinking. She nibbled on his neck lightly, making sure to not break the skin, causing Izuku to lightly mmm her name. Himiko. Izuku wrapped his arms around her, hugging her tight, a smile on his face. She smiled back and rested her head on his chest. I'll get up soon then and see where your mom will have me sleep. She yawned. Maybe. You are rather comfortable, Aizu. She pressed her lips to where she had bit him, then closed her eyes. Himiko snuggled into the warmth next to her and sighed in contentment. Man, what a crazy dream, saving that cute boy from the news, meeting All Might, that boy letting me drink his BLD twice in one day, and, most importantly, All Might, Izuku, and Miss 𝐒𝐭𝐻 accepted me for who I am. Himiko grabbed the sheets laying over her and tried to roll over on the rather comfortable place she managed to fall asleep on, feeling a strange weight across her waist and a warm sensation pushing up against her back. Not wanting to wake up, she tugged on the sheets harder. "Stop that, trying to sleep." Himiko froze. What the F? Who was that? Opening her eyes, Himiko took in a bedroom decorated with all might merchandise. Izuku's room. Then it wasn't a dream. As Himiko suddenly realized that yesterday hadn't been a vivid fever dream, something unexpected happened. The weight around her waist tightened, pulling her closer to the heat source behind her. Looking down, she saw an arm with 4 faint teeth marks on it. Himiko's eyes widened in realization. I spent the night in Izuku's room. Did I fall asleep with him? Did we do something bad? Oh God, 𝐒𝐿 is gonna kill me, isn't she? Izuku was having a wonderful dream. A golden-haired angel was watching over him, protecting him. The angel seemed familiar. She had eyes with slit pupils like a cat's, but her hair kept changing. One moment it was done up in 2 messy buns with 2 bangs framing her face, the next it was loosely cascading down her back like a golden waterfall. Sometimes the angel would bite him on various areas of his body, but he didn't mind. After all, she promised she would never hurt him and her bites never caused him pain, only the strange pleasure of seeing her enjoy his BLD. Izuku was hugging the angel from behind, preparing to sleep for the night, when he felt a jostle from her. Worried she was scared or uneasy, he tightened his grip on her to let her know he was there for her. She calmed in his grip and turned over to face him. "Thank you, Izuku, wake up," a voice hissed at him, vaguely similar to the voice he had heard in his sleep. Groaning, Izuku pulled the weight in his arms closer to him. "I'm awake, what's wrong?" Izuku's voice came out rougher than usual due to the deep slumber he had been so suddenly pulled from. Himiko shivered as she heard Izuku speak so deeply after being awoken. "Izuku, I fell asleep in your room." She managed to keep it together to get that part out. Izuku opened an eye and saw a blonde girl in his bed. In his arms. Talking to him. His eyes bulged in his head. Himiko slapped a hand over his mouth, stopping him from yelling out loud. "Izuku, it's me, Himiko. Be quiet. Do you want your mom to catch us like this?" Izuku paled, then shook his head. "What are we going to do?" Himiko twisted in Izuku's arms, letting him readjust his arms around her, when it dawned on her. "Even with the fear of your mom finding us, you still want to cuddle." Himiko couldn't help but give him a small smile. "Sorry, I'll stop if you want, it was just comforting to hold you." As he began removing his arms from her when she gently placed a hand on his cheek. "Himiko. What is it? I never said you had to stop, Izu." She snuggled closer to him, wrapping her arms around him. "Maybe we can just stay like this for a while, just the 2 of us," she suggested as she laid her head on his pillow waiting for his reaction. Izuku gulped, trying to get his brain to function properly. "Well, I remember last night you were drinking my BLD when we fell back on the bed, and that's it really." Izuku moved his hand up Himiko's side until he reached her face and moved an errant hair out of it, watching as she smiled, thankful he had moved it. "She knows you came in here, and most likely," he gulped as he set his hand on her arm, lightly rubbing it to calm her or himself, he wasn't too sure. "She knows you slept in my room last night and is strangely fine with it." Her eyes widened at his statement. "Yes, she knows." Her voice shook as she asked him. Izuku nodded, then continued his reasoning. "I think she would have woken us up last night to set up somewhere for you to sleep if she wanted. She probably came in after we fell asleep and was fine with it." Izuku froze again. "Himiko," he squeaked out. She wasn't sure she would like this. "Yes." "We landed on top of my bed. My made bed, not beneath the covers like we are now." His grip tightened on her arm as he finished speaking. Himiko slightly winced as his grip tightened, but understood when it dawned on her. Oh no. She tucked us in." "Yeah." Izuku pulled Himiko closer to him, watching as she came to her realization before he continued. "And so she is probably fine with what happened last night, but I wouldn't expect this to happen again." "Happen again?" She was confused. What did Izuku mean? "Well, yeah, isn't this like a sleepover? Friends have these right. You would want me to come back over again." Himiko couldn't believe it. Aizu wanted her to stay at his place again. Of course. You're my friend. I want to spend time with you whenever I can. If that's fine with you, of course. Izuku looked away, nervous about what he said. It had been rather forward of him to ask a girl to sleep over at his house. Oh Aizu, I would love to spend time with you. She snuggled into his chest, plus both you and your bed are so comfortable. Izuku blushed at her admission. Thank you, Himiko. A single knock came from his door. Both teenagers squeaked in fear at being caught holding each other so close and tried to push away as they watched the door open slowly. Good morning Izuku, Himiko. Inko stuck her head around the door, smiling with a gleam in her eyes as she asked, Did you two sleep well? Izuku looked to Himiko and breathed in slowly to calm his nerves before turning back to face his mom. Yes mom, we did. But I have to ask. Ask what, sweetie? Why did you not wake us up last night? We both remember sitting on my bed, then we woke up beneath my bed sheets confused about how we got there. Inko walked into his room and made her way to Izuku's bed before sitting at the foot of the bed. When I came in last night the both of you were fast asleep and I figured that after such an eventful day you two could use the sleep. Thank you for your consideration, Miss Inko, Himiko spoke up, slightly moving back towards Izuku. It's no problem Himiko, but next time you spend the night you two will sleep in separate rooms. Inko smiled as both teenagers blushed at her words and their implications. Izuku was watching Himiko. She was looking all around her as she walked with him and his mom. He couldn't blame her, he had been the same way during his first few trips to UA, and even now he was amazed by new things he would always discover there. Now Himiko, Izuku called out to her to get her attention. We are meeting with Nezu to see how he can help you with your situation with your quirk. Granted, it's possible he has already taken care of everything and this is simply a formality you have to go through. You'll probably just have to sign some paperwork and then you'll be a free woman to do as you please. You really think that's likely? That seems like a lot to have gotten done on such short notice. I would be surprised if he has even gotten half of that done. Himiko was skeptical of Izuku's claims. After all, who could do so much in under 24 hours? A beep from the speakers in the hallway ceiling interrupted Himiko's train of thought. You would be surprised at what I could do in that time frame, young Toga, a light cheery voice called out to her. Oh, don't be alarmed, I wasn't reading your mind, just the expressions on your face. Hello Nezu, we are currently heading to your office, we will be there shortly. As they reached the end of the hallway, Izuku knocked on an unmarked door. Please, come inside, Nezu said, beckoning them inside. Izuku opened the door and held it open for his mother and her to enter. She was met with a long wooden table surrounded by plush dark leather chairs, one of which was taken by a rather plain-looking man in a shirt and tie with a beige trench coat over the back of the chair. Next to him was a white-furred creature with a scar over one of its eyes wearing a black vest over a white shirt. Hello, spoke the strange creature. Am I a bear, a dog, or a mouse? What's important is I'm the principal. You're Nezu. Himiko was surprised. She was expecting a more human-looking person as the principal of UA. Yes, I am, not what you expected am I. It throws most people off and allows me to get a decent judge of their character when they react to my identity. Watching you humans react to me is always amusing. Nezu smiled as he finished his introduction, sharp teeth gleaming. Oh, I didn't mean to be rude, Aizu never told me what to expect on our way to UA. Himiko bowed at the end of her apology, hoping to avoid insulting the person who volunteered to help her. It is quite fine, Miss Toga, please why don't you three have a seat? As they sat down, Himiko watched Izuku and Inko greet the other man warmly. Turning to him she asked, would you be the vice principal then? No, I am not with the school. I am here for legal reasons. I am Tsukochi Naomasa. The Midoriyas know me as I am helping Nezu with a serious issue. Regarding Izuku's past that we are working on rather diligently so that we don't miss a single item of interest. Oh, are you a caseworker of sorts? Himiko was curious, this person seemed rather nice. No, I am not, I'm actually a police detective, he replied softly, hoping to not set her off. He didn't want her to fear him. Himiko recoiled from the man, grabbing for Izuku. Izuku reached out and grabbed her hand to comfort her. Himiko, it's fine, he's here to help you. If you tell him everything you told us, he can get you the help you need. He can make sure that any negative issues tied to you are cleaned up. She looked at the cop, then back to Izuku. How are you so sure? Izuku smiled, rubbing his thumb on the back of her hand to try to calm her down. He knows all about my past, and he is working to make sure something like it won't happen to anyone else alongside Nezu. How will he help me? His quirk makes him a human lie detector. So what he says is taken as the truth by authorities. After all, who would dare call the man All Might asks for as his police liaison a liar? You work with All Might. The worry dissipated from her face as she turned from Izuku back to the man. If Izuku and All Might trusted him, then she would try to as well. Yes, I do quite often. He himself called me yesterday and got me caught up on your situation before he contacted Nezu. I was able to have your case assigned to me personally. He placed a folder on the desk and opened it before continuing. I have contacted your old quirk psychiatrist and informed him of my plans to get you the help you need. He was rather pleased to hear that someone wants to help you. He told me he regretted that he let your parents refuse his solutions to helping you manage your quirk's effects on you. He was always nice to me, never got upset when I explained my urges or disgusted by something that I had done. Yes, he told me some of those, but only in passing. He did not wish to reveal all of your secrets he felt unnecessary to getting you treatment. He considers the path you took a failure on his part. Everything he told me registered as true, except for a few things which he admitted were lies until I provided a means to keep him safe legally for speaking on them. What about my parents? Have you spoken to them yet? Himiko was nervous. This was where it all came down to. What would happen to her? They were still her guardians. They probably still held power over her. I met with them this morning, said I was following up on the case open on you. We talked for a while. Tsukochi's side then turned to Miss Midoriya. It wasn't a pleasant talk. Miss Midoriya, please never doubt that you aren't a wonderful mother to Izuku. Oh, well, thank you, Detective. Inko had a look of worry on her face about that statement. They did not speak highly of you, I'm sad to say. I had hoped that due to you being gone for so long they would realize their mistake, as sometimes that helps in situations like yours. They told about your childhood, a few embellishments thrown in there, but otherwise they spoke the truth. When I asked about refusing your doctor's suggestions, they were furious that I mentioned that idea. They viewed your BLD drinking as a defect and not part of your quirk itself. He handed her a sheet with various information on it. This is a professional quirk analysis done on a batch of your BLD from when you had your quirk registered. It clearly states that BLD ingestion is required. They refused to accept it as fact. She read over it, trying to understand what it all said aside from he had just told her. Aizu, could you help me with this later if possible? Rubbing her shoulder, he gave her a warm smile. Of course I'll help you. It's your quirk. I'll help you understand any part of it you need. Thank you, Aizu. Turning back to look at the cop across her. What now then? Well, thankfully I know someone in the child services department who could expedite things for us. Expedite what exactly? Inko spoke up. She had been following along, letting Himiko and Izuku lead the conversation, but she felt this needed an adult's intervention. Setting up the court case that strips the Togas of the legal guardian rights of young Toga here, as well as the punishment for knowingly refusing their daughter the treatment she needed for her quirk that led her to attack a student and live as a villain for several years. They are responsible for your condition and they will pay for it. All Might himself said he will testify on your behalf as well. See Himiko. Everything is working out fine. Himiko. Izuku started to ask her, but stopped when he looked at her. She was crying. I'm not in trouble then. I'm not at fault. Tsukochi cleared his throat, then answered, no, you are not, and we are working on setting up the case to prevent their lawyers from trying to shift the blame to you. She sniffed. Thank you, sir. Wait, you said I lived as a villain for years. I only ran away last year. Tsukochi looked at her, then to Nezu, who spoke up. Miss Toga, you ran away almost 2.5 years ago. I think your view on time has been altered by your time living on your own. 2.5 years, she said as she looked down at her lap. How old am I then? It's been so long. You are 19 years old. Izuku spoke up. Oh, you're just a little older than me then. I'm 18. Well, this is good news to hear in the long run. Once again 𝐿𝐿 spoke up, but where will Himiko stay once she is free from her parents' guardianship? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 smiled. Well, I'm hoping for a form of joint guardianship between us, Miss Midoriya. Izuku knew that smile. Oh? Please Izuku, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 interrupted him, what did you just realize? You want Himiko to stay with us and here at UA equally, where she can learn to integrate back into society with us and academically catch up here. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 was ecstatic, his pupil was doing great so far. What else, Izuku? Well, I haven't met him so I can't say for sure he could, but possibly have her work with Vlad King on her BLD fixation. Oh, he is good 𝐒𝐻𝐻. Tsukochi spoke up then. Yes, that is what we have been discussing this morning before you arrived. Vlad King is willing to help you, Miss Toga. In fact, he is meeting with Recovery Girl to make sure they have plenty of BLD here for both of you to drink. Wait, he drinks BLD too. Himiko was leaning forward. First there was Stain and I was BLD quirk users who drank BLD, now Vlad King, a pro hero, is a BLD drinker too. Yes, he does drink it, but mainly due to him needing to replenish his supply. It also allows him to better focus in battle as well without having to worry about draining himself if he has extra BLD to work with. Himiko looked at Izuku with a slight frown on her face. Would I still be able to drink yours from time to time? He smiled and moved his hand down from where it had been to hold her hand under the table. I'm fine with giving you my BLD when you come over. It can be, he blushed at what he was about to say, our thing Himiko. She smiled back at him, a blush of her own adorning her face. I'd like that, Aizu. Unbeknownst to them, 𝐿𝐿 was sneaking her phone out to take another picture of them, snapping the photo after double-checking the flash was off. She sent it to Toshi, who had loved the photo she sent him last night of Izuku and Himiko cuddling in their sleep. Miss Midoriya, where are we going? Himiko was confused because she had left UA with Izuku's mom, but he had stayed behind for his classes with 𝐒𝐻𝐻. You can call me 𝐿𝐿 if you wish, Himiko. After all, you'll be living with us for a while it seems. 𝐿𝐿 smiled at her. To answer your question, we are going shopping. You are going to need clothes, room decorations, and whatever else we find that you may need while you stay with us. You're okay with me staying with you guys? Himiko was shocked. She knew the Midoriyas were nice people, but not this nice. Of course, it will be lovely to have you live with us. You'll have your own room, but you and Izuku will share the bathroom, so you two will have to learn to share that space. Himiko stopped walking and took in her words. My own room, I get to live with Aizu. Why does that make me feel so happy? She was brought out of her thoughts when she felt a hand on her shoulder. I understand that this is probably a lot for you to take in, but know that Izuku and I will do our best to make this easier for you. Himiko sniffed, then reached over and pulled 𝐿𝐿 into a hug. Thank you, 𝐿𝐿. Izuku knocked on the door before him. Excuse me, is this Hound Dog's office? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 told me to head straight in. He pulled back as the door suddenly opened and before him stood what looked to be a man, except covered in a mix of beige, black, and brown fur with a dog's head with blonde hair and a muzzle dangling around his neck. Izuku stared up at the man and let out a question under his breath, 𝐶𝐻𝐿𝐼 quirk. The dogman chuckled, close kid, but my quirk is dog. I'm more of a werewolf or dogman, although I do know someone who looks more like a 𝐶𝐻𝐿𝐼. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku by the way. Izuku finished his apology and introduction with a sharp bow. It's fine, Midoriya. Now what brings you to my office? And before you begin, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 has filled me in on part of your situation such as your quirkless status and your history with your previous, academic institution, the last part coming out in a growl. Well, that's good, I think. Izuku didn't know that 𝐒𝐻𝐻 had talked to Hound Dog about him, but maybe that would help make this conversation go quicker. Can I come in? I wanted to talk with you professionally if you had the time. Yes, I always have time for a session with a student, unless I'm with another student, of course. Hound Dog led him into his office and offered him several seats to choose from. Take your pick of seats. I like for my visitors to be comfortable when they talk to me. The beanbag chairs are rather popular. Seeing a green beanbag, Izuku claimed it and slowly sunk into it. This is rather nice. I've never sat in one before, only seen them in movies. Yes, they are. Hound Dog sat at his desk and opened a notepad if needed. Now what did you wish to talk about? Well, as you know, I lost my friend over 10 years ago when they became my bully, and yesterday I finally made a new one. I'm sorry to hear about the bully, but I'm glad that you are meeting new people who are nicer. Is this new friend why you are here? Yes, she has been great so far. She saved my life actually, and she came here today to meet 𝐒𝐈 who is helping her actually. She may have to come see you as well. Her quirk has an effect on her mind. Thank you for letting me know. I'll talk to 𝐒𝐈 today about your friend if you would like. Hound Dog was curious. Here this young boy was wanting to talk about himself originally, but then moved the conversation to getting someone else help instead. He smiled thinking about that. Yes, thank you, sir. Izuku dipped his head in thanks. But she's why I wanted to talk to you today while she is out with my mom. I'm unsure of how friends think of one another, and I feel that my thoughts have been wrong. His face dropped as he talked about the various thoughts and feelings he had experienced yesterday. Just then Hound Dog's phone beeped alerting him to a message. Sorry, let me see what this is in case it's an emergency. Opening his phone, he was greeted by a message from 𝐒𝐈. In it was a photo of the boy across from him and a blonde-haired girl looking at each other with small smiles on their faces. 𝐒𝐈. Izuku quit looking around the room when he heard Hound Dog talk. Is something wrong, sir? Sliding the phone to Izuku he spoke. 𝐒𝐈 just sent me this. Is this your friend? Yeah, that's Himiko. Wait, this was taken when we were talking earlier. I recognize the background. How did he get this? Izuku was puzzled. He knew 𝐒𝐈 was gifted, but this was scary. Hound Dog shuddered before answering. The UA staff has learned not to ask those kinds of questions. Right, so what is the photo for then? Izuku was confused, but thought it was a nice photo of Himiko and himself. It gave me the answer to your predicament, a crush. Izuku blushed at that. He had heard of crushes from movies, TV shows, and hearing the kids at 𝐿 talk about them, but he had never given their existence any thought. All Izuku had been concerned with was becoming a hero. I never had one before. Why now? Why Himiko? This is bad, right? We just met, don't they take time to form? Not necessarily, Midoriya. These things are common for teenagers such as yourself and Himiko, as you called her. Also, if the person has had a significant impact on the other's life, it could form from that as well. Clearly there was some underlying trauma to make Izuku think that a crush on a friend was bad. So wanting to be with her all the time is normal then. Izuku watched as Hound Dog nodded. Then what do I do? You wait. It's possible that you latched onto your first friend in over 10 years rather strongly and your feelings will fade to regular friendship, but judging by how she is looking at you the same way you look at her, it might be mutual. She may have a crush on me as well. Yes, and I do not know her situation, so I can't give you a definite answer on that. So your best course of action would be to keep your friendship as it is now, and see how it goes. If you push too hard you could fracture the relationship. I see. Izuku rubbed his chin in thought. I'll see how things go then, like you said. I do like Himiko, I don't want to lose her. Hound Dog smiled, happy to help. I'm glad we got this taken care of, Midoriya. Please come by another time if you have any other questions for me. Oh, and a word of advice, don't mention any of this around midnight. No one will be able to save you if she decides to help you form a relationship with Himiko. She might mean well, but she will go overboard. Izuku squeaked at Hound Dog's use of the phrase relationship with Himiko. Watching Izuku leave his office, Hound Dog spoke to the ever-listening principal. Poor kids, they have it bad for each other already. 𝐒𝐈's laughter drowned out his own. Mitsuki was fed up. She hadn't seen 𝐒𝐭 in months now and she missed her friend. To make matters worse, Katsuki had been more aggressive lately, as if he had been bottling his anger up and not venting it out like he used to. She didn't know exactly, but she had a feeling Izuku being out of his life was the reason. 𝐒𝐭 had always been a good friend to her and helped her rein in her anger, even managed to get her to go after Masaru. Masaru had been a special case. They had talked every so often, but nothing ever came from it. Turns out he had the same personality as 𝐒𝐭, super shy. He had actually liked her taking the initiative, as he had been afraid if he tried he had feared would screw up and form a rift between them. Where the hell are we going? Katsuki was annoyed his mom had dragged him out of the house on the weekend, He had planned to spend his weekend training for becoming the next #1 hero, not running errands with his DMN mother. You don't recognize where we are, brat. Mitsuki was surprised wouldn't Katsuki gone to have seen Izuku after he started homeschooling. We're going to the Midoriyas to visit. Here. Bakugo gave her a puzzled look. Why would we be going there? To see them, of course. When was the last time you talked to Izuku? You haven't mentioned him in a long time, just some kid you called Deku. That is Deku, he's just some quirkless idiot, I'm not his friend. He scoffed at her and kept walking. Katsuki! How dare you talk about him like that? Mitsuki was getting annoyed now. I don't know what your problem is, but we are fixing it after we see Inko and Izuku. TCH was his only response, not actually expecting for anything to happen to him. Upon reaching the Midoriya's apartment, Mitsuki knocked on the door a few times. She was surprised when the door was opened by a young blonde-haired girl. Before she could say anything, Katsuki mouthed off, "Who the F are you, Bun Beach?" Katsuki! A smack ran out from his head from Mitsuku hitting him. She then turned to the girl and bowed. "I'm so sorry, I thought this was the Midoriya residence." The girl looked at her and nodded, then turned to her son and glared at him, then turned around and called into the apartment, "Inko, there are some people here to see you." "Coming, Himiko, thank you for getting the door." Inko stopped as she came into view and saw Mitsuki. "Hello Mitsuki, it has been a while, hasn't it? Did you bring Masa?" She looked at the boy next to Mitsuki and glared. "Katsuki!" Her voice was strong and dripping with anger. The blonde girl's head snapped back to face her son. "You!" She snarled out. Her body was enveloped in a white substance. Once it fell away, there stood Izuku in the girl's clothes. "It's your fault." Izuku yelled at him, grabbing onto their shirt. "What the hell are you talking about? Who the F are you?" Katsuki yelled back at the girl in Izuku's body. "What am I talking about? I'm talking about this, you piece of S.E." As she lifted the shirt, Mitsuki saw the boy's chest and was horrified by what she saw. There on his chest was several faint hand-shaped burns. "You did this to my Izuku." Before she could even begin to move towards them, she was grabbed by Inko. "Himiko, stop!" Inko yelled to her. "What does Izuku, or whoever that girl is, mean, Katsuki? You couldn't have done that, you're aiming to be a hero." Mitsuki was stunned. Some random girl had just transformed into Izuku, then started accusing her son of hurting Izuku. Inko sighed, then said, "I'm sorry Mitsuki, but I recently learned from Izuku that Katsuki has been bullying him for nearly 15 years. That is why I pulled him from Aldera, that is why I have been avoiding you and Masaru." "No. It can't be, this is some kind of sick joke, my son wouldn't do that," Mitsuki yelled at her. "See for yourself." The girl suddenly grabbed Katsuki's hand and slammed it onto their chest over a hand-shaped scar. The hand was a perfect fit. Mitsuki's eyes widened at that. "Katsuki, what have you done? What are you upset about? Deku is just a quirkless freak who was always going on about being a her." Smack. Katsuki's head was suddenly jolted to the side, his mom facing him, hand in the air. "How dare you? He was your friend." She turned to Inko. "Inko, I had no idea, please. I knew he had my temper, but nothing like this." She loved Izuku, how he always called her auntie when he was little. When had that stopped? When did Izuku quit coming to their house to play? These thoughts ran through her head. "That isn't even the worst of it," came Izuku's voice from the copy. She watched as Izuku's body began to melt, revealing the girl from earlier, grabbing chunks of Izuku's body and pulling them off. "Your little firecracker here decided that Izuku would be the perfect target for practicing his quirk on." Mitsuki covered her mouth in shock and disgust, then turned to Katsuki. "What the F is wrong with you?" Bakugo kept his mouth shut. He didn't know why everyone was so upset. Everyone knew quirkless were unwanted freaks. He was doing the normal thing. I failed as a parent." Mitsuki was crying and starting to wobble where she stood. Inko stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Mitsuki, if you didn't know what your son was doing, you can't take all of the blame. Neither of us saw this coming." "Katsuki, why would you do this? This isn't normal. You say you want to be the #1 hero, but all this is showing is a villain in the making," Mitsuki asked, trying to understand her son's behavior. The girl, at the mention of number 1 hero, moved to Katsuki and he found a knife pressed against his throat. You. A hero? Don't make me laugh, you aren't even worth being a fake hero like the other trash out there. If you were a hero, it would mean the system had fallen too far for even him to save it from trash like you. Katsuki! Stop, what are you doing? Mitsuki yelled, his son may be an but he was her butt. Katsuki, the blonde said, what was the last thing you told Izuku the day of the slime villain incident? Not during the incident, but at school after you destroyed his notebook. He glared at her. I don't know who the F you think you are, but I'm not scared of some beach like you. His palms started to crackle, his quirk firing up, when suddenly his hands snapped to his sides and he couldn't move anymore. He looked around and saw 𝐒𝐿 glaring at him, her eyes burning, veins pulsing. He felt like he was in the slime villain again, but this time instead of feeling like he was stuck in thick mud he could barely move around in, he felt completely stuck as if he was paralyzed from the neck down. Say it. 𝐒𝐿 said tone low. What? Say what you told my baby. 𝐒𝐿 yelled at him, stepping closer. Katsuki gulped. 𝐒𝐿's rage was drowning him. If you want a quirk so bad, why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life? Mitsuki collapsed, tears running down her face. What have you done? Nezu sighed, placing his teacup back on its plate. I knew this was going to happen, but only a marginally low chance for it to happen this early. Picking up his phone, Nezu began making several phone calls to set up an impromptu meeting at the Midoriya residence immediately. Nezu took a deep breath and made the final call, the one that would make this all work, dialing the number he waited for someone to answer. Hearing a click and a greeting, he spoke, Hello 𝐒𝐿. I hate to ask this right now, but can you keep the Bakugos at your place? We are currently on our way there. Katsuki watched as his mom crumpled after he spoke his last words to Deku, unsure of why she was crying about it. He could faintly understand why 𝐒𝐿 would be upset with him, but Izuku had caused her so much pain by being quirkless, he drove his own father away with his defect after all. As 𝐒𝐿 started to help Mitsuki stand back up, her phone began to ring. Motioning to the girl, she grabbed the phone upon looking at who was calling. 𝐒𝐿, upon seeing the caller ID, sighed and answered the phone as she got Mitsuki to stand up finally. Hello Nezu. Bakugo's mind froze. Nezu, why was that name familiar to him? No matter, he needed to figure out what was going on here first. The weird girl and people acting like Deku mattered. 𝐒𝐿 continued to listen on the phone as she guided Kitsuki inside before coming to a sudden stop. Keep them here. I'll try my best, see you soon. 𝐒𝐿 looked to Mitsuki after hanging up. Mitsuki, come inside, we need to have a talk. Himiko, can you get her something to drink please? She turned back to him. Come inside, sit down, and keep your mouth shut. Feeling 𝐒𝐿's quirk release its grip on him, he stumbled forwards and started to follow when he heard a rumble, then felt it. 𝐒𝐿, are you okay? That voice, it couldn't be. Katsuki slowly turned to face All Might. All Might. Katsuki hadn't seen him since the slime villain incident. He had heard of a press conference he made that day, but never bothered to watch it. Shamed that he needed help even from a hero to escape, he had done his best to push the day away from him and made sure it was taboo at Aldera to even mention it, even in praise. All Might looked down at him, first in confusion, then recognition, then anger. What are you doing here, boy? Katsuki stumbled backwards. I came here with my mom, she's inside with a auntie. All Might's eyes flared when he referred to 𝐒𝐿 as auntie. He turned back to the open door where he saw the blonde girl approaching. Oh, hello All Might, she seemed surprised to see him. What are you doing here? I didn't know you were coming over today. Nezu, he replied as he continued to watch Katsuki. His face didn't hold his usual cheerful smile, but a strong scowl. He didn't know why, but he was reminded of the few times his father had ever raised his voice at him or managed to corral his mother to be calm when her temper would get the better of her. Understandable, she said if that was a valid answer. Come inside then, both of you. Not one to follow behind others, Katsuki stepped inside the apartment he hadn't visited in over 10 years. As he walked to the living room, he looked at the pictures of the wall. He saw photographs of 𝐒𝐿 and Deku together, none of Hisoshi of course. Then he saw a few that caught his eyes. There was Deku and Bun Beach standing side by side, hands almost touching with how close they were. Then one of Deku and some blonde skeleton F wearing an oversized suit. The last photo irked him the most. In it was 𝐿𝐼nko, Deku, Bun Beach, and All Might all smiling as they looked at the camera. Katsuki huffed and kept moving. More questions arose and arrived in the living room where his mom and 𝐿𝐼nko sat. His mom was wiping her tears away. Can I call Masaru to come over? I think this would be better if we both were present for this. Yes, that would be best. 𝐿𝐼nko fretted. Would she have enough places for everyone that was coming? Himiko. All Might entered the room finally, shocking Mitsuki at his appearance. Could you please go join Izuku? You two spend the day together. He doesn't need to be here for this. What do you mean? This has everything to do with him. Bun Beach was getting mad at All Might, arguing with him. He motioned to her to follow him outside. Katsuki couldn't hear them talk despite how loud All Might normally was, but eventually the hero returned alone and went to the kitchen to grab himself something to drink. Both Mitsuki and Katsuki watched in awe as the number one hero helped himself to 𝐿𝐼nko's kitchen as if it was totally normal for him to be there. Mitsuki turned to her, hopefully, friend. 𝐿𝐼nko, why is All Might just helping himself to your kitchen? Even better, why is he here? 𝐿𝐼nko sighed then answered, just wait, please. I will get you caught up once this is over. Before anyone could say anything a knock came from the door. That was quick. 𝐿𝐼nko stood up and began walking to the door. I'll be right back, Mitsuki. As 𝐿𝐼nko walked to the door, Mitsuki turned to her son speaking to him for the first time since they had entered. Katsuki. What? Don't you get an attitude with me, young man? Mitsuki swallowed then continued, I don't know what went wrong, but we are going to get to the bottom of this today. I don't think you understand just how lucky you are to be here. Before he could reply he heard 𝐿𝐼nko walking back followed by several people. His father was first, followed by a man in a beige trench coat holding a matching hat, and in turn he was followed by a white rat in a suit. Hello Mitsuki dear, and oh hello Katsuki, I didn't know you were here. 𝐿𝐼nko, what's going on? Mitsuki sounded upset when she called me. Ah, spoke the rat, I believe we can shed light on this unfortunate situation. Just who are you, rat? Katsuki didn't know who this guy thought he was, but he knew it was all Deku's fault. Rat. That one doesn't really fit my introduction, the rat chimed in. Introduction. Katsuki looked at him like he was crazy. Am I a bear, a mouse, or a dog? What's important is that I'm the principal of 𝐒𝐻𝐼nko. The now named rat said. 𝐒𝐻𝐼nko. Katsuki swallowed. What is this? I don't have time for this bullshit, I have training to do. He moved to start standing up, not wasting my time on some quirkless freak. The next moment was a blur for everyone in the room. Katsuki, who had been starting to stand up while mouthing off, called Izuku a quirkless freak, then suddenly he was thrown back into his chair, All Might standing over him. You will sit down and keep your mouth shut until you are given permission to speak. Do you understand me, boy? All Might's voice was like thunder, shaking the items in the room. He was glaring at Katsuki, his eyes emitting a blue glow that shimmered in tandem with his breathing. Why, sir? Katsuki gulped. He felt All Might remove his hand from his chest, and rubbed where he had been knocked back by him. Now then, let's begin filling your parents in on the past few months, starting with the day of the slime villain incident, when I encountered him for the second time when he was attacking Izuku. Izuku! I'm here! Himiko yelled out to the green-haired boy on the beach. Izuku, upon hearing his name, turned to look back at the parking area he had entered from, where he saw Himiko waving her hands to get his attention. Himiko! What are you doing here? Izuku placed the trash bags he was carrying down as Himiko ran over to him. As she approached she jumped at him. Izuku, realizing this, opened his arms and caught Himiko as she landed on him. Hi Izu! Toga smiled at him. Guess what? It must be pretty important if you came here to see me. What is it? All Might called a while ago, and said that he would be coming by tonight for dinner. So 𝐿𝐼nko asked me to come get you and for us to go do some shopping so we can have a big dinner for all four of us tonight. Really? He hasn't had the time to come over in a while. It will be nice to see him outside of training and him checking in on me here at the beach. Oh, what about Toshi? Did he mention him? No, he didn't actually, Himiko answered with a frown. She was rather fond of Toshi. He was like a skinny All Might, so full of joy and vigor, but worked so hard it seemed. You know, I have yet to see those two in the same room together, even though they know each other so well. I guess that's what being All Might's personal assistant is about, being where he can't in order to handle the paperwork and technical issues of being a hero. Oh, that's a shame, Izuku said, looking down, doing his best to keep up the act that All Might and Toshinori Yagi were two very different people. They never knew it would be this hard. Let's go shopping, Aizu. I'm sure we will have fun, Toga said as she grabbed his arm, and maybe I can get some BLD from you as well. She smirked as she watched him shiver at that idea. The BLD drinking was still something they only did in private, and Himiko cherished it. Aside from how much she loved the taste of his BLD, she loved how Izuku now always wanted to have some form of physical contact during it, from her being draped over his arm or shoulder to her favorite, sitting in his lap, their bodies flush with another playing with each other's hair. A few sessions with Hound Dog and she had come to the realization that she had a crush on Izuku herself. She had been confused when Hound Dog had laughed when she said it. Now though, she knew that she had deeper feelings than a crush for Izuku. It had been over a month since they had first met, and she had been told she would spend her time living split between UA and the Midoriya's apartment. A day hadn't gone by where they hadn't seen each other. She had her own bedroom in the Midoriya's apartment, but that didn't deter her from sneaking into Izuku's room for late-night BLD drinking and cuddling. She would sometimes go back to her room, but would often find herself waking up in Izuku's arms. It was one of those mornings when she had woken up before him that she realized something was different. Izuku's arm was still wrapped around her as usual, but this time it was higher up. She awoke to Izuku fndlng 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐵 in his sleep. She was heavily embarrassed and hadn't known what to do, and tried to roll over to see if he was actually asleep or just feeling her up in a half-dazed stupor. She had started to move when she felt something hard poking her butt. Moving her hand behind her, she had grabbed the offending item and felt something hard, hot to the touch, and rather large. Himiko's eyes bulged as she realized that she was now grabbing Izuku's morning wood, which had been rubbing up against her butt. Oh my god! Himiko's grip tightened in shock, causing Izuku to in his sleep. Realizing what she just did, Himiko released her grip on him and quickly slipped out of his arm. This had caused Izuku to finally awake. Here. Himiko, what are you doing in here? I thought you went back to your room. Aizu asked her, starting to wake up as she rubbed his face to erase the last vestiges of sleep from his mind. All she could say was a brief morning greeting to him as she turned back to look at him, then she blushed a bright red and quickly left the room. Izuku, unsure of what happened, looked down at himself to see what could cause that reaction and blushed. There in his shorts was a painfully obvious case of morning wood and a budding wet spot on his sleep shorts. Izuku sighed as he flopped back onto the bed. I really need to figure out what to do about this situation with Himiko, but if I confess, I'm pretty sure Mom will actually start enforcing Himiko sleeping in her own room. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Himiko was standing on the other side of his bedroom door. Aizu wants to confess to me. He likes me, he really likes me. Himiko was ecstatic. The cute boy she had found that day apparently felt the same about her as she did for him. Aizu will probably be too scared to confess first though, but if I do it first he will be so happy. I can't wait to see him smile. Shaking her head, she came back to the current time, dragging Izuku to go shopping and not come back early while that piece of SHT got what he deserved. She had to agree with All Might. Aizu would be too lenient on the boy if he was there, and ask for certain restrictions to be lifted. She was proud of Izuku for trying to be the better person and see if Bakago could be redeemed. Even though she preferred the idea of just locking him up, Izuku had given her a chance, and isn't that what heroes do? Help people even when they act like they don't want it. But she knew that if Bakugo ever went after her Izuku again, tried to hurt him or belittle him, she wouldn't hesitate to make him look pretty covered in his own BLD. She knew that even if he did somehow become a hero by some dumb luck, Stain would fix that problem in less than a week. Himiko. You okay? You look a little scary with that smile on your face. Izuku wasn't sure why, but he knew that look on her face spelled bad trouble for someone. He had seen her look like that a few times and it had scared him. She had after all been on the precipice of becoming a villain. She had confessed to attacking people for BLD on occasion after all. She couldn't be sure of what she had actually done as her mind had been in a haze. That and he had her talking at times about fake heroes when the news showed a hero showing off instead of saving people. As both teenagers walked down the street, she noticed a clothing store. Glancing at the mannequins briefly, something caught her eye, a long red scarf. "Izuku, we have time. Why don't we look in here? I've been wanting to get some warmer clothes for the upcoming winter." As she talked, her hands slid into his, interlocking their fingers. With a faint blush, she looked at Izuku, who was trying to suppress a blush of his own. "It will be just us Aizu spending time together, and I'll try on anything that catches your eye, Aizu." Batting her lashes at him, she smiled as Izuku consented to shopping with her, with his blush back in full force, his thumbs slowly rubbing a circular pattern on her hand. Mitsuki was gripping Masaru's hand. All Might, the principal of UA, and as yet unintroduced, had just filled them in on their son's treatment of Izuku over the past 15 years. Masaru looked sick. He couldn't even look in their son's direction. She could, but only barely. "Katsuki, whatever made you think any of that was acceptable to do?" There had to be something that set it off, that made her son act so villainous to the boy he once called his friend. "Weren't you going to be heroes together?" At the mention of them being heroes, he responded, "Deku can't be a hero, he doesn't have a quirk. No respectable hero school would ever take him in, and the ones would accept him, it would be out of pity or simply to have a laugh." He looked down at his hand and watched a few sparks dance across his palm before continuing. Him saying that he could be a quirkless hero is an affront to being a hero. Heroes win, that's what they do, they fight the villains and come out on top. On hearing that same definition of a hero that Izuku had told him when they first met, All Might spoke up, "Young man, wherever did you get such a backwards idea of being a hero? You have to know that's not what being a hero is about, right?" At that, Katsuki looked at All Might. "What? Do you mean I got that from you? You've never lost a fight, that's why you're the #1 hero, and I plan on taking that spot for myself." The room was silent as they listened to his idea of what a hero was. "Young man, I don't think you understand why I am a hero then. I do this not because I enjoy fighting, but because saving people, protecting them fills me with joy. My best days are the day I never have to fight anyone, the villains simply surrender. Heroes save people, dealing with criminals and villains is just a part of that. When a hero arrives, their first thought should be, how can I help save the civilians, not where are the closest villains to fight." All Might finished his short speech on his view of heroics. He knew to not expect much from Bakugo. "That sounds stupid, saving people. I want to fight, I want to prove myself to show how great I am." Katsuki ignored how some of the people shook their heads at that statement. "Young man," Nezu spoke, getting his attention, "if you had come to UA spewing that notion of what a hero was, you would be expelled your first day." Katsuki jumped up from where he was sitting, rage clear in his eyes. "Expel me? I'm the best there is. Everyone at Aldera knows it and accepts it, even the teachers know that. Everyone accepts that except shitty Deku, always mouthing off about being a quirkless hero." At that, the man in the trenchcoat coughed. "We never did tell you who I am, and on purpose." The man's face was set in a frown. "We figured that All Might and Nezu being here might temper you a bit, but I see that was a failed experiment." "Then who the F are you?" Katsuki was annoyed. Who was he that he could pretend to be above All Might or the principal of UA? He cleared his throat and pulled something out of his jacket, handing it to his parents. "I am Tsukochi Naomasa, a police detective." He stood up as his parents paled, looking at what he handed them. "I want you to know right now that if we could do this our way, you would have been arrested the day Midoriya talked about his abuse at your hands. My quirk makes me a human lie detector, which is admissible in court by the way, and everything he told us that day rang true." The detective walked towards him, his hands behind his back. 15 years of illegal quirk use on another human being, physical and psychological torture, destruction of private and public property, and suicide baiting. These are the crimes you have committed, and if we had our way you would face life imprisonment. Life imprisonment. Mitsuki yelled. She knew Katsuki had messed up and done bad things, but the idea that she may never see her son again scared her. Katsuki was frozen. Life imprisonment. Just for putting a quirkless freak in his place. What about Deku? Look at what he did, he drove his own father away by being quirkless. No one cares about the quirkless, why do you all care about him? Masaru raised his head at that. If you were diagnosed as quirkless son, would you want to be treated how you've treated Izuku? Would you expect your mother or I to walk out on you? If I was quirkless, Katsuki fell back into his chair, annoyed by the question. He didn't give it any attention at the moment. However, the cop spoke up. It is because of Izuku that this conversation is even happening. He has asked that Bakugo here be given a chance to atone for what he has done. Which is why we sent Himiko, his friend who knows all of this, to keep him away today. Bakugo. The man walked back to Nezu. We are going to lay down several rules that you are to follow when the time comes. Katsuki eyed the man. He would play along for now. He nodded. Nezu stood up and spoke. First, when you apply to UA and if you pass the entrance exam you will be placed in Midoriya's class, while there any aggression towards him will be met with harsh punishment, as well any aggression towards other students will be treated the same. Second, you will keep your mouth shut about your views on the quirkless or people with villainous quirks to yourself. UA does not tolerate such behavior. Nezu looked at the parents and spoke to them. I do not blame you for this, please know that. I am conducting an investigation into Aldera as we speak. The teachers there obviously played a part in this ordeal and I view it as an insult that fellow educators would let something so reprehensible occur and seemingly encourage it. His parents meekly nodded at him as he finished. What can we do to help? Mitsuki asked, looking to Masaru for support. Nezu smiled at her. We can discuss this later at UA. I believe we have overstayed our welcome here. Miss Midoriya will more than likely want some time to compose herself before her son returns home and finds us all here. That was extremely taxing to write, but it was needed. Himiko was delighted. Izuku had offered to buy the long red scarf in the bag he was carrying for her. Thank you Aizu, for buying that for me. She leaned her head on his shoulder smiling at him as they walked down the street. It's no problem Himiko. Izuku barely got the words out as they walked side by side, her head remaining on his shoulder. This seems like a date almost, shopping together, holding hands like we did in the store. I can handle touching Himiko in private when she drinks my BLD, but this was so open and public. I'm sure people were giving us looks. Himiko noticed that he was starting to get lost in his world, not mumbling out loud, but she could see his lips slightly move as he looked down in thought, unaware of where they were going. She watched as worry etched across his face at times. She had been hoping to confess soon, but the time was never right, but now was perfect she felt. That but who had hurt her Aizu was getting what he deserved, well maybe not all of it she thought, but she knew the gist of it. Bakugo was going to receive several rules he would have to follow, and they were designed to be failed if he stayed the same. Unless he could manage a sincere personality change he would go from UA hero hopeful to inmate. It, she thought, no time like the present. Himiko, it's time to get yourself a cute boyfriend. Izuku, can we talk privately? She looked up at him from where she was leaning on his shoulder. Oh, sure Himiko, what is it? He looked confused, unsure of what brought this on. Here, come with me. She grabbed his hand and headed for an empty side street, gently pulling him along. Himiko, this seems rather dirty to give BLD here, wouldn't back home be better? Not what this is for, but sure I'll take some BLD when we get home. And maybe something else as well. No bad Himiko, no sec, just BLD drinking and maybe some touching. She blushed as her mind drifted before he pulled her out of it. Himiko, you look rather red, are you feeling okay? Izuku was worried, sure they blushed around each other often, but this one was different. She had a look on her that made him feel odd, like he wished he was the reason she had the look on her face. It's been over a month since we met Aizu, a boy training to be a hero trapped under garbage bleeding out, and me, a homeless girl on the edge of becoming a villain looking for BLD to drink. Neither of us expected the other to come into their lives that day, but I'm glad we did. You've changed my entire life around, given me back my life, given me a purpose outside of survival on a daily basis. You really are a hero to me, Izuku, and for that I'm forever thankful to you for that. She smiled at him, then blushed as she let him take it all in. Himiko, I'm glad I met you as well. With you I had my first friend, a person my age I could trust and confide in. Even with All Might, my mom, and the people at UA I've met, you have had one of the largest impacts on my life, equal to All Might. I know it seems weird to say you're equal to All Might, but you both saved me in your own ways. He smiled as he watched her blush at his words. Izuku, she swallowed before continuing, there's something else I want to tell you. What is it, Himiko? She slowly wrapped her arms around him, leaning in close. I love you, Izuku. She finished pulling him in and kissed him. Izuku was awestruck. Himiko had just confessed and then kissed him. He didn't react at first and she started to pull away, her eyes starting to dance side to side in worry. Seeing this, he grabbed her and pulled her back into his arms, then pushed her up against the wall and kissed her back. Pulling back after several moments, he spoke slowly, I love you too. Then he kissed her again. Himiko was in bliss. Aizu was kissing her back. Sure, he hadn't for a moment and it scarred her, but then he took charge and kissed her in return, pushing her up against the wall, their bodies pressed against one another. She felt his arms settle around her waist. She managed to pull away from his lips for a moment and noted how heavy he was breathing. I'm so happy you feel the same about me, Aizu. She took a breath of air. However, we need to finish shopping for dinner, but we can continue this later tonight in your room or mine. She smiled as he blushed at that. Come on and slam. A little over a week has passed since Himiko's confession to Izuku and his reciprocation. It had been then that Inko finally learned about it. Izuku was on his bed with Himiko straddling his lap, tongue shoved down his throat. Both had removed their shirts long ago. She had just finished drinking from his neck, and he had been rather handsy during it, not that she minded. Izuku's fingers always managed to find the right spots that made her skin tingle. They didn't know what to do at times. They were hormonal teenagers simply following what felt good between themselves. One night while cuddling in bed, the topic of sex came up, and both agreed that it should wait, but exploring each other's body was something they could still do. They weren't sure if they were moving too fast as they had no experience to base it on. Himiko's tongue wrapped around his tongue and slowly proceeded to tug on it, to get him to explore her mouth. As much as she loved tasting him, as her tongue explored every corner of his mouth, she would melt when he would take charge and his tongue would battle Hess for diamants and win. Her tongue worked quicker as she felt his hands sliding up her side, stopping before he reached brother. He would always hesitate, wanting to be sure he wasn't going too far. This time, however, instead of asking permission, he took charge and rather than caressing her BR through the BR as usual, his hands slipped under it and cupped them. Izuku watched as Himiko pulled away from the kiss to as his hands explored her uncovered BRSTS for the first time. Lifting the BR up and out of the way, he watched as her BRSTS heaved as she breathed deeply from their makeout session. Her nipples stood out as two BLD red spots upon her pale snow-white skin, pebbled from the pleasure she felt. He didn't know why, but he felt the longing to taste them. Opening his mouth, leaned forward and kissed one gently then the other, smiling as he heard her breath hitch with each kiss. Aizu, she hummed clearly in pleasure. He went back to the first one and took it into his mouth and sked on it, holding Himiko up as she leaned back humming. The taste was new to him, different, but he didn't dislike it. After giving it attention for a few minutes, he pulled back and smiled at her. In a husky voice he whispered, I love you, Himiko. Then kissed her again, letting her taste herself upon his lips. Pulling back, she breathed in and heard a noise. She looked to the left and froze. Izuku, seeing his girlfriend suddenly freeze, became worried, asking, Himiko, are you all right? I didn't hurt you, did I? Her eyes moved in her head to look at him, head still facing what caught her attention. She shook her head slightly, then her eyes traveled back to where she looked. It was then that Izuku decided to follow her gaze and froze. There, standing in the doorway, was his mother and Toshi in his smaller form. Both were staring at the two of them on the bed. Inko's face he couldn't quite read. It kept morphing from gleeful to angered, and to a few expressions he couldn't quite understand. Toshi, on the other hand, looked shocked and embarrassed, having caught two teenagers in the middle of such an NTMT act. Inko spoke first, get dressed and come downstairs in 15 minutes. Then turned around and left. Toshi promptly followed her out, then his hand ducked back in, his thumb pointing up. Izuku said after they had walked out. Okay, Inko said, as the couple sat down across from her and Toshi, when did you two start this new development in your relationship? Izuku and Himiko looked at each other, then Izuku spoke. Last week when Himiko met me to go shopping. While we were out she confessed to me, and I accepted her feelings. I had been thinking about confessing as well, but she was quicker about it. Well, we are happy for both of you, young Midoriya, young Toga. Toshi said, once Izuku answered. I'm sorry we didn't tell you, Inko, we weren't sure how it would change my living situation, Himiko said softly, looking down. Oh Himiko, Inko uttered, reaching out to grasp her hand, I wouldn't ask you to move out of our house for this. We were just shocked to find you two in such an, she trailed off looking for the right words. In such an NTMT position. Toshi continued from where she had faltered, unsure of what to say. We talked briefly while waiting for you two to come downstairs, and we as adults understand why you were like that. Toshi stopped and took a breath before continuing, we were teenagers ourselves at one point and did similar things ourselves. Izuku and Himiko squirmed in their chairs, neither wanted to think of the adults before them having sex, it was just wrong. Would we be required to sleep in our rooms now? Izuku asked, wary as he liked waking up with Himiko snuggled into his chest. Was what we saw earlier, Inko paused, gathering her thoughts, the most NTMT you two have been. Both teens blushed, then nodded their heads. Inko smiled at them. Okay then, I can tell you both care for each other deeply and have some boundaries set up. Also I want to apologize for how I seemed when we walked in you two. What do you mean, Mom? I was feeling a mix of emotions. I was proud that you found someone who deeply cared for you, but also worried that you two were moving quickly as I had no idea you two were now a couple, and I was scared. Scared of what, Inko? Of you two making me a grandmother at such a young age or hurting each other during sex accidentally. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 grandmother. Izuku yelled out, blushing at the thought of Himiko and himself actually having sex and ultimately kids. Himiko covered her face with her hands and turned away from Izuku, embarrassed at the thought of them having secretary. Toshi softly laughed, I don't think you have to worry grandkids for a while, Inko. She smiled watching her son and his girlfriend blush while taking peeks at each other, then looking away still embarrassed. Toshi leaned over to Inko and whispered, I almost wish we weren't sending them to her, but it will be helpful in the end. Inko continued to watch, a small smile on her face before asking, she isn't that bad, right? Hound Dog has already warned them both on letting her know of their feelings. I fear that she may not keep it simply educational tomorrow. She tends to be over-enthusiastic about these things, I hear. Toshi watched as they slowly calmed down from their hysterics. I can see about getting a recording. If he thought the baby photos you've shown me were embarrassing, just imagine playing his sex ed class. She smirked at that. Toshi, you villain. So what do you think we're here for? Himiko asked as she sat Izuku in an empty classroom at UA. It was the day after being walked in on by his mom and Toshi, and they had been told to go to UA today for a last-minute lesson. I have an idea of what this is for, and I don't like it, he said, looking around the room for possible escape avenues. Suddenly the door was kicked open by a black-clad leg and in stepped a woman with a dark luxurious mane of hair that traveled to her waist, wearing a skin-tight white bodysuit overlaid with a black corset, black knee-high boots, purple thigh-highs, and garter belt to match. A broken pair of HND-CFFs rattled as she sauntered into the room. The 18-plus only hero, Midnight, had entered the room with a bang and she looked hungry. Aizu, Himiko asked, scared of the unknown woman, who is that? It's Midnight, the one person I was told to avoid here, he said, watching her enter the room, gaze fixed on them. Himiko, he whispered to her. Yes. Run. Both teenagers jumped up from where they had been sitting and made a dash for the door. I love it when they try to flee, was all they heard as they smelled a wondrous scent and collapsed on the floor. Izuku slowly came to in the room he and Himiko had been waiting in, but something was different, he could feel it. Looking down, he saw a pair of HND-CFFs on his wrists attached to the chair he was sitting in. What the hell is going on? What happened to us? Did you forget about me already? Came a teasing voice from the front of the room. Looking up, he saw Midnight. SHT. Language, she said, cracking her WHP as she approached them. Aizu, I'm scarred, Himiko said, sitting next to him, who he now saw was also handcuffed to her seat. "Now then, we haven't had the chance to meet yet, young man. My co-workers have been sure to keep me busy when you've been coming and going." She drew the last part out as she reached the two teens. "Yes, Miss Mid," he began, but was interrupted by another cracking of her WHP. "I am not some old lady. Just Midnight, or Ms. Kiyoma, or Nemirai if you prefer," she said as she placed her hand on his cheek and gently rubbed it. "Get your filthy hands off of him." Himiko yelled at her, eyes slits thinner than he had ever seen, her fangs bared. Midnight smiled and removed her hand, then looked at Himiko. "Don't worry, little vampire, I have no interest in claimed men," she said, licking her lips. "However, if you ever decide to spice things up one night, I'm happy with Himiko. I don't want anyone else but her." Izuku suddenly said, doing his best to look Midnight in the eye and not look at her body, tempting as it was. Himiko looked at him, smiling at what he had said. "Oh Izu, I love you too," she said as she leaned over and kissed his cheek, causing him to break his concentration as he blushed and looked away from Midnight as she smiled at the display. "As adorable as it would be to watch you two flirt all day, there is a reason for us being here today," Midnight said over her shoulder as she started heading to the podium at the front of the room. "Any idea what it may be for?" She smiled as she asked, waiting to see if they could guess it. Izuku blushed once again, and tentatively asked, "Would it do with what happened yesterday at our home?" Himiko went from looking at Midnight to Izuku as soon as he said our home. She didn't know he felt that way about her. Well, it was rather obvious he did with all the 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐺 he did yesterday before they were interrupted. But still, she was flattered that he considered his place hers. She had always referred to it as the Midoriya's. She wanted to kiss him even more now, but decided it should wait. She didn't want to upset 𝐭𝐽 again. "Correct. Your mother contacted Nezu yesterday and felt that you two should receive proper education on the matter." Midnight watched as the two suddenly were hit by the realization that this was their 𝐬𝐻𝐻 class, and that she would be the teacher. "𝐬𝐻𝐻, this is a 𝐬𝐻𝐻 class, and Midnight is our teacher," Izuku said, paling at the realization. "It's gonna be bad, isn't it?" Himiko asked, worry apparent on her face. "Relax, this is the same class I give to all of the students here. Putting a bunch of hormonal teenagers in dorms can be rather risky," she said as she began turning on the overhead projector. "If the dorms weren't co-ed like they are, and you guys were in actual separate buildings, it would probably be voluntary for you to attend, or your parents could request that you attend it. So either way we would be getting this class then?" Himiko asked, feeling somewhat relieved that this wasn't specially made for them. "Correct, but this one will be more in-depth." Midnight liked her lips as she finished her answer. How in-depth? Izuku was scared. He had heard rumors of Midnight and he was honestly scared of what they might witness. "Oh, relax, Midoriya. Your mother went over it with me beforehand actually. She told me a few things she wants me to cover, which I might add was rather enjoyable to watch her talk about those delectable topics." "She did? Such as what?" He had an idea this was a horrible question to ask, but it needed asking. "Well, for starters, that little Miss Toga here is rather fond of BLD, biting you, and has a sadistic side to her." Walking forward, she knelt down before both of them and placed a hand on each of theirs. "Miss Midoriya wants you two to be happy, but also safe with how you express your love for each other. That's where I come in. We will cover basic 𝐬𝐻𝐻, but also cover topics that will allow Toga here to be herself while you two are NTMT without hurting you any more than you're willing to be." Izuku watched as Midnight changed her demeanor as she talked about the extra lessons. She went from her usual sadistic persona to a caring, nurturing one. That the sudden change shocked him. "So there are ways for us to be NTMT, but they can be dangerous." "Exactly, I've been told Toga, even though she cares for you, still enjoys seeing you bleed from injuries that you get from your beach cleaning exercise." Midnight then looked at Himiko and smiled. "That is an obvious indication that she is sadistic, but that isn't bad. We will just have to make sure boundaries are set for such things. Ultimately, this is something you two will have to discover as your relationship progresses, but today we will cover the basics." Izuku and Himiko looked at each other for a moment, then they nodded their heads. Izuku spoke first. "Then we will be in your care, Ms. Kiyoma." Himiko spoke after he had finished. Would we be able to talk to you about other stuff in the future as well? Midnight smiled at them. Of course you two can. Any questions about this topic are always welcome. I'd rather you ask me, no matter how embarrassing it be, before you do something that hurts one of you or both of you. She got up from where she had been kneeling and headed back to her podium. Along the way, Himiko whispered to Izuku, I like her, but you can please quit staring at her butt. I'm right here, you know. Izuku looked down admonished. Sorry, I was wondering how you would look wearing something like that. Himiko pulled back. What? I said that out loud. Now then, Midoriya, Toga. Now begins your SXL Academia. Midnight said, pressing a button bringing the projector to life, and the screen behind her lit up and showed a man and woman behind her. First, the basics, the anatomy of the reproductive organs. While Izuku and Himiko were in their special class, Nezu was having a meeting of his own with the first-year heroic teachers, Aizawa Shota and Kan Sekijiro, about the two special students they had been overseeing. Tell me, Aizawa, how has young Izuku been progressing with his limited time with you? Aizawa yawned, still in the process of waking up from his nap for this rather impromptu meeting. Midoriya is progressing slightly faster than I was expecting, given that I have only met with him a few times. It seems he spends a decent amount of his free time practicing what we cover. While physically he is still lacking, I can see his drive to improve, and once he finishes, he paused his speaking and looked at his co-worker for a moment before continuing, Toshinori's special training, I think he will be ready for the hero course. Kan Sekijiro frowned as he noticed Aizawa pause to look at him. There was something unsaid, but it wasn't unusual for Nezu to play games. Now the name Toshinori was interesting, he wasn't sure why, but it sounded familiar. What his connection was with the Midoriya boy was also unknown. So far he had yet to meet the boy, with him mainly interacting with Nezu, Aizawa, Chiyo, and Ryo. The person he did interact with though was the boy's friend Toga Himiko, a runaway with a BLD quirk and violent tendencies, suffering from a severe case of quirk madness that had almost taken her down the path to becoming a villain. Nezu then spoke, interrupting his train of thought. And how is young Toga progressing? It is taking its time, but she is managing to control her urges. I've never seen a BLD quirk cause someone to longing BLD as much as hers does. He shifted in his seat, and produced a pouch that was similar to the ones that Aizawa could be seen with. Breaking the seal, he took a sip from the pouch. While I only need to drink BLD roughly once or twice a week to keep my longing in check, she needs it roughly every other day. Finishing the pouch, he tossed it into a special hazard bin Nezu had recently placed in his office. Not to mention the seemingly random thirst she gets where she doesn't drink just one regular BLD bag, but will drink several before becoming sated. Nezu took it all in. She is making progress. It could be due to having regular healthy BLD is causing her to gorge herself due to fear of losing the supply. He nodded, then continued speaking. She admitted to me one day that when desperate that she had resorted to drinking from corpses. She is lucky that she, like all other BLD quirk users, is immune to BLD-borne pathogens and diseases, nor can she pass any on as our quirks destroy them. At that, Aizawa spoke up. I'm honestly surprised she has lasted so long without resorting to attacking people for BLD. She would be impossible to chase. I discovered the other day that she kept a secret ability that isn't part of her quirk. At that, both Nezu and Sekijiro leaned forward to hear this development. While doing a simple spar, she disappeared in front of me, then she appeared behind me with her sparring knife on my neck, talking about BLD. She did mention a cat quirk from her mother's side of the family. It is possible that she may have a dual quirk then. Nezu suggested. No, it isn't a quirk, Aizawa said, interrupting Nezu. I asked her about it, and she said it was a technique that she learned while living on the streets. I even had her use it while erasing her quirk and she still disappeared. At that, he turned to Sekijiro. I'm sorry, Khan, but Toga Himiko is going to be placed in my class as long as she passes her entrance exams. What do you mean? I've been working with her to MSTR her quirk, helping her. I expected her to be my student. He was getting angry now. He thought he had found his own pupil to train. I planned for that as well. However, she has discussed with me the prospect of being an underground hero like me. If she wished to be a regular pro, then I would have no problem with her being in your class, but you unfortunately lack underground experience and it requires even more work and classes for her to take in addition to regular classes. Aizawa sighed as he took in Sekijiro's reaction. How can you say that? How hard can it be to teach those lessons? When do you take a life, Khan? When is a villain deemed uncatchable and lethal force is authorized? Can you handle that responsibility, Khan? Aizawa was glaring at him now. I refuse to send children out into the world only for them to die due to being ill-prepared. He sat there, taking in what Aizawa had just told him. You would teach her to kill. Have you taken lives? Aizawa frowned at his questions, then answered, I have, both accidentally and on purpose. Human traffickers, murderers, serial killers, and SXL predators, underground heroes deal with these on a regular basis. We don't just deal with criminals and villains, we fight monsters and sometimes they have no intention of being taken alive. They would gladly kill us as they would their victims. Aizawa watched him take it in before continuing, underground heroics isn't pretty, there is no fame or glory to be found. Every time we go on patrol we know that it could be our last. Just this week so far 2 underground heroes were killed. I caught their killers last night, but I showed restraint and now they will face justice. Sekijiro looked down at hearing that, then sighed. Take her into your class then, you're right I wouldn't be able to properly teach her what she would need to survive in that world. Thank you, Khan. There is though, something that you can help me with, her views on hero society. Aizawa then turned to look at Nezu. Do you have an idea where she might have developed her views? Nezu suppressed a smirk before answering, interesting that you didn't condemn them. But I agree it is rather troubling that one so young views hero society in such a light. I don't think she learned this herself, she was taught the flaws of hero society by someone else. Someone who has been kept out of the news by the Hero Commission. Aizawa groaned at that then shook his head in agitation. Mind filling me in here? It seems Aizawa knows the answer now, but I don't. Sekijiro knew that this meeting was going to be one thing after another, but so far his expectations had been flipped so many times, he just quit guessing. Better to be told than to try to follow Nezu's logic jumps. Hero killer Stain, she is a follower of Stain, Aizawa cut in. She probably met him at some point while on the streets, I met him back when he went by a different name, Stendhal. He was a violent vigilante who killed the villains he fought. I guess he got tired of doing that and decided that fake heroes were the problem instead. Yes, that is what I believe as well. Nezu's voice took a serious tone as he continued. Izuku has mentioned that she knows another BLD quirk user who helped in the past. I believe that was Stain. Us BLD quirk users have to stick together, Sekijiro interjected. She said that to me once before when we were discussing BLD. She had talked about how she had discovered that freely given BLD tasted better, and how I was the second she had met. Sekijiro sighed then placed his hand on his face. She wouldn't go into detail, but talked about how someone who had stopped her from attacking a man one night, and recognizing her BLD thirst gave her their BLD. When asked she refused to give me details on who it was, and said that line. So, Nezu said, Stain has a BLD quirk and for some reason told Himiko to become a hero. At that both teachers looked at him confused. Stain told her to become a hero. Why would he do that? Sekijiro was lost. Izuku said that this person told her to become a hero to prove the world wrong, that she wasn't a monster, that she could save people regardless of her quirk. Apparently he is a fan of All Might like Izuku and Himiko are, and took his press conference to heart. Nezu answered. We will continue to observe her and teach her, she wishes to be a hero, and a hero she will be. But I doubt she will ever forsake Stain's ideology, we will have to learn more about it and see what we can do. Like Izuku, she is too important to simply leave her be, especially now that they are a couple. Aizawa slipped in his chair. A couple? Since when? The day I met that Bakugo brat. He will make such an interesting plaything. When did it come out they were together? Aizawa asked in disbelief. Timid Izuku asking a girl out seemed so odd to him, then again he managed to do it. Oh, yesterday his mom and Toshinori walked in on them half naked. Toshinori was rather proud of Izuku when he told me. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 smiled as he mentioned it. Is that why I didn't see them today? They are grounded. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 was shaking now, trying to hold in his laughter. Goodness no, they are in a Sec Ed class currently. Sekijiro sighed, then looked at Aizawa saying, well, hopefully Chio doesn't scare them too much. This prompted 𝐻𝐻𝐻 to laugh once more. Oh no, 𝐭𝐴 requested Midnight handle this. Upon hearing that, Aizawa jumped up from his seat, fear on his face, then pointed at 𝐻𝐻𝐻. You better hope I can save them, he said as he ran out the room. I'm coming to save you, Izuku, Himiko. Sekijiro watched as this unfolded. Does he even know what room to look for? Nope. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 laughed as Sekijiro left the room quickly to help his colleagues save their students from Midnight. Aizawa had kicked 10 doors in before he finally found the right room, but it was too late. Izuku, poor innocent Izuku, he didn't deserve this fate. He had at some point gone catatonic from the lessons Nemurai had been giving him and Himiko. So you're saying that feels good, for both people? Himiko asked, looking at an image on the screen that looked disturbingly familiar. Correct, Himiko, I just love that you are so interested in this stuff. It's so hard getting my boyfriends to try some of this stuff out. Wait, boyfriends? She asked. Yes, and I'm not cheating if that's what you're worried about. The three of us are in a polyamorous relationship, where we all date each other. Nemurai! Aizawa yelled. She was playing a dangerous game. Oh, Shota darling, you're here. I didn't know you were coming to help me teach our little lovebirds how to be safe. At that, Izuku finally came to his senses. Wait, darling. Are you and Mr. Aizawa dating? Midoriya. It is very rude to ask your teachers about their personal lives. Aizawa was going to do whatever he could to keep from traumatizing the poor boy any further. Oh Shota, so dramatic. To answer your question, Izuku, I'm dating him and Hisashi, or present MIC as you probably know him. She smiled as Shota gaped at her. Nemurai. He hissed. Is that from last night? He said, motioning to the screen behind her. Himiko's head snapped to look at him. Did she just have us watch your sex tape? Midoriya looked uneasy. I didn't need to know that much about heroes. Don't worry, I didn't show them anything too unsightly, Midnight said while watching her boyfriend get flustered as he remembered everything they had done the night before. Hey, don't worry, Mr. Aizawa, Himiko called out to him. Nemurai taught us some pretty important stuff. I don't think Aizu and I will be having sex anytime soon. We've both agreed we want our first time to be something special. And how I can be myself and not hurt him by accident. Wire, it was very helpful. Izuku still couldn't look at him, but at least could talk to him. If it will let us be happy together and have a healthy relationship, then this was all worth it. The two of us being happy together is all that matters. As he finished, he leaned over and gave Himiko a gentle kiss on the lips, but pulled back when she tried to deepen it. Himiko, not in front of the teachers. Sorry, but those videos were interesting. She leaned into him and whispered in his ear, tomorrow I'd be totally fine with watching some more stuff like this with you. And if you want to enjoy it more than just watching it, well, I won't mind giving you a hand. I actually was hoping to do something completely different tomorrow though. He took a deep breath and did his best to resist her tempting offer. Himiko, would you like to have our first date tomorrow? Yes. That sounds even better than laying in bed watching porn together, Himiko practically yelled. Himiko! Izuku groaned, blushing as she yelled her plans out loud. Sorry, Aizu. Oh Nemurai, can you uncuff us now? They're starting to chafe, she asked rather nonchalantly. Nemurai, we really need to work on your teaching technique. Aizawa said, shaking his head. As the sun rose, a beam filtered in through a bedroom window, hitting Himiko in the face. Squinting her eyes tight, she rolled over to bury her face into Izuku's chest, but was met by an empty bed instead. Aizu? She asked, opening an eye to realize she had awoken in her room for once, and not in Izuku's arms. Groaning, she got out of bed and made her way out of her room, where she bumped into 𝐭𝐴. Oh, good morning, Himiko. I was just coming to wake you up. Izuku is up in his room, if you need some BLD. 𝐭𝐴 was already dressed for the day, it seemed. As she was walking down the hall to the kitchen, she turned around and called out to Himiko, you two have a wonderful date today. Himiko smiled, remembering that Izuku had asked her out, then replied to Inko, "We will, Inko. I'll get a little from Izu, I don't want to make him too tired for the date." As she watched Inko walk away, Himiko's smile faltered for a moment. "I just wish I knew where he was taking me out today. I just hope it isn't dinner and a movie. It just seems so cliché." Upon reaching Izuku's door, she knocked and asked, "Izu, can I come inside?" Through the door came a muffled yes. Opening the door, she saw Izuku sitting up in bed, eyes still closed as if he could fall back asleep any minute. Smirking, she crawled first onto his bed, then into his lap and wrapped her legs around his waist. With her spot secured, she gave him a brief kiss on the lips, which he replied to with a kiss of his own. "Good morning, Himiko. Did you sleep well last night?" he asked finally. Opening his eyes, he took her in and realized that she had slept in his clothes. He didn't know why, but seeing her in his clothes always excited him. Reaching up, he pulled his shirt to the side, letting the area where his neck and shoulder met be revealed for her. "Look at you, being a gentleman, preparing breakfast in bed for me," Himiko said in a whisper before she kissed the revealed skin. Her teeth grazed across the skin, but never pierced the skin. Instead, she nibbled at him, enjoying his size and mmms as she teased his shoulder. Her hands rubbed across his back, tracing the muscles that had barely begun to form. She knew that once his training was over, Izuku would have a nice set of muscles that she would spend hours idly tracing with her finger and possibly her tongue. As Himiko nibbled on his shoulder, he began to do the same, by starting with a trail of kisses that he could leave down her neck, where once he reached her shoulder, where he began nibbling as well. His hands drifted down her back and cupped her, but where he gave a gentle squeeze. As he continued to gently bite at her neck, he finally felt her hand running through his thick hair, gently tossing it. Groaning, he gave her another squeeze and kept working on giving her a hickey to match his. Himiko's nibbling picked up when Izuku grabbed her butt and played with it while he proceeded to give her a hickey. Pulling her mouth off of his neck, she took in a breath of fresh air and appreciated her handiwork. The purplish bruise stood out on his tanned skin. She softly ummed as he continued to bite and SCK her neck. He then bit down harder than before, and her eyes rolled back in her head as she experienced the mixture of pain and pleasure. Izuku pulled back from her neck and inspected the hickey he left her. It wasn't where anyone would see it unless she wore a bathing suit or a shirt with barely any shoulder material. It was for him alone to see and know that he put that there. He marveled how the colors faded from a rich purple in the center to a dark red, and finally a soft pink where it faded into her pale skin. He leaned back in and gave it a gentle kiss, then gently grabbed her head and pulled it forward so he could give her a kiss. Himiko accepted the kiss greedily and was quick to wrap her tongue around his, tugging on it gently. Then she felt his hands kneading her rather ample butt once more and smirked against his lips. "Izu, I know we agreed that Sek was going to wait for a while, but you get me so turned on isn't fair." "Sorry, Himiko. I just enjoy having you close to me all the time, and your body is so appealing that I want to worship all of it," Izuku said, after giving her a kiss on the cheek. "We've been a couple for just over a week now, and I know Sek now would be too quick for us jump to. You know, I was doing some research on how we always seem to like being in contact with one another," Himiko said, resting her head on his other shoulder. "Oh, what did you find about that?" He was curious. She had recently started to look things up. Once he said a hero needed to be well-versed in different fields, especially an underground hero, as they tend to have less support at times. "That we are touch-starved," she said, playing with her hair. "We haven't had too much positive interaction with others growing up, and I noticed when we first met you were hesitant around me, that you were afraid I might hurt you." Izuku moved his hands up from her rear and wrapped them around her back, and leaned his head forward to rest on her chest. "It makes sense. We latched onto each other rather quickly once we realized the other accepted us as we are." She looked down at her boyfriend and felt the urge to comfort him. "True, but our feelings for each other are genuine. I love you, Izuku." Gently, she placed her hands under his head and lifted it so she could look him in the eyes. "No matter what, I love you, always know that." Leaning forwards, she kissed him. Izuku returned the gentle kiss with one of his own. "And I love you, Himiko. Thank you for being in my life. We should probably get ready for our date. Any suggestions on what I should dress for?" she asked, curious on what she would need to dress for. She didn't want to under or overdress. Well, Izuku blushed as he readied to explain the date. There is a festival this weekend, and I was thinking we could attend that, but with a twist. One of those festivals where people dress in kimonos and whatnot. She asked. She hadn't been to one in years and it seemed pretty normal. What could the twist be? Yes, actually, but we would go shopping together for the yukatas and choose each other's clothes for the night. He said, looking away from her, blush still evident on his cheek. That sounds so domestic. I love it, Aizu. She bounced in his lap, happy that he had chosen something different for their first date. While it was a popular idea, he had chosen to change it up a bit to allow them to have fun with it. He smiled seeing that his girlfriend approved of his idea for their first date. I'm glad you approve. Now, we just need to have breakfast, take showers, and we can head out. That and you can take care of this, she said as she reached down to his waist and grabbed his morning wood and gave it a few gentle strokes. Izuku gasped as she stroked him. He pulled her tighter to him. 𝐒𝐻 stop that. If you go any further I'll see come and I don't want to get carried away either. What if mom walks in on this? She stopped at that and released her grip on him. You're right, we would be in even more trouble. She climbed out of his lap and got up to leave, before turning around and quickly raising her shirt to flash him before giggling at his reaction and running out of the door. As they headed out, both feeling refreshed from their showers and their stress relief, they made their way into town holding hands. So, said Himiko, looking at her boyfriend, where are we getting our yukatas from? Well, my mom is friends with two people who are in the fashion industry, the Bakugos, and they have a shop. I figured we could look there for them. Izuku said, unaware that his girlfriend had already met Mitsuki and Katsuki recently. Himiko stumbled for a moment, but played it off as her foot had caught on a crack in the sidewalk. SHT. This is going to be awkward. Hopefully, she isn't still mad that I pulled a knife on her son. Oh, I'm sure we will find something there that we will both like. I'm sure we will. Besides, we're here now, Izuku said, as he motioned to a storefront before them. She blinked, surprised that they had already arrived at their destination. The building was in the middle of the shopping district and was close to where they had been just last week when she had been sent to keep him away from home. Well, I guess let's head inside. Wait, is she gonna gush over how big you've gotten since you last saw her or something like that? Asked Himiko with a sly smile on her face. Is she gonna have baby photos of you as well? Izuku muffled a scream. I hope not, and it has been a while since I last saw Auntie. Izuku finished sounding rather sad about it. I'm sorry to hear that, Aizu. Let's fix that then. Himiko leaned into him, her head on his shoulder as they entered the store together. Once inside, Izuku looked around before spotting a woman with an explosion of blonde hair. Izuku called out to her, Auntie. He watched as she turned around from what she was doing and looked in their direction, but was troubled by her reaction to seeing him and his girlfriend hanging off of him. Mitsuki hurried to him, thankful the store was currently empty. Izuku, she said, pulling him into a tight hug, tears forming in her eyes. Is something wrong, Auntie? He asked, worried about what could make her emotional like this. Is something wrong? She turned to Himiko and sighed. Did no one tell him, Toga? Wait, you two know each other? He asked, as he began pulling back from the hug, but failed as she pulled him back into it. Izuku, I'm so sorry, Mitsuki said, holding him close to her. I never knew that Katsuki treated you so horribly. He froze. How? I went to visit 𝐒𝐭𝐲 last week and I brought Katsuki with me, she admitted, looking down. I met this girl when she opened the door and she called for 𝐒𝐭𝐲, who looked sad to me, then she saw Katsuki and her voice became so cold. She sniffed, remembering the day her idyllic view of her son was destroyed. She assaulted him, but looking back I see why she did it. You hit Kaken. Izuku said much louder than he meant to. Sorry, I mean you hit Bakugo. Hearing Izuku call her son that name after so long hurt more than she thought it would. Well, I didn't hit him, more like I pulled a knife on him. Izuku blinked, then muttered out, that's hot. What? Both women looked at each other then laughed. Mitsuki laughed as Izuku realized he said that out loud. You're gonna end up like 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻, married to a woman with a fiery attitude who cares deeply for you. At that both teens blushed. Before Izuku could stutter out, "Am I married?" Mitsuki smirked at the two before her, remembering how she teased 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻. "Anyways," Himiko said, trying to salvage their trip. "We are going on our first date tonight, and Izuku thought we should pick out each other's yukatas for the night." Himiko blushed, realizing she just followed up on a joke about her and Izuku getting married with their plans for their first date. "Izuku, you charmer," Mitsuki said, a glint in her eye. "Toga, why don't you come with me to look for him, while he looks around for you? Then I'll help him look for you, that way you two can surprise the other with what you two picked." "That works for me, and please call me Himiko." Nodding, Mitsuki led her to the men's side of the store, while Izuku headed to the women's side and began looking. He was looking for something distinctly Himiko, when he noticed one with a particular floral pattern to it. The flowers were as pale as Himiko's skin, but had red splotches on them that reminded him of BLD when it would drip onto her skin before she would like it off. The yukata itself was black, which led to the flowers standing out even more in his opinion. As he headed back to the front of the store, he saw Himiko and Mitsuki had arrived just before he did. "Oh, did you find your girlfriend something, Izuku?" she asked, curious as to what he had chosen. Izuku held the yukata he had chosen out, and slightly flinched when Himiko squealed as she took it in. "Aizu, it's appealing." Himiko gushed as she came over and took the yukata from him. Holding it up, she turned to Mitsuki asking, "How does it look?" She smiled wide, her fangs flashing. Mitsuku placed her hand on her chin and looked from her to the yukata. "Go try it on and we will see from there." Nodding, Himiko followed the signs to the changing area while Mitsuki approached Izuku. "Here is the one we found for you," she said, holding out a black yukata with a deep green fractal pattern spread out across it. "Here, Izuku. Take it and go try it on." Mitsuki smiled as she watched him head to the men's changing rooms, happy that Izuku had found someone who cared for him as Himiko did. The way she gushed about him while they looked made it clear she thought the world of Izuku. It really reminded her of herself and 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻. Izuku was half-dressed in the United Yukata and his boxers when he got a message on his phone. Picking it up, he saw that he had a message from Himiko. Unsure of what she sent him, he tentatively opened. His eyes widened in shock. There on his phone was a picture of Himiko posing wearing only the yukata with it wide open. The yukata was pulled open, exposing her front from the top down to the bottom of her body. Her breasts and stomach were completely bare, showing off her pale skin as it contrasted with the black cloth. Her bright red nipples stood out on her skin just as the red on the flowers had. Then his eyes traveled further down to her waist, her hips disappeared into the cloth. Between her legs he saw her womanhood for the first time. It was beauty, era, Midori Izuku. EXE has crashed. Himiko was blushing like mad. She had never sent Izuku something like that before. Sure, they had sent photos of what they were working on, but that was the first time she had ever sent something so NTMT. It excited her, sending him something like that. She didn't know why, though. Maybe I can talk to Nemirai next time I see her at UA. After all, that class yesterday was very interesting. Sure, they both knew about SEC, but seeing those photos and videos had awoken something in Himiko. She didn't want to do those with just anyone. She found the idea of being close like that with Izuku to be heart-racing. The simple act of her drinking his BLD was always such an NTMT experience for them, same as kissing was. SEC, it seemed, was another way to express your love for someone, but seemed to be even more NTMT. Her phone chirped, startling her out of her fantasies of ND skinship with Izuku, to alert her of a message from Izuku himself. He had sent her a photo back. Izuku responded to her ND photo. She was nervous. She had never seen his PP before, felt it rub against her when cuddling, sure, but he would pull away a blushing mess. Today had been the first time she had touched it on purpose, and it had been hot to the touch just like last time. This time, she was able to pay more attention and noticed its size. Not having anything to really compare it to other than the photos from yesterday, she thought it seemed bigger. Taking a breath, to calm herself, she opened the message. The breath left her. Izuku was standing there half-dressed in his yukata, revealing his progress on his workouts. While not as impressive as some pro heroes, she admired how his muscles were slowly forming. The faint outline of his abs appearing was something she liked to trace lazily when cuddling. She looked up at his face and noticed that he looked out of it. Did the photo knock him out? Traveling back down, she noticed a V going down to his waist that caught her eye. Following it, she saw that he was simply wearing his boxers and noticed it. Their straining against the rather thin fabric was his other reaction to her photo. I want that so badly, she thought as she rubbed her legs together, feeling the dampness between them grow. One little video won't hurt. As she thought that, she flicked the camera setting to video and aimed it at her damp womanhood. She slid 2 fingers down to it and gently rubbed before spreading the outer lips for the camera to see. She then shuddered as she slid 2 fingers inside, slowly pumping them in and out a few times. Biting down on her lips, she pulled the now wet fingers out and showed them to the camera, then pulled them up to her mouth and turned the camera so it could record her like her fingers clean. Once down, she blew a kiss at the camera, then winked before stopping the recording. She made sure it was to Izuku before hitting send and finished putting the yukata on, this time with her underwear. After all, she didn't want to make a mess of it before she bought it. Eventually, both teens emerged from their changing rooms. They made eye contact and then whipped their heads away from one another. You look nice in that, Himiko, it suits you, he said, doing his best to keep his thoughts pure. Why are you two, Aizu? Well now, you two look cute in those, Mitsuki said, walking up to them. Come, let me have a look at you guys and see if they need any work done to them. As she walked around them tugging and pulling on the fabric, she noticed how flushed they both looked. They fit perfectly, it seems. Go ahead and change back and I'll get these wrapped up so you can head home for Inko to see you in them. Thank you, Auntie. How much do I owe? Izuku knew their clothes were on the high end, but he knew Himiko was worth it. No charge. I know it isn't much, but I want to help make it up to you for what my brat did to you. I can't just take these from you. Izuku was a little upset. He didn't want her to give him stuff. It didn't feel right to not pay. Don't worry, Katsuki will pay for it with his allowance. He has to learn his actions have consequences, Mitsuki said, before turning to Himiko. I'll be sure to keep him home tonight so he doesn't run into you two on your date and F up his chances on getting into UA any more than he already has. They had finally arrived at the festival. Inko had been all over them when they returned home with their yukatas. She had taken multiple photos of the couple, Izuku grabbing her hand and holding it throughout Inko's photo taking, rubbing circles with his thumb the entire time. The couple were walking through the festival taking in all the different views, making idle talk and doing their best to calm their nerves as this was their first date for both of them. Hey, Himiko, are you feeling hungry? And I mean food, not BLD. He asked her, then leaned over and whispered in her ear, you can have that tonight, and maybe we'll just fall asleep in my room tonight by accident. Himiko blushed at how forward he was with that whisper and gave him a chaste kiss on the cheek. I'd love that, Aizu. I missed waking up in your arms. Unbeknownst to them, several people saw their flirting and Izuku was sent several glares for his kiss from a few of the single guys attending the festival. He was luckily unaware of the glares and kept his attention focused on his date and making sure he didn't trip over his own feet. Himiko scowled at a few of the guys, and rubbed her head on his arm affectionately while sticking her tongue out to mock them. Is something wrong, Himiko? Izuku wondered. While Himiko was prone to showing her affection to him, it was normally done in private, never in public like this. Nothing's wrong, just enjoying being with you, answered Himiko. Oh, a takoyaki stand, let's get some of that. Sure, let's get some then. As they walked to the stand, Izuku asked, what do you want in yours? Let's see what they offer, maybe they have anything different we can try in them, she suggested. Once they reached the 2 stand workers, an older man and woman with grey hair, Izuku asked, we'd like a large order, but could you surprise us with what you include in them if possible? The older couple looked at them and nodded, and got to work pouring batter into the wells of the pan and started grabbing various items to include. The man asked, first time here at the festival, young man. I used to come when I was younger with my mother, but this is my first time in nearly 10 years. Izuku answered the man watching as he and the other woman started to rotate the takoyaki in their wells. "And you, young lady?" asked his partner, as she stuffed what looked like red ginger into a few of the ball. "It's my first time here, actually." He had the idea that our first date would be today and suggested that we pick each other's yukatas out for the night. Himiko couldn't help but smile as she talked about Izuku's idea for their first date. "Is that right?" the older lady said. "My husband and I have worked here for many years now. It's always nice to see a new couple remembering the old ways. Be sure to visit the shrine before you two depart for the night. My Gentaro here and I met there when we were younger. I'm sure the shrine will bless you two as well." Himiko watched as Izuku paid for the food, and noticed that the lady picked up 2 skewers, then winked at her and only put one in their basket. Himiko realized what she was planning and gave her a small smile. Taking the food, Izuku thanked the couple and walked off arm in arm, still with Himiko. We only got 1 skewer, that's weird." Seizing the chance, Himiko spoke up, "Well, you could always feed them to me then." After saying that, she looked away, trying to get her blush underway. Izuku flushed as well at her suggestion. "Sure, I can do that." Taking the skewer, he pierced one and held it out before her mouth. "Here, try this one." Gently, she took the offered takoyaki and ate it slowly. "It tastes wonderful," Himiko said, chewing it slowly then swallowing. "Here, try it." Himiko took the skewer from his hand and gently stabbed into one, before holding it up for him to eat. Izuku leaned forward and bit the offered treat. He took the skewer back as he tasted the food and prepared another for Himiko. "It is good, I'm glad you like it as well. Here." He offered her another one. As they walked on, they continued feeding one another until Izuku offered her the last one. Himiko decided to be bold and stuck her tongue out and wrapped it around the bottom of the takoyaki while keeping eye contact with Izuku. She then pulled it off of the skewer slowly with her tongue, and let out a soft mmm as she ate it. Izuku was transfixed watching her tongue wrap around the skewered ball. As she pulled it off, he liked his lips and let out a soft needy mmm of his own. Seeing her swallow the last piece, he leaned forward and kissed her on the lips. As she kissed back, he bit her lip, making her gasp, and took the opportunity to slide his tongue into her mouth. The tray fell to the ground as he wrapped his arms around her, pulling her tight against him. Pulling back, he spoke with a soft voice, "I love you, Himiko." "I love you too, Aizu." As she said that, she leaned in to kiss him once more before a loud chime interrupted them. They had reached the shrine. "Oh, we're here," Izuku said, untangling his arms from around her, embarrassed that he had started a make-out session in the middle of the festival. Thankfully, the area was less populated and no one had been watching them closely. Bending down, he grabbed the dropped food tray and noticed a slight bulge on the side of her leg under the yukata. "Himiko, what's on your leg?" he asked, poking the bulge. It felt stiff. "Oh," she said in a soft voice, "I forgot I put that on. I've gotten used to it." "What is it, though?" "Knife holder." "Knife what?" he asked incredulously. "Aizawa and I learned that I'm good with knives, so I've gotten used to carrying them in case I need one. Don't give me that look, I just like having them. It makes me feel safer, is all. I had to protect myself when I was on my own," she said, then batted her lashes at Izuku. "I'm just a cute little defenseless girl, won't you keep me safe, Mr. Hero?" Izuku huffed at that. He wasn't sure why, but her saying that made him feel proud about himself. "Of course, Himiko. I'll protect you." Izuku finished by kissing her forehead, then took her hand in his. "Now, let's go visit the shrine, then we can see what else catches our eye for the night." Walking up to the shrine, Izuku tossed the tray away, then walked up the stairs hand in hand with Himiko. At the top, they each grabbed the chime cord and nodded before giving it a pull together to ring it. Once done, they clapped their hands and prayed silently. "Izuku, I've really enjoyed tonight, but it feels more crowded here now. Can we watch the fireworks somewhere more private? I also want some BLD." She looked away at the last part, nervous about his answer. He was confused why she would be nervous about drinking BLD when it dawned on him. Other than when they first met, she had always drunk his BLD in private at home, never somewhere as public as this. "Of course, and if you don't feel comfortable doing it here, we can go home whenever you want." Her heart fluttered when he said they could go home. hearing him refer to his place as theirs still made her tingle in happiness. They had watched the fireworks for a few minutes before heading home. It had been appealing to watch the castle light up from the fireworks, and Himiko had rested her head on Izuku's shoulder. The entire time, content to spend the evening together. Eventually, her need for BLD won out, and they left the festival grounds. As they were leaving, Himiko thought she saw a couple from behind with long smooth green hair and a partial ponytail, and the other with wild blonde hair. Then someone walked in front of her and they were gone. Once they reached their apartment, Izuku unlocked the door and called out for his mother. Hearing no response, he figured she must have gone out for something. He shrugged. As they made their way to his bedroom, he began pulling his yukata off, revealing his clothes underneath, a simple sleeveless shirt and shorts. "I'll go change then come join you, Aizu," she said, heading to her room, sashaying her hips as she went. She giggled when she heard him groan. She quickly stripped, revealing that all she had worn under the yukata had been her bra and panties. She grabbed a pair of short shorts that she knew he loved and a loose shirt and headed to his room. She walked in while he was looking at his phone. She froze. "You sent me something else, Himiko?" he asked her, looking up from it. She nodded, blushing, unable to speak. "Do you want me to watch it now?" he asked, unsure if she would be comfortable with him watching it in front of her. She squeaked out a yes. His face was now blushed and motioned for her to come sit with him. "Why don't we watch it together?" Himiko scrambled into his lap and settled down. He leaned forward with his head on her shoulder and pressed play. Himiko jolted as she felt him get hard the moment the video showed her touch herself. "That was quick," she muttered out. He couldn't believe it. Himiko had sent him a video of herself fingering herself after the selfie she sent him. His breathing was ragged, doing his best to not black out like he had before. "Do you like it?" she softly asked, nervous as to what he thought. She was afraid she had been too forward with that. "Himiko, it's you." "Of course I like it, how could I not?" he asked, then kissed her softly on the cheek. She took the phone out of his hand, then holding his hand moved it to the waistband of her shorts. Lifting the band of the shorts and her panties up, she guided his hand to her entrance. Himiko," he stuttered out, surprised at how bold this was. "Just a little bit, Izuku. I want to feel you," she breathed out, as his fingers slowly explored past her mound and found a nub. He dragged them over. Her breath hitched as his fingers grazed it, as he pushed a finger past it and slowly spread her opening before giving it a gentle push. She tugged on his arm and he pulled his hand out of panties and back into the room. He looked at his hand that had given her brief pleasure and noticed a glistening on one of his fingers. Watching him stare at it, she leaned her head back and whispered in his ear, "Go ahead, taste me." He felt a jolt run through him as she whispered in his ear. He brought his finger to his mouth and liked one side of it. His eyes widened at the taste, sweet yet bitter. "Oh my God," he ummed out. Himiko blushed as she watched him taste her. She took his hand, then inserted his finger into her mouth and softly sked on it, while looking into his eyes. Pulling back, her mouth released his finger with a soft pop. She climbed out of his lap and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. She looked down and noticed his bulge. She gulped. "Can I?" asked, slowly reaching for it. Sure. He leaned back and let her slowly pull his shorts and boxers down, watched as his erection sprang forth before her. She watched as it wobbled back and forth a few times before it settled standing straight up from his pee-pee. She tentatively reached out for it, and was surprised at just how much hotter it was without any clothes obstructing it. Gripping it loosely, she slowly stroked her hand up and down as he shuddered at her touch. Pulling his boxers down further, she saw his two rather large balls and cupped them. As she did that, she felt them move in her hand before settling back to where they were. Izuku was doing his best to keep it together. Himiko was gently stroking him and had now started fndling his ball. "Himiko, I'm really," he gasped as her hand ran up the full length then back down. "Sensitive right now, but your touch feels so, amazing." She gave him two last strokes and noticed a bead of clear liquid had formed at the tip. Freeing her hands, she took a finger and wiped the bead away, smirking as he ummed once more. She looked at it, then to him, and liked it off her finger once he was watching her. Her eyes widened as she tasted him. "Oh my God, I think I like that almost as much as BLD." Himiko, we agreed we would wait to go further than we have before. He pulled his clothes back on to where they should be as he spoke, blushing as she watched him adjust himself in his shorts. She sighed, I know, and I agree. Stupid hormones, she said, climbing on top of him. She kissed him once again on the lips. Okay, he sighed and closed his eyes in concentration. You wanted some BLD, right? Noticing the sudden subject change, she smiled at him. Yeah, I do. She kissed his neck and gave it a like where she planned to bite him to numb the pain. I really enjoyed our date, Himiko. I'd love to take you on more in the future. Izuku said, stroking her back. She blinked at him, then broke into a huge grin with some small tears forming at the edges of her eyes. I did too, Aizu. I can't wait for the next one. She leaned down and kissed him once again. Then clambered off of him. Himiko? He asked, bewildered by her sudden movement. Can't sleep on top of the sheet, silly. Plus, we need to brush our teeth. Sure, our mouths still taste like takoyaki and other things now. She blushed and looked away at the last part. But I'm sure it will lead to some rancid morning breath for both of us. With that, she walked out of the bedroom and to the bathroom. He smiled and followed after his girlfriend. They were under the sheets now, mouths free of takoyaki aftertaste, and she was skiing on his neck, drinking his BLD. He started with her left hair bun and slowly undid the clips used for it and gently shook it out. Then ran his fingers through it, dragging his nails softly over her scalp. She keened at that and pulled off of his neck. How do you always find the best spots to scratch? It's my secret quirk, Toga Himiko's perfect boyfriend. She giggled at him. Well, I'm glad that you have that quirk, Mr. Hero. She then went back to his neck, catching any BLD that flowed free while she was away from it. He then moved to the other bun, and followed the same pattern, smiling as she once again keened at his touch. She gave the bite area one last like, satisfied with what she had gotten, then kissed him before settling down on his chest and closed her eyes. Musutafu. Chisome had never dared to enter the city before, not with UA and its horde of heroes constantly in it. That and the fact that All Might had been seen there more often than usual. It was possible that he was moving his office there and was marking the area as under his protection, but that was neither here nor there. The only reason he had come today was an invitation from Himiko. An information broker by the name of Jiran had gotten in touch with him and given him a sealer letter. Jiran did not know who the sender was, but the sender said that Stain would know who wrote it. He smiled, seeing that Himiko seemed happy with her life in the light so far from what she wrote him. She managed to find a family that took her in and accepted her for who she was. Apparently, she was looking into underground heroics for her future career, wanting to make a difference. But today she wanted him to come to Dagobah Beach to see something spectacular. He decided to humor her and see what was so interesting. As he approached Dagobah, he could smell the built-up trash and sneered. At least his face mask cut some of the odor out, even if it was hard to keep it up with what little nose he had left. Entering the parking lot, he saw an open-top dumpster that had some trash peeking out in a few areas. Is someone cleaning the beach? He wondered. Very good, young Midoriya. A boisterous voice from behind the trash piles on the beach called out. Chisome's eyes opened wide in shock. All Might. Here. At this time of day. Wow, Aizu, I haven't been here since we met. You've made some progress. Himiko. Here with All Might, and someone named Midoriya. What is this? Stain was confused, so he crouched down and shuffled forward slowly to try to get a vantage point to see what was going on. As he neared the steps down to the beach, he heard All Might once more. Yes, he has. His physical training is coming along nicely. That reminds me, I'm glad I called ahead and asked if you were here. Now, while I have no problem with you drinking Midoriya's BLD, I do ask that you not do it while he is cleaning the beach for two reasons. Firstly, it is rather filthy here, and secondly, I don't want him to become lightheaded from BLD loss and hurt himself. That makes sense. I can wait till we get home, plus I prefer not to do it in public anyways, Himiko casually replied. Yes, thank you, young Toga. Anyways, I brought a few BLD packs for you to drink in this refrigerated cooler. Recovery Girl also said she wants you to come in next week so she can go over your quirk with you. She's curious as to why you tend to need a higher amount of BLD to drink compared to Vlad King. Could it be that her quirk lasts longer the more BLD she drinks? If not that, then maybe she can't produce as much iron or hemoglobin as we can and gets it by drinking it. I know she's had fewer quirk madness episodes, or I hate that phrase, so maybe the BLD has a psychological effect or it causes her brain to release a chemical that balances her emotions. The boy whom he assumed was Midoriya was interrupted before he could delve further in the girl's quirk and need for BLD by All Might. Izuku. Cut it out, you're creeping me out, it's like I'm dealing with Nezu, said All Might, as he rubbed his head. Himiko giggled saying, well, he is Nezu's personal student after all. Yes, but he's my disciple first, All Might shot back. Disciple? Himiko asked, confused. Himiko, what have you dragged me into? Stain was lost as well. All Might has a disciple apparently, and it was this boy. He crept closer, finally seeing the three people below. All Might was not in one of his hero costumes, but was dressed as a civilian white shirt, green breathes and black boots. Himiko, he saw, was wearing clean clothes compared to what she had worn before, a red skirt with black accents, and a shirt that said as he squinted to better read it, dress on it, and a pair of red sandals. The boy was in oversized red shoes, green shorts and a shirt that said, Suit. I am the hero killer, not the fashion police, Stain thought to himself. All Might blanched at her question, then sighed. He looked to his disciple as he had just called him who shrugged before picking up more trash. Yes, I have chosen Izuku to one day take my place as the symbol of peace, but as he told you, he wishes to be his own hero, not just a clone of me. I'm sure he will make a fine symbol of hope to those who need him in their darkest times. You make it sound like you're going away, All Might, Himiko said, looking confused. All Might and Izuku looked at one another before All Might continued. There is much you don't know about me currently, young Himiko. I can't tell you much currently, but know this, I was your age when I finally received my quirk. Himiko dropped the BLD bag she fished out of the cooler. What? You grew up quirkless just like Aizu is. Stain froze. The symbol of peace was a late bloomer and he had apparently chosen a quirkless kid as his disciple. He noticed as Himiko was reaching down for her dropped BLD bag that she was looking around quickly, looking for him to see if he was here for this. Yes, I too was diagnosed as quirkless. I even have the double toe joint to prove it. As he said that, he lifted a foot and wiggled it with a chuckle. So how do you have a quirk, then? Himiko asked, then noticed that Izuku looked sad at her question about him leaving, turning to him she asked, did you know this, Aizu? He nodded, then answered, I did, but it wasn't my secret to tell. She turned back to All Might. How did you get a quirk? Does this mean Izuku will somehow be getting a quirk? Yes, but I won't get into the specifics today. Himiko stood up and walked over to the boy. I wish you had told me, but I can understand why something this big was kept from me. I guess this was known before we met. She asked him, reaching out for one of his hands. He reached out and grasped her hand saying, yes, Himiko. I'm sorry you're learning about it now, but we agreed that me suddenly manifesting a quirk would be weird. I felt that you deserved to know. Only my mom, Aizawa, and Nezu know the full details, and you will know once the UA staff learns when Nezu and All Might decide to do that. He smiled softly before asking, you aren't mad, are you? I can't stay mad at you, Izuku. You who took me in despite my quirk and need for BLD, you who loves me for who I am. At that point, she pulled him forwards into a kiss. But this is a lot to take in, so I'm gonna have a walk and let this settle while you two continue. Chizome understood. She wanted to see if he was here and heard this. He watched as she pulled away from the boy, noticing a bit of BLD drip from his mouth. He smiled as Himiko leaned back in and liked it away. As she began walking away from All Might and the boy, she looked in his direction and noticed him watching. She gave a subtle nod and proceeded forwards in his direction. As she walked down the beach, weaving between junk piles, she saw him. Akaguro Chizome, hero killer Stain, was on the same beach as All Might and his disciple. Hello, Himiko. It's been a while, Chizome greeted her in a neutral tone, watching her approach slowly but calmly. Hello, Chizome. Listen, I didn't know All Might was going to be here today. I wouldn't have asked you to come here if I knew. Himiko said, keeping her distance from Stain, unsure of how he felt about the revelation he had just witnessed. It's a lot to take in. All Might having a disciple, you being in love with said disciple. She flushed when he mentioned her being in love with Izuku. I thought he was going to be the first quirkless hero, to prove that anyone can be a hero and save lives. I'm a little hurt that I was lied to, but All Might told him to lie about it. Stain placed a hand on his chin as he took in her words. To think the symbol of peace is a late bloomer and an oddity of a quirk bearer. But if he grew up quirkless, then he obviously saw the failings of the quirk-focused society and failure of heroes. It actually makes sense that he would choose someone like him to be his successor. It does? Himiko asked, curious as to where he was going with this. Stain nodded, then answered, in the dawn of quirks, the ratio of quirk to quirkless was opposite of what it is now. The quirked were viewed as both gods and monsters in that time. You had the rise of supervillains that people only thought existed in comics and movies. The advent of heroes as we now know them, who fought the villains who were trying to take over the world with their powers that the world couldn't resist against. Himiko sat down on a level piece of debris, enraptured by what Stain was telling her. Izuku had always shied away from talking about the dawn of quirks. When it would come on the TV while watching history shows, he would frown at certain parts as if he didn't agree with them. So, it was like what Izuku and a younger All Might faced, but for people with quirks. Correct. You had Destro, the revolutionary who led the Meta Liberation Army, who fought for quirk rights for the few who were quirked. While many say he failed to achieve full liberation, he did create a form of it, hero work as we now know it. He watched her take his words in to see what she would come up with. So, the current hero society is because of him. You called his group an army, so the governments must have fast-tracked people as heroes to combat it, but after his defeat still kept that system. She wondered aloud. Exactly. Once the fighting was over, there were many heroes who were thanked for their services and received boons such as free quirk use while on patrol. Time progressed and the system remained the same, and people began to see hero work not as a call to protect and serve those weaker than them, but as a career and easy money. They are the fake heroes you hunt, then. It wasn't a question, but a statement. Correct. Those who wish to call themselves heroes should do so because they wish to protect others, to save them. He smiled at her beneath his mask. Just like All Might, and your boyfriend Midoriya, it seems. Himiko smiled at him. I'm glad that you seem to approve of him. He was the reason I wanted you to come today, to meet him. To see who I think is a true hero, and apparently All Might's disciple and successor. Yes, it appears that he will bear a heavy burden. I look forward to seeing how the two of you progress as heroes. Now then, I should leave. I don't want All Might to find me here talking to you. I have work to do. 𝐒𝐿 began walking away when Himiko called out to him. 𝐒𝐿, I think this will be the last time we meet as friends. I want to be a hero who saves people, even if I believe in your ideals and follow them. I couldn't call myself a true hero if I let a murderer walk away, even if they are my friend. As she finished, tears began to form in the corners of her eyes. He looked over his shoulder at her before saying, then this is goodbye, Himiko my friend. We BLD quirk users must stick together. Always know this, if you ever need my help I will come. Become a great hero with your boyfriend. Once you two do, then you can catch me. I won't even fight you. I'll know that hero society will be great with you two leading it. Izuku still didn't know why Himiko had come back to him crying, holding him tightly. She said she would tell him later, but that it wasn't anything he had done. Over the week since then, she had returned to her former cheery self, but with a renewed drive towards quirk history and hero philosophy. He wasn't sure why, but sometimes it seemed like she had her own philosophy that she was trying to teach him as well. It was as if she had the idea that every hero should strive to be what she calls a true hero. He wasn't sure where she got it from, but it seemed idealistic for a perfect world. Sadly, he knew not everyone was a hero for those reasons, but he was okay with that. He did his best to help her understand that some people are heroes for selfish reasons, but that they usually have a reason out of their control. It was one of those days where they were studying together at home, their notes spread out across the dining table, that Izuku decided a change was needed. "Hey, Himiko," he asked, putting away his notes for his next lesson. "What is it, Aizu? You want to go out on a date right now?" She looked at him and blinked a few times before asking, "As in leave now and go do something cute and coupley?" "Yeah, we have the entire evening to ourselves since Mom is having dinner with Auntie and Uncle tonight," he answered while moving closer to her. "I figured we could go out together, get dinner and see where the night takes us. Then finish the night off with some BLD and cuddling," she offered, scooting closer to him. Of course, as he finished, he leaned closer to her and gave her a gentle kiss. "No making out at the table, people eat there," 𝐒𝐭𝐽 said in a teasing voice as she entered the room. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 smiled as the two pulled away from each other, sporting faint blushes at being caught. "I overheard your idea for tonight and that's a good idea, Izuku." "Thanks, Mom." As the two continued to pack away their notes and books, 𝐒𝐭𝐽 asked, "Oh, Izuku dear, what would you like to do for your birthday next week?" At that, Himiko perked up and watched Izuku to see what he would say. "I haven't put any thought into it really. I've been preoccupied so much recently that I sort of forgot about it." He shrugged, truly unsure of what he would want to do for his birthday. Himiko and 𝐒𝐭𝐽 locked eyes and nodded. They would come up with a great birthday plan for Izuku. As the two teens walked through town, hand in hand, they realized they had wandered upon a city park. Izuku saw how nice it looked. Maybe they could simply stroll through the park and enjoy the quiet of the night together. No fancy date or plans, just the joy of spending time with someone you cherish. "Hey, Himiko, why don't we explore the park? Have a nice quiet night with no distractions, just the two of us," he asked, running his thumb over the back of her hand, a simple gesture that both found relaxing when either of them felt nervous. "That would be lovely, Aizu," she said, leaning over to him and giving him a kiss on the cheek. As the two walked around the park, they took in the sights it had to offer, from ponds with various colorful birds exploring the shore to the rows of flowers. It was while they were exploring the flowers that Izuku looked around briefly before plucking a red flower and placed it in Himiko's hair above her ear. She beamed once she realized he had done, and gave him a gentle kiss. "Thank you, Aizu. It's lovely," he hummed in agreement as he returned the kiss. Pulling away, he asked, "Maybe we can come back here one day for a picnic if we have the time." A kiss was the only answer he needed. �プ𝐿 was many contradictory things at the moment. Tired but awake, annoyed but happy, concerned but content. Nemurai and Hisashi were on either side of him, their arms hooked through his as they dragged him through the park on a date of their own. Nemurai had worn something sensible for once in his mind, a white blouse with a grey knee-length skirt that matched with her grey flats. Hisashi to his left was still wearing his leather breeds of his hero outfit, something both Nemurai and �㗉𝐿 agreed that made his but look great, a simple yellow shirt and black boots. His hair was out of its usual mohawk and simply tied up in an extravagant topknot that his two partners worked together to tie for him. 𝐒𝐿 surprisingly had clothes other than his hero outfit, but it was still the same color scheme of black breeds and boots with a grey shirt. "It's nice to have some free time from hero work and classes for once, wouldn't you two agree?" Nemurai asked, joy evident in her voice as she got to spend time with the two men she loved. "Yeah. It's nice to be out together for once, even if it's something different than what we normally do when we go out." "I wouldn't have pegged 𝐒𝐿𝐿 for the type to choose a park, but it's nice," Hisashi answered, leaning forward to look around 𝐒𝐿𝐿 to see her. "I have tastes other than cat cafes," 𝐒𝐿𝐿 said, shooting a weak glare at Hisashi, "and I'll have you know there isn't a cat cafe by this park," he huffed. Sadly. As they turned a corner, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 saw the one scene he didn't want to see while out on a date. His future students also on a date. "Stop, both of you," he hissed to Nemurai and Hisashi. "We are leaving now." As he tried to turn both people on his arms away as quickly as possible, the worst happened. "Hey! You're 𝐒𝐿𝐿's little listeners," Hisashi suddenly said louder than necessary. Thankfully the park was relatively empty. He grimaced as he watched the two teens flinch, and Himiko slowly turned her head, eyes flashing at being interrupted at whatever she had been telling Izuku. "Quit yelling in public," she shot back. Then she recognized the two people standing rather close to the loud man. "Oh, Nemurai." Izuku was looking away, He still couldn't look in Aizawa's direction without becoming flustered. He didn't blame him either. Poor kid suffered enough. Nemurai broke free of his grip and swiftly walked over to the couple, and pulled them into a tight hug, showing off her strength by picking both teens up from the ground. "Ms. Kiyoma!" Izuku squeaked out, face full-blown red from her hug. Himiko, however, had no reservations and hugged their attacker back. "I'm surprised to see you here." "We were too, actually. You guys having a date as well?" Kiyoma asked, proud of her two students for spending a night out together. "Wise, Izuku stuttered out, doing his best to ignore where he was being pressed against at the moment. "How sweet." She let go of the two as she placed them back on the ground, before continuing, "We are on one ourselves," she said softly so as not to attract too much attention to herself from the few people walking in the park. "Come on, Nemurai. Let's go elsewhere," 𝐬𝐽 said, trying to end the moment as soon as possible. "Yeah, let's leave the kids to do what they were doing, Nemurai," Hisashi called out, realizing how awkward it's been between 𝐬𝐽 and Izuku. He had been upset about her lesson with the two once 𝐬𝐽 filled him in on what she did. He agreed that Izuku would be nervous around the three of them for a bit. Nemurai looked back at her boyfriends and pouted, then a smirk crawled across her face. Turning back to the couple before her asking, "So, what are your plans for the night, you two?" Izuku answered since it was his idea, "Well, I didn't plan anything. I thought we could simply have a night out and see what caught our eye. The park is nice, and we actually agreed to come back one day for a picnic when we have the time." Nemurai cooed at his answer, "That's so sweet of you, Izuku." Then she crouched down to speak to them quietly. "Listen, I know things didn't go as you expected in the class and that I got a little overzealous, but I hope you can forgive me, Izuku. I've been talking with Himiko about your class, and we agree that it was helpful." He blushed while admitting that. "I'm not mad with you, it's just a little awkward with Mr. Aizawa currently is all, but I'll get over it at my own pace." She patted him on the shoulder. "I can understand that, he feels awkward about it as well. He's like you, not the most outgoing of people and isn't sure how to handle this situation I put you two in. Yeah, it's just when I see him now I think of the stuff we watched in your class, so it's hard to stop that from happening. Maybe another week or so." He shrugged, unsure really of how long it would take. She gave him a soft smile, then pulled him and Himiko into another hug. "You two have a good date tonight, and remember my door is always open in case you two have questions." With that, she got back up and rejoined her boyfriends. "Okay you two, let's go get dinner. I'm starving." Hisashi and 𝐬𝐽 looked at each then shrugged. Hisashi took the lead and turned around, dragging 𝐬𝐽 with him. 𝐬𝐽 looked back once to see his students standing there hand in hand. Izuku waved to him as he left. Things would be okay it seemed. Izuku awoke to a sting sensation on his chest, umming and stretching as he opened his eyes to an interesting sight. There, he saw that Himiko was half on top of him nibbling on one of his nipples, while playing with the other one with her fingers and slightly pinching it. Good morning, Himiko," he breathed out, his hands reaching out to her and running them through her hair. Himiko purred as his hands scratched her scalp, still nibbling on his NPL and enjoying his MMMs while she teased him some more. "You always like doing this to me, so I figured I'd return the favor. How do you like it?" she asked, looking up at him. "I like it a lot." He brought his hand up to the NPL she was tweaking and grabbed her hand. "However, I'd rather kiss you." "Oh, Aizu," she said before giving his NPL one last flick with her tongue. She climbed on top of him and crawled up his chest before laying down on him, sealing his lips in a kiss. Izuku wrapped his arms around his girlfriend as they made out, nibbling on her lower lip. He slid his tongue in as she opened her mouth, granting him entrance. Himiko pulled back from the kiss after a while, smiling down at Izuku. "Happy birthday, Izuku." "Oh, it is," he said, eyes finally opening all the way in surprise. "Did you forget about it?" she asked, raising an eyebrow up. "Yeah, I've never really done anything for them in the past. It was just Mom and I." He trailed off looking away from her, bearing a slight frown. "I'm sorry to hear that, but Inko and I have come up with a plan for today." "Oh, and what would that be?" "It's a surprise, silly," was the only answer he got from her. 𝐒𝐭 smiled at her son and his girlfriend as they headed out for the day. She wasn't sure when it happened, but her son was starting to walk with confidence now. Himiko had been such a blessing for both of them. "Hey Mom, where are we going exactly?" Izuku asked as he looked around the city they had arrived in. She laughed at that. Too busy staring into Himiko's eyes to pay attention. His silence and blushing was all the answer she needed. "We're in Roppongi, Izuku." "Wait, isn't All Might's office he began to ask before Himiko cut him off. "Yep. 𝐭 and I planned out a trip here for you to tour it with All Might. I thought it was weird you hadn't been to it yet, being the All Might otaku you are." She laughed as he sputtered at that. I just look up to him a lot, that's all." Himiko and 𝐭 laughed at his admission, covering their mouths as he looked away embarrassed. Eventually they arrived at their destination, All Might's hero agency. "Wow, it's larger than I expected it to be." Izuku was craning his head to look up at the top of the building. Might Tower is amazing to see in person. I've always wondered about the planet motif on top though. It doesn't fit his aesthetic. "Well, you'll just have to ask him then, won't you?" 𝐭 said, smiling as she headed for the doors. "Wait, we're seeing All Might today?" Izuku asked with surprise evident in his voice. "Aizu, we just saw him a few days ago. How have you not gotten used to it yet? He's so ordinary when he comes over, it makes him look like a regular person." Himiko chimed in, watching her boyfriend geek out about his mentor. "Although I guess it is weird to see the #1 hero in your place at all times of the day." Himiko promptly coughed and Izuku for some reason thought her say and night, but figured he was just hearing things due to the people walking around them. 𝐭 then coughed saying, "I guess it does make him look more human. Now then, let's not waste too much time out here. All Might is a busy man after all." She then promptly headed inside the building. Izuku watched as Himiko smiled to herself, curious as to what he had just witnessed. He just shrugged since the mysteries of women aren't for him to answer. As they walked inside the building he took in the atrium they had entered, marveling at the open space that traveled up several floors before it stopped at a glass-domed ceiling that looked straight up the side of the hero agency. "Excuse me," he heard his mother say to a lady with horns at the desk, "we're here for a meeting with All Might at 11 o'clock. The receptionist gave 𝐭 a surprised look before saying, "So you're who he blocked off his entire day for then?" "His entire day?" 𝐭 asked, shocked at that revelation. "He said it would be just a few hours when we last talked." "Well, it says here that both All Might and Yagi Toshinori are booked for the day. I gotta say I'm impressed, they both work so hard they hardly ever take breaks." The receptionist gave her a soft smile. "I hope they enjoy this day as well." "That we will, 𝐭," All Might said as he came around a corner to greet them. "Oh, hello sir. I was just about to send them up to you," 𝐒𝐿 said, surprised that her boss came down to personally greet these mysterious visitors. "It's no problem, as I was going to bring them back down here anyways. Young Midoriya, your mother and Himiko approached me with an idea for today. Himiko brought up how you haven't been here yet since we met," All Might said as he gently ushered them to follow him through the atrium. "We agreed what better way for you to see Might Tower than for you to receive a guided tour by me personally, as well receive a few gifts from me as well to help you in your future career." "Really?" Izuku asked, stunned at his mentor's offer. All Might looked around and saw people in the agency watching them as he led his guests through the atrium. "Why, of course. It wouldn't be very heroic of me to let someone with a quirk similar to mine suffer the drawbacks on a body that isn't able to withstand them. Young Midoriya, I'm sure you'll make an outstanding hero once you get your quirk under control." Izuku realized what his MSTR was doing, but hearing those words, even if some were technically fake, still held so much meaning to him. "Yes sir, All Might. I'll do my best to surpass your expectations," Izuku said as he clenched his FSTNG, looking the hero in the eye. All Might smiled at him and placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. "I really did pick the best when I chose you, Izuku," he said in a quieter tone than usual so that only Himiko, 𝐭, and Izuku could hear him. "Thank you, All Might," Izuku said, as All Might's hand squeezed his shoulder. As they reached the elevators, All Might pushed the buttons in a special order and then moved to a blank wall that suddenly split open, revealing a private elevator. He gestured for them to enter, before he followed them inside as the door began to close. A secret elevator? Himiko asked, as she looked at All Might. Correct. It is very useful for me to get around my own agency while also allowing people with clearance easier access to the top floors, as well direct access to other important parts of the agency. That makes sense. Will we be seeing Toshi today as well then? The receptionist said he was booked for us as well today. She asked. All Might looked to the Midoriyas, who nodded at him. He took a breath and released his quirk. In a puff of smoke, there stood Yagi Toshinori in All Might's costume. Himiko stood there frozen like a cat who had been scared. Her pupils, while normally slitted, opened wider than usual to give them more of a human look. Izuku stepped forth and placed his hand in Himiko's. At that, she turned to him looking startled. Is this one of those secrets you said you couldn't tell me? He nodded. It wasn't my secret to tell, Himiko. You know I hate the idea of lying to you. Young Toga, All Might, now Toshi called out to her, please do not be mad at Izuku for lying to you on my behalf. All will be revealed in the future. Just know this, my time is growing short like I told you at Dagobah. How short? She asked, trepidation clear in her voice. I can maintain that form for roughly 3 hours a day. He answered her. But he paused in thought before continuing. Once I give Izuku my quirk, it will decrease further. Izuku flinched as Himiko's hand tightened its grip on his. Give him your quirk. She asked, dazed by that statement. Yes, my quirk was formed in the dawn of quirks. There existed a man who could give and take them however he saw fit. One day, he forced a quirk into his seemingly quirkless brother. However, the brother held a quirk, the ability to pass itself on. It is unsure why it happened, but the brother's quirk fused with the strength quirk that was forced into him. Izuku interrupted him saying, and so, one for all was created. Toshi is the 8th bearer and I am to be the 9th. Himiko looked from her boyfriend then to Toshi. But why are you like that? Does the quirk do that to you? I don't want Izuku to suffer like that. Neither do I, he said, sounding sad. 5 years ago, I fought the older brother and barely won, but at a great cost. Izuku watched as Himiko took this information in, then to his mom to see how she was faring, but her reaction threw him off. Mom, did you know all of this? Inko smiled sadly at him saying, yes, Toshi told Aizawa and I about it the day we went to UA for the first time. He said he would have a talk with you about it when you were older though. Toshi nodded at her. That I did. I will discuss it more in detail at a later date in time. However, I believe that Himiko should be let in on my true form, as it would allow me to save my hero form for when it's needed. She nodded at that. It makes sense. I thought I had stumbled upon a rather normal simple family who cared for me, but this is more than I expected. She looked at Izuku, then looked at Toshi. There is something I need to tell you then, about whose ideals I follow. Toshi held up his hand silencing her. Nezu, Aizawa, Sekijiro, and I know, Himiko. She gasped, fear clear in her eyes. What's going on? Izuku asked, worried about his girlfriend. She pulled her hand from Izuku's, closing her eyes as she spoke. I'm a follower of Stain. Izuku opened his mouth to speak, but Toshi covered his mouth. Do not let this tarnish your relationship with her, Izuku. Toshi said as he reached out to Himiko, placing his hand on her shoulder. Stain was your first friend, the one who gave you BLD and the first to tell you that you could be a hero. She nodded at that, opening her eyes to look at Toshi's smiling face. I do not know why the hero killer put you on this path, but I am glad he did. You will be a wonderful heroine, Himiko. She cried, latching on to him. That's what he told me last week, when we were at Dagobah. I had invited him to meet Izuku to see who I found to be a true hero. He approved of him. Toshi faltered at that. He was there. He was, if anything, his appreciation for you grew, helping a quirkless kid prove they could be a hero. That you suffered as Izuku had and still became such a wonderful hero. As he left, she was racked by another set of sobs. What happened, Himiko? Izuku asked. His emotions were conflicted. His girlfriend was sobbing, but she was also the follower of a villain's ideology. An ideology she was teaching him. One he actually liked at times if he was honest with himself. I said we couldn't be friends anymore. I couldn't be a true hero and let a murderer go free even if they were friends. He told me, become a great hero with your boyfriend. Once you two do, then you can catch me. I won't even fight you. I'll know that hero society will be great with you two leading it. She cried once more, repeating Stain's last words to her. Izuku took in the man's words. A villain would surrender to him, because he trusted him to lead the future of heroics. He realized then that two very different legacies had been moved upon him. He swallowed and made up his mind. I would like to speak with Himiko privately, please. Toshi nodded, and pressed a button on the panel, bringing the elevator to a halt shortly after. This is a private conference room. It is only accessible via this elevator. Take all the time you need. He smiled as he watched his successor gently grab Himiko's hand and lead her into the room. As Izuku led Himiko into the room, the elevator door closed, giving him one last glance at Toshi and his mother. Both wore worried looks on their faces as they quietly talked. Looks like we both learned something today, Himiko. She nodded, worried what he would say next. I've made up my mind, Himiko. What do you mean? She went to ask before he cut her off by pulling her into a deep kiss. He pulled back from the kiss after a few seconds. I don't care that you followed a serial killer. What he did for you brought us together. I may not understand or accept all of his ideas fully, but if he is sincere in what he told you, then he can't be completely evil. Nezu has been teaching me philosophy, teaching me that not everything is black and white, heroes and villains, and that there is a middle ground. I think that is where Stain falls and where you were before he pushed you to my side of things. She listened as her boyfriend accepted her secret side to her, how she looked up to a serial killer. I'm sorry, Aizu, I never wanted you to learn this, but I couldn't keep it from coming out once All Might, or I guess Toshi, revealed his true self to me. He patted her back. I love you, Toga Himiko, never forget that. She smiled at him before saying, I love you too, Midoriya Izuku. She pulled him in for another kiss. Himiko, I know we're young and it's really early in our relationship. He fumbled with his hands, grabbing hers. But I want to make you happy, you deserve happiness and so much more. Aizu? She questioned, wondering where he was going with this. This isn't a proposal, but more of a promise. I plan to make you mine one day. One day you will be mine, Midoriya Himiko. Her eyes widened at that. Suddenly her lips were crashing into his, hungry for him. If your mom and Toshi weren't on the other side of that door, she whispered in his ear, I'd throw you on that table and tell you to put a baby in me. She nibbled on his ear at the last part, then stopped suddenly. Did you just get hard? He nodded dumbly, looking at her. Remind me to put that into the sec journal. And give me a moment to calm down. God forbid they open the door. As he finished speaking, he took several breaths and closed his eyes. Thank you, Aizu. Himiko said, as she took his hand into hers. Thank you once again for accepting me for who I am. I told you, Himiko, I love you for who you are. This is another piece of who you are. He pulled in for another kiss, which she happily returned. As the kiss finished, the couple approached the wall where the elevator was and knocked on it. They then stepped back as it slowly opened, revealing Inko at the entrance. How are things between you two? She asked, nervous as to what she may hear back from them. Things are fine, Mom, Izuku answered as he tightened his grip on Himiko's hand. She nodded as well. They really are, Inko. Now then, said Izuku, can we make the rest of my birthday happy? I'd prefer not to see my girlfriend cry again. Of course, sweetie. Inko said, as she pulled the two teens into a hug. How about we have lunch up in my office? Toshi offered. We can continue the tour afterwards. Izuku nodded. I like that idea. What about you, Mom, Himiko? He asked, turning to them. Both nodded in agreement. They had finally gotten home. It had taken the combined efforts of Himiko, Inko, and Toshi as All Might to get Izuku to leave Might Tower. especially when Toshi let slip that he was working with David Shield on a project for Izuku. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had signaled for him to cut the tour short as they knew he would refuse to leave until he had gathered every scrap of knowledge possible on the subject. Once inside, Izuku sat down on the couch and pulled Himiko down onto his lap. "Today was my best birthday by far in a long time, thank you Himiko," he said, then turned his head and said over the couch back, "And you too Mom." "You're welcome sweetie," she said as she walked by. "I'll go grab a few things we need so I'll be back soon." With that she walked deeper into the apartment. "I'm glad you enjoyed today, Aizu," Himiko said, leaning back onto him. He wrapped his arms around her. "What I said earlier, Himiko, I meant it," he whispered in her ear. She squirmed and turned her body halfway to look at him easier. "You mean it then? You'll make me yours one day." He smiled at her. "I don't make promises I don't plan to keep, Himiko." He pulled her in close as he whispered in her ear, "One day you will be my wife and we will be happy." She smiled and pulled him into another kiss. "That sounds lovely, Aizu. What are you two being sweet about?" asked 𝐒𝐿 as she returned to the room carrying a few wrapped packages. "Just talking about plans for the future is all, Mom," Izuku said as Himiko slid off of his lap and snuggled into his side on the couch. "That sounds nice," 𝐒𝐿 said, setting down the packages and taking a seat for herself by her son. "Go ahead and open these." Izuku looked at her blinking for a moment before grabbing the closest one. As he opened it he saw it was a package of several notebooks. "Before you ask, these are specially made over in America from Quirks. They are water and fire resistant, and use special pens that let you write on the paper. I thought that having hero support gear would be useful for you," 𝐒𝐿 said as she grabbed another package and handed it to him. "These are the pens that will work on them." As he unwrapped them, he saw they were green with black text on them. They had his name written on them. "That's nice, Mom." "I thought so too," 𝐒𝐿 said, glad her son liked the gift. "When you decide on your hero name in the future, we can order new ones with it on there in your hero costume's color scheme." Izuku teared up as his mom talked about his future as a hero. "Thank you, Mom." He leaned over to her and pulled her into a hug. "Izuku, I know I never said what you needed to hear all those years ago, but know this, I am proud of you, and I am sure you will be a fantastic hero." She hugged her son back, rubbing his back as he cried in her arms. Himiko gave him a hug from behind, whispering in his ear, "You'll be wonderful, Aizu." He wiped his tears away as he pulled away from his mother, wrapping his arm around Himiko as he sat back up. "Thank you, both of you." "Here," said Himiko, grabbing a present, "open this one next. It's from Aizawa, Yamada, Nemuri, and I." He looked at her confused. "It isn't anything bad, right?" He was wary of the gift. "Izuku, I wouldn't give you something inappropriate," she said, gasping in surprise. "Oh sorry, Himiko," he said, as he began to unwrap the gift. "With your mom here watching us," she said, as she smiled, showing off her fangs. "Himiko!" He half yelled, blushing as his mom laughed. Himiko soon joined her. "Sorry Aizu, I couldn't resist," she apologized, lightly chuckling. He smiled at her, then leaned in, giving her a kiss on the cheek. "Okay, let's see what you guys got me." At that he finished unwrapping the gift and noticed another book, but this one looked different. "Open it," she gushed, starting to bounce on the couch. He did as his girlfriend commanded and opened the book, and was surprised by what he saw. Aizawa Shouter, Eraserhead, the Erasure Hero. It was Aizawa's autograph, one of his rarer autographs, but this one was different. It wasn't in his heroics journal. "Himiko, what is this?" She huffed at that. "Turn the page, silly." He looked at her, then the book, and turned the page. His eyes opened wide. There on the following page was another signature, Koga, the Shadow Hero. He turned the page once more. Boka, the Voodoo Hero. "These are underground heroes," he said, turning the pages. "Some of these I have never heard of before." Himiko smiled at that. "I talked with Aizawa about getting you autographs from some of the underground heroes he works with. Nemuri and Yamada also helped in getting some, as they deal with them on occasion as well." "That's a very nice gift, Himiko." 𝐒𝐭 said, as she looked through it with her son. Be sure to thank them for it next time you see them. Thank you Himiko, and I will, Mom. I can finish looking through this later. I don't want to ignore everyone else's gifts, he said, placing the autograph book down next to his new notebooks. Reaching to the pile once more, he grabbed a box that had been wrapped up. He unwrapped it and saw a few pairs of workout clothes. Those are from Toshi, 𝐭 spoke up as Izuku lifted a shirt out. He said they are made from a similar material to his hero costumes. His hero costumes? Izuku said, amazed at the clothes before him. They had the patterns of his earlier costumes on them. It's like I have my own hero costume. Himiko looked in the box and saw a note tucked in near the bottom. Hey Aizu, there's a note too. A note. He lifted the clothes off of the note to avoid tearing it before he pulled it out. He opened it and read it aloud. Izuku, I hope this gift is to your liking. I talked with your mother and Nezu and we agreed that these workout clothes will be a nice gift while also being testing an idea we have in mind for you. Once you enter UA, and I believe you will enter with no problem, you will be required to submit a design for your hero costume. These outfits are made similar to my old ones, except the current technology is better than it used to be, so if anything they are better. You will put these through your exercise and training and see how you like the material. Once you submit your hero costume design, my old friend and hero support gear technician, David Shield, and his daughter will create your outfits. We couldn't afford the time this year, but next year I will be taking you, your mother, and Himiko to Island for the Expo. You can meet David and his daughter then. I'm sure you and Himiko will get along with them perfectly. Who knows, she might become your hero support gear technicians once you two become heroes. Toshinori Yagi, that's so sweet of him, 𝐭 said as she listened to her son finish reading the note. We will have to be sure to thank him when we see him next. He kept reading the last line of the letter, once you two become heroes. He knew he was starting to tear up, but he couldn't help it. It still felt so good to have people saying he could be a hero. He knew that most likely the same was for Himiko. He glanced at her, and saw that she had a smile on her face, with faint pinpricks of tears in her eyes as well. He grabbed her hand, and held it, rubbing his thumb over the back of it. She smiled at that and leaned onto his shoulder. 𝐭 watched her son and his girlfriend take in the contents of the letter. She was glad that they were receiving such positive reinforcement in their lives. I'm going to get dinner started. Take your time and open the rest of the presents at your leisure. You two had a big day today. They nodded to her as she got up and left the room. Himiko grabbed another gift from the table and handed it to him. Here, let's see what this one is. As he began unwrapping it, he realized it was a book, The Philosophy of Heroes by Hans Goethe. Holy F, whispered Izuku as he looked at the book. What is it? What's special about this book? Himiko was confused. After all, it took a lot for him to swear. Nezu told me about this book. It was written in the dawn of quirks when heroes arose. It covers what heroes should do and know when entering the field of battle. Back then it was chaos. Much of what happened is lost to us, and as you learn today, some of it was erased, he said, as he opened the book. That's, Himiko sighed, taking a breath, that's what Stain told me when we last talked. He talked of the beginning of the quirk era, and how heroes arose to fight the first supervillains. She looked at the book once more before speaking. He said those were true heroes, the ones who thought to protect those who couldn't. That modern heroics pale in comparison, as it's become a simple career choice now. Her eyes flashed as her voice rose in volume as she spoke, that now all that matters is having a strong flashy quirk, while those of us with weak or villainous quirks are thrown to the sidelines. Izuku listened as Himiko went on a tangent about Stain's ideas. He took in what she said, and it made sense now that he knew whose words she was saying. Himiko, do not repeat this to anyone. I think Stain may be right in his own way, I just can't condone his methods. She looked at her boyfriend, surprised at what he said. Really? Yeah, this book covers similar ideas to Stain's, but also All Might's and mine as well. He laughed softly at that. We each want a better world, but have our plans on how to reach it. He leaned over and gave her a kiss on the lips as he placed the book down and pulled her into his lap. He nibbled on her lip and slid his tongue into her mouth when she complied. His hands traveled down her back until he was gripping her butt. She pulled back from the kiss, smiling at him. "You've been very interested in my butt lately," she whispered in his ear. "It makes me think you want to do stuff with it." She nibbled on his ear, feeling him start to harden. "Which you need to learn to clear your browser history or use private browsing. Not that I mind though, I wouldn't mind adding what they did in them to the notebook." Izuku started to repeat a mantra he had been teaching himself, softly muttering it. "Sek will wait until we're ready, Sek will wait until we're ready, Sek will wait until we're ready, Sek will wait until we're ready." She smiled at her boyfriend. How little did he know they almost were. August had arrived, and with it came the scorching heat of summer. Himiko liked her lips as she watched Izuku remove his shirt. He had been working on the beach since sunrise and had worked up a sweat, and had nicked himself several times, resulting in small streaks of blood that ran his arms. Her eyes had been locked onto him since then, her eyes thin slits as Izuku would walk by her, his blood so close to her. She knew he was doing it intentionally, and God did she find it tantalizing. It was some kind of weird FRPLY that he was doing. They both knew that 𝐒𝐿 was going to be out of town for the night and would have the house to themselves overnight for the first time. Since his promise to her, they had grown closer to one another. They knew their relationship was going to proceed further soon. She intended for it to be tonight. Izuku was nervous. His mom was out of town for the first time since Himiko had started staying with them. Their relationship had slowly become more physical since his birthday, not that he was complaining. He relished the feeling of Himiko's hands gently tracing its way across his body, leaving trails of goosebumps where they passed. He had asked for Himiko to come with him today to the beach as he planned to tease her for once, even if it did hurt him a bit. He had scraped his arms and legs a few times, causing him to lightly bleed from the cuts. Having Himiko watch his every move had been RSNG for him. Seeing her eyes track his every move as she would like her lips was everything he wanted and more. "Hey Izu, have you done enough for the day already? I mean, you're slightly ahead of schedule on cleaning," Toshi said. "As much last time he came here?" Himiko asked, stretching as she leaned back on the broken bench she had claimed as her seat. "Yeah, and it's pretty hot and we're out of water. It wouldn't be safe to stay out much longer and have a heat slide," he answered as he stretched his arms above his head, leaning first to his right, then to his left. She watched a bead of sweat trail down his abs before it broke upon his waistline at his shorts. Himiko knew then that she was thirsty. Phew, finally home. Why did it have to get hotter right as we left? Izuku said as he closed and locked the front door after Himiko walked in. "I know, it. Scared," Himiko said as she faceplanted into his chest. "Ew, you stink." She placed her hands on his chest and pushed off of him. "I guess a bath is in order." "Yeah," he agreed, "baths are a great idea." "A bath," she corrected. "That's what I said." "No Izu," she said, leaning in to whisper in his ear. "You said baths, I said bath," she whispered, gently blowing into his ear. "Gar, that tickled." "Wait. Bath singular. You don't mean dash I do." She began walking away to the bathroom. She looked over her shoulder asking, "You coming to join me?" Izuku blinked, then hurried after his girlfriend. Following her into the bathroom, she paused, allowing him to reach the tub to fill it. As he turned back to her, his jaw dropped as he watched her peel her clothes off as she turned away from him. She bent over as she pulled down her shorts before stepping out of them, giving him a perfect view of her. But as she stood back up in her matching green BR and panties, she looked over her shoulder and asked, "Izuku, will you undo my BR for me?" He swallowed and nodded, then slowly approached her. His hands trembled, causing him to fumble with the BR clip, only managing to unhook it on his second try. As he removed her BR, she turned around to face him. He leaned in and gave her a quick kiss. "Izuku, it isn't nice to have my standing around here in my panties while you're still clothed," she whispered into his ear as she plucked at his shirt collar. He promptly pulled his shirt over his head as she stepped back, kicking his shoes off, followed by his socks. He then watched, enraptured, as she pulled her panties down tantalizingly slow. He didn't get to look at her body for long before she turned away and sauntered over to the bench and sat down, crossing her legs. "I'm waiting, Izuku," she teased his name out, smiling as he gulped. "Like what you see?" she asked as she uncrossed her legs, then recrossed them the other way. He dumbly nodded, afraid to speak and ruin the moment by doing so. Then realizing what she said first dropped his shorts and boxers, revealing himself to her fully for the first time. Himiko's confident facade cracked as her usual blush spread across her face as she watched him slowly approach her, eyes moving side to side as she watched his manhood. She liked her lips, then slightly shook her head. "I take it you see something you like?" he asked, nervous about trying to flirt with his own girlfriend. She smiled at him, then giggled. "Get over here and wash my back for me, Aizu." She dunked a sponge into the bucket she had filled while he was distracted. He took the sponge and knelt behind her as he slowly started washing her back. He leaned forward over her shoulder. "Himiko." "Yeah," she asked, turning to look at him but was cut off as he planted a kiss on her lips. She smiled as he pulled away. "After you wash my back, can you do my hair next?" "Of course." He began to wash her back, slowly scrubbing in a circular pattern. His fingers dragged over her snow-white skin, feeling how soft and supple it was. He was tempted to simply rinse her free of the suds and begin lathering her skin with kisses instead. His hands had begun to grow tougher due to his training, but she didn't seem to mind. Instead it seemed she liked feeling his rough hands skate over her skin, eliciting MMMS as he did so. As he washed her back she tensed up at times as if she wanted to say something, or wanted him to go further when he got to her sides. As he reached her lower back, he was stopped by her grabbing his hands. I can finish the rest, if you'll start on my hair," she stuttered out. "Yes," he said, understanding that she was just as nervous as he was. He dropped the sponge back in the bucket, then went to grab her shampoo and other hair products she had accumulated over her months living with him. As he retrieved them he checked the bath and turned it off and grabbed another pail of water for her hair. Himiko watched as her boyfriend returned to her. She was looking forward to him washing her hair. The act of him simply undoing her buns and massaging her scalp at the end of the day had always been heavenly to her. Now doing it in the bathroom she was excited. Nemurai had beamed when Himiko had confided in her about her plans. The woman had given her pointers on how to act but stressed to do what felt right and not to force anything. Izuku watched as Himiko formed a small smile while staring off in the distance as she waited for him to return. It was times like these where he could stare into her eyes and lose himself in the golden orbs. He knelt behind her once more and slowly began removing her hairpins, setting them aside, then ran his fingers through the loosened buns straightening her hair while searching for knots. She was pulled from her musings as he began working out the knots in her hair. She softly purred as he ran his fingers across her scalp searching for any he may have missed. "Close your eyes and mouth for me," he whispered in her ear as he moved his hands to her shoulders, lightly rubbing them. "Ready?" he asked. As he saw her nod he gently poured the water over her head in a circular motion. "One moment," he softly said as he wiped his hand across her forehead and pulled her bangs from her face. He lathered the shampoo in his hands before he applied it to her hair, running it through thoroughly. Himiko leaned into Izuku as he washed her hair. If she thought he had been thorough before, he was meticulous now. His nails dragging across her scalp sent shivers running up and down her body. Who knew him gently scratching her head this way would cause her toes to curl in delight. She fell back onto him, shocking him. "Himiko," he worriedly asked, concern clear in his voice. "I'm fine. Aizu, you're just really good. At this. Aizu," he smirked at her response and kissed her cheek. "Not fair, Aizu." "How so? I can't kiss you." "Here," he said as he twisted her in his arms and pulled her in for a deep kiss. "Did that make up for it?" he asked as he pulled away from the kiss. She nodded at him. "After you rinse my hair, let's swch spots. I wanna wash you too." He blushed but nodded. "Here then," he said, grabbing the pail from earlier, "close your eyes and mouth for me again." She complied as he once again poured it over her head in a circular motion. He then grabbed the bucket she had grabbed earlier and emptied it before refilling both and grabbing a new sponge. As he returned he saw her pull up another bench for him to sit on. Forgot to grab the other one I guess." I wonder if you were distracted by something," she teased, cupping her BRSs and lightly bouncing them. He stared as she played with her melons, teasing him. He felt his pee-pee twitch. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath through his nose, then exhaled and opened his eyes to her smirking at him. "I'll take that as yes. You're appealing, how could I not be distracted by you?" Her smug grin fell and was replaced by a flustered look on her face. Aizu. He held back a laugh and shook his head at her antics. While she regained her composure, he sat on the bench in front of her, his bear open for her. He went to grab the sponge but was stopped when his hand bumped into hers. Sorry. It's fine, let me wash your back first, okay, she said, her voice close to his ear. He released his grip. I'm in your care. She dunked the sponge, wetting it before applying it to his back. She rubbed it in circles, watching it foam across his skin. Skin that she caressed nightly when she could, tracing faint outlines of muscles as he stretched in his sleep. She took her time, longer than necessary, but she wanted this moment of the two of them here to last as long as it could. Two teenagers deeply in love with one another with no real issues over their heads. No quirk madness or legacies of heroes or villains were draped over their shoulders at this moment. This moment in time she knew the boy, no man as he was destined to become, in front of her was the one for her. He sighed as Himiko washed his back, enjoying it as she worked in a circular pattern, applying the right amount of pressure to ease his growing muscles. As far as he was concerned, this moment could go on forever. Washing each other was by far the most domestic thing they had done together so far. A few random outings as dates, or staying and watching movies in bed, but this seemed more NTMT, more SNSL. He understood now why Himiko had fallen onto him when he was washing her hair. As she finished washing his back, she kissed his neck. Here, she said, dropping the sponge in his lap, I'll wash your hair. He took the sponge and began washing himself as she prepared to rinse his hair. Ready, she asked, holding the pail. He nodded, eyes and mouth closed. She poured and decided to copy his circular motion. He kept his eyes closed as he continued to wash his body, taking care as he washed between his legs to avoid extra STMLTN and cause a scene. She watched him as she lathered his shampoo in her hands, smiling as he took his time to bathe, grateful that he knew proper bathing etiquette. She was glad her boyfriend didn't reek of body odors or the beach he cleaned all time only when he returned home to her and his mother. She ran her hands through his thick hair, working her fingers ever deeper into it. Somehow he had managed to have truly fluffy hair that she loved to play with as much as she loved him playing with hers. As she ran her hands through his hair, he hummed in pleasure as she had earlier. He managed to finish washing himself as she scrubbed his hair thoroughly. While she didn't wash it the same way he usually did, he figured next time he could show her how he managed to keep his hair so fluffy as she called it out when she ran hands through it. He leaned back onto her as she had with him, and smiled as she squeaked, but continued to wash his hair. She was surprised when he leaned back onto her, but didn't push him away from her. After all, she had done the same thing. Satisfied with his hair lathering, she wrapped her arms around his chest and hugged him to her. Izuku cracked an eye open when she wrapped her arms around him and pulled him into a hug. A smile spread across his face as she held him in his arms for a while. The feeling of her skin on his was soothing to him, having her here in this moment of bliss. Aizu, I need to rinse your hair, she mumbled out, not wanting the moment to end. Okay, he softly said, feeling the same way she did, then we can soak in the bath together. Checking he was ready, she poured the remaining water over his head in a circular pattern once more. There, now we are all squeaky clean. She giggled as he wiped his hair from his face. Yeah, we are. He stood up and stretched, not realizing he had given her a good look at his butt. She blushed as she watched him stretch before her, watching as his muscles rippled under his skin, then noticed that his butt clenched during a stretch. She smirked, an idea had wormed its way into her head. Raising her hand, she smacked him on his right butt cheek. Yelped Izuku, rubbing his hand over the sore spot she had given him. Why did you do that? Well, you put your butt in my face and it looked like you needed a spanking, she supplied, her eyes half hooded as she smirked. Sorry, Himiko. Why are you sorry? I never said I didn't like seeing your butt. After all, you seem to like mine a lot, so maybe I like yours too. As she was discussing his love of her butt and her return of those feelings, she leaned forward and kissed him where she had slapped him. Himiko, that's dirty. We just bathed, silly. Besides, are you telling me you wouldn't kiss my cute little butt if I presented it to you? She asked, placing a finger on her lips and looking up at him, eyes wide open and emotive. He choked on his answer and looked away embarrassed. she said, watching him fluster. Now get in the tub, before it gets cold. She punctuated her command with another, lighter slap on his butt. He scurried to the tub, questioning why he liked his girlfriend slapping his butt. He checked the water and nodded to himself, before stepping in and settling down on one end of the tub. He closed his eyes and sighed, enjoying the warmth easing his aches from the beach away. The sound of Himiko stepping in caused him to open his eyes slightly to watch her get in. His eyes sprung open as her but was now in his face. Himiko, he softly said, unsure of what she was planning. Well, she asked, looking over her shoulder at him. Seeing him force himself to look up at her, made her smile. Well, what? He hesitantly asked, unsure of what she was doing. Aren't you going to give it a little kiss for me? She said, lips spreading in a devious smile. He swallowed, then looked back down at her soft supple butt. She wiggled it for him. He grabbed her hips and pulled her back to him, planting a full kiss on her butt cheek. Her squealing giggles made his heart leap. Down boy, you can play with my butt later, she said, wiggling herself free of his grip. She positioned herself and sat down between his legs in the tub, leaning back into his chest. He wrapped his arms around her and sighed contently. It would be nice to do this more often, but I doubt we could get away with it, except for times like these. Yeah, she replied, enjoying his embrace. Maybe UA will have private baths so we can do this again. Hey, would being All Might's disciple net you any perks? No. Sorry, but I told him and Nezu that I don't want special treatment outside of what I'm already getting. I view this more as getting me caught up with other applicants who have had their quirks since they were 4. I won't be getting mine until I finish Dagobah. Wait, you just dumped a lot of info on me there, she said, leaning her head back to look up at him. You don't want special treatment, I get that, you want to help people and be a hero. Not be coddled. But you won't get your quirk until you finish Dagobah, you said. Correct, I can't handle the quirk as it is now, it would kill me. I need to strengthen my body to withstand the power it contains. So I'm cleaning Dagobah to build up muscle strength on top of the community service it provides. He adjusted his arms around her, pulling her into his lap. Himiko blushed as she felt his member rub against her womanhood as he pulled her into his lap. Well, maybe we can sneak in showers together if they are communal showers with separate stalls in the dorms, or maybe the other girls won't mind me sneaking you in there when they aren't in use. She gasped as she felt him begin to harden at that idea. I can't lie, that does sound interesting. Yeah, who knew watching porn together late at night would be so educational? He took a deep breath, trying to keep from getting an erection. Why must you tease me so? Because we both enjoy it, she answered. Squirming in his lap, she grabbed his hands and untangled them from his arms. Here, she said as she placed them on her breasts. He squeezed lightly, enjoying her sighs of contentment. His fingers traveled to her nipples, rubbing his fingertips over them. Smiling as he felt them begin to pebble and harden under his touch. She hemmed as he played with her, content to let him have his way with her now before she continued her plans for him. She reached between her legs and ghosted her fingers along his, smiling as she heard his breath catch. He angled his head and leaned in, kissing her neck. As he finished, he dragged his teeth over her skin, grazing it. Role reversal is it, she said, enjoying the feeling of him on her neck. He bit down softly, teeth catching on her skin, but not breaking it. He nibbled and sked on her neck as he kept up his assault on her breasts, kneading them harder in his hands. She ground down on him then, feeling his length harden more than it already had as it began to slowly rise between her legs. Reaching forth, she grabbed it and slowly began stroking him, smiling as he hemmed against her neck. He gave her nipples another pinch before releasing one and dropping his hand to her waist, but was stopped when she grabbed his hand. Not here, Aizu. My bedroom, she huffed out, as his other hand was still massaging her BST. Okay, he said, releasing his hold on her, and watched as she stood up and stepped out of the tub, watching as her legs spread, showing him her womanhood. His mind nearly stopped as he took it in. It was perfect, he thought. You can ogle me in a bit, Aizu, Himiko said, realizing why he had gone silent. She watched him get out of the tub, fully irked, staring at her, eyes brimming with love and lust. She grabbed 2 towels, handing him one while she began to dry herself off. Wrapping the towel around her chest, she noticed he had wrapped his around his waist best he could, but it did little to hide the obvious bulge. "Himiko," he breathily said, pulling her into a hug. "Are we ready?" he nervously asked. She looked him in the eye saying, "I want you, Izuku, I want you to connect to me. I want us to become one." She pulled him into a kiss, not deep and needy, but full of love and passion. Pulling back, he ducked down and picked her up in bridal carry and carried her in his arms to her room. Entering her room, he placed her down gently, hands dragging across her body. "You're appealing." "I'm wearing a towel," she replied, shaking her head. "Towel, clothes, rags, or nothing, it doesn't matter to me what you wear. You're appealing to me, no matter how you look or dress." Himiko blushed at his words, covering her face with her hands. "Why do you have to be so sweet?" He leaned in, whispering in her ear, "Because you deserve it, my love." She slammed her fists half-heartedly on his chest. "I'm supposed to be teasing you, making you blush and fluster, not the other way around." "Oh, I am," he laughed, "I'm barely holding it together." She looked up at him and saw that he was sporting his own blush, his diamond-patterned freckles standing out amongst the red. She grabbed her towel and with a swift yanking motion it was falling to her feet. Stepping back, she twirled in place. "Now you, Essie," she commanded, pointing at him. He gawked once more, still amazed by her beauty, and then he fumbled with his towel, but soon it joined hers. His Erkton sprang forth once more, pointing at what he desired. Before him. "Come sit down," she said, grabbing his hand and directing him to her bed, where once he back was to it. She gave him a slight push, causing him to sit down before her. She smiled as she looked at him. "Himiko?" he asked, curious as to what she had planned. Then his eyes widened as she got down on her knees between his legs. She looked at his PP, then to him. "Can I?" she asked, hesitantly reaching for it. He slowly nodded his head, his mouth dried as she grabbed him and gave him a squeeze. Sure, they had done this before, but it had been teasing then, her messing with him and him messing with her when he would grope her. But this, he knew, was different. She was determined. Today they were going to have sex for the first time, and she was going to make sure they both enjoyed it. She breathed in through her nose as she began stroking him and was amazed at the smell he was putting off. It was strong, rich, masculine, and she loved it. Her other hand went lower, cupping his ball that were hanging below his, and was startled at just how heavy they were now. She gently squeezed and enjoyed the MMMS he let out. "Himiko," he hummed, watching her slide him. "That feels." He leaned his head back, barely able to talk while she worked him over. He gasped, feeling something wet touch him. He looked down and realized she had begun liking him from his ball to the tip of his PP. As she finished, her tongue flicked him, causing him to let out another gasp. He grabbed the sheets in his hands, FSTNG them as he tried to keep his composure. "That tasted wonderful," she said as she kept stroking him. Leaning forward once more, she kissed the tip and slowly liked it, smiling as she heard him and gasp in pleasure. "I wonder how much I can fit in my mouth." Izuku's eyes shot open at that, watching as she opened her mouth, slowly swallowing the head, her tongue running around the tip. "Don't force yourself, Himiko," he managed to get out, then tensed as she hummed in response. "HNG, that was good." He reached for her, grabbing her hair, running his hand through it. Himiko purred as Izuku ran his hand through her hair, enjoying his reaction as she pleasured him. She was aware that she wouldn't take him fully this time, but would make sure to practice when able. She began to lower her head further down his, feeling more of him enter her mouth. Feeling him reach the back of her mouth, she realized there was still more to go but was nervous. She ran her tongue over what she could, eliciting more MMMS of pleasure from him as she began softly bob her head up and down, sking softly. Izuku grunted as she began to bob her head, amazed at how amazing it felt. "And here I thought you simply stroking me was amazing. I'm so glad I was wrong, huh?" he gasped out, his free hand in the sheets twisting as she pulled back, freeing him with a pop. "I can't wait to make you eat those words as well later," she said, liking him from bottom to top once more. Taking him in her mouth once more, she quickly slid down him once more, taking him in further. She hummed at that, then taking her free hand began to slide what she couldn't fit while still FNDLNG his heavy ball. His hand grabbed her hair tighter after several vigorous pumps, causing her to as he became more assertive, pushing her down further, making her inhale more of his throbbing PP. She didn't mind and happily took more of him, squeezing his ball more in response. Izuku's eyes began to waver as he felt his orgasm begin to build itself up. Himiko, he managed to get out, "I'm gonna come soon." He tried to pull her off of him, but she swatted his hand away and began stroking him faster, enjoying the sounds of him breaking. Realizing what she was doing, he let her take control and once more grabbed her hair and forced her to swallow more of his PP as he felt his orgasm break, letting a loud escape his lips as he felt himself come in her mouth and throat, hips moving up in an attempt to meet her face. Himiko's eyes widened as he shoved her further down onto him as he finally came in her mouth. She tried to swallow it, but it seemed like he had been backed up for a while and was emptying himself out. Finally his PP quit pulsing, letting her know he had finally finished leaking. She pulled back, his PP came free of her mouth, with a trail of cum following it. He watched as his PP was released from her mouth's grip, followed by unswallowed cum. "Himiko, are you okay?" he asked as her eyes focused on him, smiling as she opened her mouth, showing him the cum she had yet to swallow. Then she closed her mouth and tasted his cum. Her hands came up holding her cheeks as she finally swallowed and opened her mouth, showing that she had swallowed nearly all of it. "That was delicious, Aizu. I wonder if I could drink your cum as much as I do your BLD and be content," she said between taking deep breaths. She went to say something else but was cut off as Izuku had shakily slid off of the bed and onto the floor before pulling her into a kiss. She gasped as he bit her lip, letting his tongue dart in exploring her mouth, tasting the combination of himself and her together. Pulling back he stuck his tongue out saying, "That was a weird taste, but it wasn't bad. I wonder though," he trailed off watching her. She watched dazed as Izuku tasted his own cum again when he wiped some off her chin and liked it from his finger. That was hot." He smirked at her, pulling her into another kiss, then whispered in her ear, "Lay on the bed, I want to taste you now." He watched as she blushed at that, but crawled onto the bed, then paused seeing him stare at her butt. "Like what you see," she said, shaking her hips side to side, smirking as he nodded. She rolled over onto her back, spreading her legs for him. "Come and taste me, Aizu." Her hand trailed down to her womanhood, teasing her lower lips, waiting for him. He swallowed, and crawled onto the bed. Upon reaching her legs, he kissed her thighs softly, his other hand caressing leg, his fingers ghosting over her skin. She sighed, "I'm glad we watched those videos about pleasuring each other." He grazed her thigh with another kiss. "I thought you just wanted an excuse to make me blush, not teach me life skills." She laughed as he snarked back, teasing her. "Maybe, but I gotta train you anyways. I want to feel good as we." She was cut off as he spread her lips, giving her slow like tasting her. That felt amazing." She gasped out as he gave her another like, this time flicking his tongue along the top, searching for her CLT. "You taste amazing, Himiko. I may take my time," he said as he placed his mouth on her PP, tongue prodding at her entrance. Her hands dug into his hair, twisting it as she hummed his name. "Izuku, take all the time you need. Just don't stop, please." Izuku hummed, placing his hands on her hips, squeezing lightly as he continued to taste her. He loved hearing her and gasp as he explored her folds, taking his time to learn what she enjoyed. He slid his hand down to her PP and slowly began to rub his thumb along her slit, teasing her as he searched for her CLT. She gasped as the digit dragged across it. She bit down on her lip as he then flicked it with his tongue. "Finger me, Aizu. Make me come, please." Begging, she moved her hips towards him, trying to get him to pleasure her more. He smiled and extended his hand towards her, two fingers sticking out. "Essiu," he commanded, smiling as she took them into her mouth, tongue wrapping around them. With a slight pop he pulled them free and back down to her entrance where he slowly dragged them along her slit. "Are you ready, Himiko?" he asked. They had never gone this far before. When they had explored each other's bodies in the past, he wanted to be sure she was ready. "Yes, Izuku, I'm ready." She gasped as she felt him push both fingers into her right away. Her back arched slightly as they curled upwards, rubbing against her walls. So far he had always inserted one finger at a time, but now it seemed he really wanted to push her to the edge. As he began to move his fingers in and out of her, her legs shook, causing her to close them on his head. Izuku was perfectly fine with where he was, buried between his girlfriend's thighs, eating her out while fingering her. He slightly spread his fingers inside of her, causing her to gasp once more and apply more pressure to his head. She tugged on his hair more, twisting it in her hands as he sped up both his fingers and tongue. "Why are you so good at this? Shouldn't you be bad with it being your first time?" He pulled back, breathing deeply as he caught his breath. "Hopefully this doesn't kill the mood," he muttered while watching her face contort in pleasure. "I had an awkward lesson with Nemurai. I asked her if there was a way I could learn to pleasure you properly," he said as he broke eye contact, looking away ashamed of himself. "Ha ha." Himiko burst into a fit of giggles. "That explains so much." "It does. I asked her for tips on how to give you a BLWJB without hurting you with my fangs. She laughed when I asked, but wouldn't tell me what was so funny," she said as she looked at her boyfriend. "So please don't feel bad about asking for help." In response, he twisted his fingers in her once more, causing her to loudly gasp his name and throw her head back on the bed. Pulling his fingers out, he watched as they glistened with hair juices. She looked down to see him looking at his fingers before he placed one on his mouth, liking it clean. That's hot." Hearing her, he looked back at her and pulled his finger free of his mouth, saying, "You taste amazing, Himiko." He then delved back into her, liking and prodding her entrance with his tongue. Spreading her lips, he shoved his tongue into her, tasting her more. Her thighs squeezed his head once more between them. Himiko released her grip on his hair and slid her hand down to her PP and began to tease her CLT as he ate her out. Her eyes were rolling in her head as she tried to keep it together, fingers rubbed in tandem with his tongue darting in and out of her. She knew she was close to breaking, but wished it could have lasted longer. "Aizu, I can feel it." At that, he grabbed her thighs and gripped them as she suddenly wrapped them around his head, shoving him further into her. He happily continued tasting her. He felt her walls begin to clench and tighten as she came further to breaking. She felt it building within her, coiling like a spring that she knew she wouldn't be able to hold for much longer. As she felt Izuku eagerly eat her, she pinched her CLT and tweaked it, feeling herself finally break. A silent scream tore through her body as her back arched off the bed once more, legs tightening their lock on his head as she felt the coiled spring snap loose. He felt her squeeze his head harder before as her walls clenched down on his retreating tongue as he readied himself. As she came, she squirted into his mouth, where he happily drank it down. She had drunk his cum, so he had reasoned that if she was a squirter like they had seen in a few movies, he should do the same. As he drank her juices, he gave PP a slow like, causing her to once more. "Ha ha, that was amazing, that was better than when I did it by myself." She breathed, feeling her entire body tingle and shake as her orgasm worked its way through her system. Seeing his head still squeezed between her legs, she shakily unwrapped her legs from his head, letting them fall to either side of him, watching as he propped himself up on his arms, catching his breath. He lifted himself onto his arms, looking at the beauty before him. Himiko, her face flushed from her orgasm, watched him with half-lidded eyes as he liked his lips tasting her juices on him. He crawled forward until he was on top of her, their faces almost touching. "You taste amazing, Himiko." She smiled at that. "Well, let me have a taste," she whispered, pulling him down onto her and into a kiss, her tongue traveling across his lips, collecting her juices, tasting them. She slipped her tongue inside his mouth once he opened it for her, and she explored, looking for his tongue before she found it. As the two made out, she wrapped her arms around his back, holding him close to her. Her hands slid down his back, where she managed to grab his butt and squeezed. "Himiko," he suddenly said, pulling back from the kiss. He blushed as she kneaded his butt. Smirking at his reaction, she asked, "You always do it to my butt, how do you like it?" He mumbled his answer, looking away. "I didn't hear you, I said I like it." "Good, I love it when you play with my butt too, maybe we can try on one day." She was going to say more, but stopped as something poked her. "Oh, I see that idea excited you. You do have a nice butt," he said in his defense. "So do you, Aizu. Now then, I think it's time we get to the main event," she said, spreading her legs once more. She lifted herself up, whispering in his ear, I want you inside of me, Izuku. Connect to me. He pulled her into another passionate kiss upon hearing those words, his body resting atop hers. Wait, we need a condom. No, we don't. Yes we do, we aren't ready for kids. I mean a condom isn't needed because I'm on BH control, she said, bringing her hands back to his chest slowly, nails grazing his skin along the way. You know what that means, right? That we are practicing safe secretary. No, well, yes that too, but that you can come in me all you want. Fill me with your cum until your ball are empty, she whispered, watching what she said click in his head. You are going to be the death of me, was all he said, closing his eyes. A most pleasurable death, but please don't die yet. I'm going to want more sex in the future as well. He inhaled, and reached down, positioning himself at her entrance. Are you ready? It may hurt a bit, being your first time and you've mentioned my size a few times. She nodded, she knew it wouldn't be too bad, but he was definitely larger than her fingers. She gasped as she felt him slide the tip into her. She wrapped her arms around his back for support as he adjusted his arms, both framing her face as he kissed her once more. During the kiss he gently moved himself in further, inhaling her gasp as she adjusted to his size. Izuku was in heaven. Himiko's mouth had been amazing when she had given him a BLWJB, but right now having sex, he thought he had transcended. Keeping from leaking before had been tough, but this felt like a challenge. He didn't want their first time to be lackluster on his part. He pulled back slightly, then moved forward, inserting himself deeper into her, still kissing her as he did his best to come early. He felt her hands begin to grab at his back as she adjusted to him entering her. He broke free from the kiss after staying still. Himiko, I'm gonna go deeper, okay? She blinked. Deeper inside of me. How much is there left? She thought to herself as she felt him partially pull out of her. It felt weird, but she liked it. Go ahead, move into me. He swallowed, inhaled, exhaled, then moved forward harder than he had before, feeling himself enter as deep as he could go, groaning in pleasure as her tight walls gripped him. He felt pain in his back as her nails dug into him. He hissed at the pain, but at the same time welcomed it. It felt good to him, the mixture of pleasure and pain. Oh God, he softly gasped as he felt himself twitch inside of her, not yet last longer, for her. She let out a scream that was half-ummed as he fully entered her, tearing what was left of him as he filled her. She realized that her nails had dug into his back as she gripped him tightly, feeling a warmth under her fingertips. Izu, are you okay? I didn't mean to hurt you. It's fine, you didn't mean to do it, plus I think I liked it. Her eyes sparkled at that, and removed a hand from his back. Observing the blooded fingertips, she slowly sked the BLD off of them, enjoying his BLD. Oh God, I think that made me hornier. He gasped, feeling her walls clench on him tighter. He hummed, If you almost made me come, we may need to hold off you drinking my BLD during sex for this time. This time, she asked, watching him breathe as he hovered over her. Yeah, this time. Next time we can try you biting me and drinking my BLD during sex, he said, as he gently pulled back. Himiko gasped as she felt him move. Yeah, next time we get a bit messier. But first, secretary, we said as she slapped his butt with her free hand, causing him to move back into her quickly. Her eyes rolled as he suddenly moved back into her. That may have been a bad idea, but I loved it. Don't hold back, Izu. At that he leaned down and kissed her as he pulled back and moved into her once more, but determined this time. He repeated it, but this time went faster, slowly building a tempo as he moved in and out of her, swallowing her MMMS as she let them out. She dug her hands into his back once more, finding purchase. She scratched again as his moves hit deeper and harder. She felt something hit her that time below where he had penetrated her and realized his ball had hit her butt. He moved once more, his ball smacking against her butt. Now I definitely know I want him to play with my butt. I wonder if he would let me play with his butt as we. Her thoughts were cut off as he moved deeper than before, grinding his PP inside of her before pulling back for another move. He was grunting with each move, doing his best to last before he finally reached another orgasm. It didn't help that his ball was slapping against her, but after each move, the sensation driving him wild. I can feel it, I'm almost there. Upon hearing that, she wrapped her legs around his waist and pulled him down to her as he kept moving into her. I am too, Aizu baby. You feel so good in me, I want more. She breathed, biting his lip as she hummed, feeling another orgasm building within. Come in me, Aizu. Fill my pee-pee with your hot, thick, sticky cum, she whispered in his ear, causing him to move harder and faster. As he pounded into her, he felt the pressure reach the point of no return. He pulled back as far as he could, leaving only the head of his pee-pee still in her. Then with a bestial yell he moved into her further than he had all night, releasing his orgasm as he came in her, feeling his ball tighten as they pumped their contents into her. Then he noticed the pain in his shoulder. As he pulled nearly all the way out, Himiko's eyes widened, realizing that this was it, the final move. Not wanting to yell as she felt him move into her, she did what came naturally and bit into his shoulder with her fangs. As he moved so far into her, she felt his pee-pee rub against her 𝐂𝐬𝐽𝐵. Her orgasm broke then, her walls clenching down, pulsing as she came. As she felt him pump his own cum into her, it felt as if her pee-pee was milking his pee-pee of its delicious cum. As his second orgasm of the night rocked through him, he collapsed on top of her, enjoying the post-orgasm bliss as he continued to pulse inside of her. That was, I love you, Himiko. I'd kiss you, but I may suffocate. Feeling him begin to collapse, she pulled her fangs from his shoulder and braced as he fell on her, squirming as she felt the weight press down on her WMB, pushing his cum to leak out around his pee-pee. Yeah, I agree. Can you roll over though? It's hard to breathe with you crushing my melons into my lungs. He grunted and slowly pulled out of her completely, aiming at how sensitive his pee-pee was. He felt a smaller wave of pleasure as he pulled free of her grip and rolled over, pulling her into his arms. She was sore as hell, but at the same time it felt amazing. She could feel his cum leaking out of her, a feeling she never knew she would love. She felt something poke and looked down to see that he was still half-irked. Aizu, is it just me or does it look like you could go another round? He kissed her softly before answering, I think I could, but that was intense. Let's catch our breath and just enjoy the warmth. She nodded, then sniffed, recoiling at the strong smell. Not that I currently mind, but I think we should sleep in your room. It reeks of cum in here, plus my sheets are soaked from our sweat, your cum, and my, oh God. I'm a squirter, she said, amazed as she realized part of the mess they were laying in was from her. Yeah, you did, it was. I'm not sure how to best describe it right now, but I loved it. I don't want to kill the mood, but I don't know when Mom is getting home tomorrow. We should probably get your sheets washed and the room aired out, he said, rubbing her back. Soon, like maybe in a few hours soon we go again, he said, kissing her once more, running his tongue over her lips, but pulled away before she could dart her tongue into his mouth. Unless you aren't up for it. Her eyes light up at the idea for more secretary, first cuddles, then some food. Holy hell, I'm hungry. Oh, and some BLD as well. Sorry for biting into you like that, she said, kissing his shoulder, tongue running over the puncture marks. It's fine, Himiko. I didn't mind too much then, he said, burying his face in her hair. Are you sore? Yeah, it's a bit sore, she said, a smile evident in her voice. Why don't you give it a little kiss to make it feel all better? She giggled as he began kissing a trail down her body from her forehead to her belly button as he traveled down her body. Her eyes rolled back in her head as she felt his tongue delve once more into her cum-soaked pee-pee. God, she loved this man, and couldn't wait to enter UA with him where they could love another every night. Yes, Aizu, that's amazing, she shrieked as she felt him liking his cum off of her body. I didn't expect that to happen. Are you alright? He asked, eyes peeking over her mound. Do it again, if you can, she said, catching her breath. Her back arched. Oh my God. What did I do? I was liking the cum that leaked out. My cum and your juices mixed together is rather delicious. You liked my butt, she said, smiling. Oh, he said, feeling himself grow hard again. I was gonna ask you later about him, but now is good a time as any. Now grab a mouthful of that delicious cum and pee-pee juice mixture you've been tasting. I want some too, she said, gently rubbing her entrance, causing more to leak out. She gasped as she saw him duck back down and felt his tongue dig into her once more. Izuku awoke in his own room, his girlfriend wrapped up in his arms. He smiled remembering yesterday's events, and their frantic clean-up when after they had a second time, and possibly a third time as well. His memory was a little hazy and his body was sore from her biting, clawing, and his PP felt rather sensitive in a few areas as well. He couldn't complain though, he loved every minute of it last night, and still loved it now. Himiko awoke to her boyfriend idly playing with her hair as he cuddled her, his other arm firmly wrapped around her back. Morning, Aizu, she managed to get out before yawning, showing her fangs and extra long tongue off. Did you sleep well? I did, and you? She nodded, burying her head into his chest. I want to cuddle and sleep more. We can't, we have to go to UA today for classes, he said, trying to resist her better ideas. Class work right after we have sec for the first time, she mumbled, then squeaked as she realized what she said. We had sec yesterday, she suddenly said, looking him in the eye. He smiled at her adorable looks, golden eyes looking at him with adoration. We did, a few times too. He finished by giving her a good morning kiss. She groaned, I wish we could do it again this morning, but I know you'll say no. Maybe. He nodded unsure if he could say no to a morning round of lovemaking. Showing restraint will be good though. Question, how long before midnight, or anyone else realizes we did it? He paled at that. You probably still have a bit of a limp too. She nodded, feeling how sore her core still felt from yesterday. Face them with dignity. What dignity is there in midnight pulling us into her office asking us to tell her in detail everything we did yesterday, he asked, watching her face as what he said set in. Might as well add on what we did before coming to UA then. She said, pushing him onto his back as she straddled him. This time, I'm on top, Aizu-ku, he nodded at that. I love you, Himiko, he said, glad they had slept naked, having saved time getting undressed. I love you too, Aizu. Now then, let's begin, she said, grabbing his PP and giving it a few pumps to help him get harder. Oh, and let's use the notebook, we have a lot of ideas to test out. His eyes widened at that, and he reached behind him grabbing a blue notebook they had been filling out for a while now. He flipped through it and stopped on a page, he smirked then turned it to her to read. She smiled and asked, you really loved that BLWJB hair. It's okay, I loved you eating me out as well, this is perfect. She crawled across his body and she moved, placing her already wet PP over his face as his now irked PP stood before her. Let's try not to spend the entire day giving each other head, we can do that later. Nezu was excited, a feral grin spreading across his face that made All Might and Detective Tsukochi take a step back from him. This, gentlemen, he said, gesturing to the building before them, is 𝐴LDERA High, the place that condoned Izuku's abuse for years. The place we are going to clean up today. As Nezu headed forward, both men looked to each other before nodding and following the short chimera. Now then, I have called for their head staff to be here today for an emergency meeting. They do not know it will be us they are meeting with. Izuku never spoke of any teachers or staff being nice to him during his time here, Nezu said, his voice straining to keep his anger in check. He entered the school, following the signs to the office. They had arrived in the middle of classes so as to avoid All Might being swarmed by the students and teachers. Upon reaching the office, Nezu inhaled slowly to calm his temper before pushing the door open. The secretary looked up from her desk upon hearing the door open and was met by the sight of a white creature in a three-piece suit walking in, followed by a tall man in a beige trenchcoat, and finally All Might ducked into the office. All Might, the woman yelled, frantically looking around her desk for something before a cough caught her attention. Hello, said the creature greeting her. Am I a bear, a dog, or a mouse? Who cares? I'm the principal of UA, Nezu. UA, the woman whispered, shocked to see the principal of the prestigious hero school here. Correct. There is a meeting set up for the three of us today that we are here for, Nezu said, ignoring how the woman could barely keep her eyes from All Might. A noise came from the adjoining room and two men stepped out. The first approached before coming to a stop before them. I am Genji Shintaro, principal of 𝐴LDERA High. The man bowed low before them as he introduced himself. The man who followed bowed in time with Genji and introduced himself once the principal was finished. I am Aberame Shinzo, vice principal of 𝐴LDERA. If you would follow us, we can begin the meeting in private. Thank you, said 𝐒𝐻𝐻 as he led his companions into the private room. 𝐺𝐸𝐽 stayed behind, informing the secretary, I will take no visitors today until our guests have left. Only interrupt us if it is a dire emergency. With that, he turned and walked into the conference room, closing the door behind him. So Principal 𝐒𝐻𝐻, and All Might, to what do we owe the pleasure of such a sudden meeting? 𝐻𝐻𝐻 smiled, sending a shiver through Tsukochi as he pulled out several documents and slid them across the table towards 𝐺𝐸𝐽 as he sat down next to 𝐼𝐴. These, began 𝐒𝐻𝐻 as he let the men look them over shortly, are test results from Japan's university entrance exams taken by a student of yours a few weeks ago who wishes to enroll in UA in April. The two men's eyes opened wide as they looked over the test results, before looking at one another before 𝐺𝐸𝐽 spoke up. We are very proud of young Bakugo, we believe he has a bright future ahead of him at UA, and as a hero. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 waited for the man to finish before he lost it, his head snapped back as he released a sound that filled the room dread. He was cackling at the man's words and praise for Bakugo. Once he finished his laughing fit, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 smoothed his clothes back down where they had rumpled from his posture changing. Bakugo. No, I have no interest in having that worthless, vile, cruel piece of SHT in my school, let alone allowing him to become a hero. The two men gaped at how 𝐒𝐻𝐻 insulted their star student, with 𝐼𝐴 speaking up first. What do you mean? You showed us his test results, you seemed proud of them. The man in the coat spoke up then, that's because they aren't his test results. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 kept the student's name hidden. You simply saw good scores and thought of Bakugo Katsuki. Pulling out a letter, he slid it across the men. This is the only thing that 𝐒𝐻𝐻 wishes to give him. 𝐺𝐸𝐽 snatched it up and opened it, his face paling. An arrest order. You're with the police. Correct. I am Detective Tsukochi. Bakugo has been found guilty of 10 years of quirk misuse, physical and physiological abuse, and most recently, suicide baiting. Now see here. Enough, roared All Might, silencing the room. Tsukochi's quirk makes him a human lie detector. Bakugo has been found guilty of his charges. We are not here to sing his praises, but the praises of another student that used to attend this school, Midoriya Izuku. That quirkless kid. 𝐺𝐸𝐽 asked, stupefied by All Might's words. Correct, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 said. You're holding his test results. Impossible. 𝐼𝐴 said. He must have cheated. The kid showed no talent, all of his tests were low scoring. Yes, because his teachers doctored his test results because he was scoring higher than poor little Bakugo and his not that impressive quirk. 𝐺𝐸𝐽 glared at 𝐒𝐻𝐻. He was a quirkless idiot who talked about being a hero. He is not special. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 leaned forward, stating, I gave him that test before you last week. I told him it was just a regular test. All Might coughed at that. You know he doesn't appreciate it when you lie to him, sir. He chewed me out for lying to him about why I was late one day. 𝐼𝐴 spoke up, Midoriya chewed you out. All Might laughed at his question. Yes, he is quite ferocious when needed, not as ferocious as Himiko is though. Why are you doing this? 𝐺𝐸𝐽 asked, confused and worried about this meeting. Why? Because your existence as educators insults mine. 4 years, Bakugo was allowed to torment Izuku and other children all because people thought his quirk was flashy and strong. The idea that teachers would encourage this behavior is incorrigible. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 was leaning forward towards the men now, his eyes glinting in manic glee. You should be ashamed of yourselves, condoning such villainous behavior. Why do you care? Midoriya is just a quirkless freak. 𝐼𝐴 yelled, standing up from his seat. You keep his name out of your filthy mouth. All Might bellowed, as he rose from his seat, towering over the men. 𝐼𝐴 fell back into his seat, mouth wobbling as he tried to speak, but no words would come forth. Several months ago, I met young Midoriya when he was being attacked by the slime villain. After saving him, I sent the slime villain off with another hero who lost him while I checked on Midoriya to see if he was okay. We talked for a while, but were interrupted by the villain once again wreaking havoc with Bakugo, All Might said, settling back into his seat, watching the two men. I defeated the villain once more with Midoriya's help. Help? 𝐺𝐸𝐽 asked, perplexed. Correct. I was afraid of hurting that brat while still confined within the sludge. Midoriya blinding him and pulling Bakugo free gave me a clear shot at finishing the villain off. After that, I took Midoriya, the brave little quirkless boy who had just asked me if a quirkless person could become a hero, under my wing. The men gulped. They had heard of the incident. After all, Bakugo had exploded on another student for bringing it up the following day. I told him that he already was one, for saving his classmate. Then, to my horror, he revealed that the boy we had just saved had told him earlier to go to your school's rooftop and jump off and pray for a quirk in his next life. All Might punctuated Bakugo's vile words by slamming his hands on the table, his fists punching through it. As far as we are concerned, Bakugo is nothing but a villain in waiting. He speaks of being a hero, of emulating me. The boy has a warped, twisted idea of heroism that I will not stand for. Endeavor may stand for it, given his record. I, though, as the symbol of peace, refuse to let such ideas fester. Tell me, if Midoriya had killed himself on your grounds and left a note blaming Bakugo, what would have happened to your star student then? Would you have tried to hide it as well as you did his superior test scores? Genji opened his mouth, talking but no sound came forth. Interesting, Nezu said, interlacing his hands, placing his chin on them. It would seem you never considered him going this far in his bullying. Izuku said that even teachers were scared to reprimand Bakugo. Are you telling me that trained professionals were scared of a kid with a quirk that requires people to be close to him to even be effective? The two men once again couldn't find the words to say. They had both in fact been cowed by Bakugo before. Their own quirks had been on the insignificant side in their minds. 𝐴𝐵𝐴RAME's shadow quirk allowed him to simply affect his own shadow, to manipulate it to change shape and to form where he wished. Genji's quirk produced a small puff of smoke from his mouth that he could mold, but would break if someone else touched them. Tsukochi spoke up then. An investigation has been ordered into the school. Every teacher, faculty, and staff member is going to be reviewed and questioned on why they let a quirkless child suffer. I would prefer to just simply arrest every last one of you and charge you with child abuse. You can't do that, Genji said, his voice low. I can do that, Tsukochi replied. Who would dare disagree with All Might when the cases came before a judge? If you would let such things happen to a child in your care, even encourage it, what does that say about your view on ethics? Next, we could find evidence against other children who had better grades than Bakugo, or outperformed him elsewhere. Sadly, we won't arrest you, or throw Bakugo into prison or a mental hospital to get the treatment he deserves. Izuku has asked for leniency against Bakugo. The two were friends once, best friends, if you can believe it, Nezu said as he looked from Genji to 𝐴𝐵𝐴RAME. Then Bakugo got a quirk and Izuku didn't. So what does Bakugo do? He turns on the only friend who wasn't a sycophant like the other children, bullying him for over 10 years. Nezu sighed, saddened by the child's past. He wants to give Bakugo the chance to redeem himself, to see if his friend is still there, trapped within. That he may actually be disgusted with himself for how he has acted over the past decade. Sadly, when we met the boy a few months ago and all we saw was a villain, not a potential hero. 𝐴𝐵𝐴RAME wiped his forehead nervously as he asked, is that why Bakugo has been more temperamental as of late? He met you three, and had all of this thrown at him. Nezu perked up at this, saying, interesting. We gave him a strict set of rules he had to follow that allowed him to stay out of jail. We also informed his parents of his deeds then as well. Then they were disgusted to see the monster their child had become. Nezu giggled, then startling the men. Oh, Bakugo is going to be such a lovely plaything for me. I find most of you humans disgusting vermin that should be wiped from the planet. Very few are like my two companions here or the Midoriyas, which show a possibility that your kind has some redeeming qualities. I'm curious as to what the investigation will turn up when they tear this school apart. Maybe embezzlement, extortion, more cases of child abuse, maybe even some Meta-Liberation Army sympathizers among the staff. All Might asked, watching the two men. At the mention of the Meta-Liberation Army, 𝐴𝐵𝐴RAME flinched, pulling away from All Might. Unfortunately for him, it did not go unnoticed by Tsukochi. Clearing his throat and focusing on the men, he asked, are either of you members or supporters of the Meta-Liberation Army? Genji scowled at him before, angrily retorting, I do not support those terrorists. I lost family members to them growing up. True, and you, 𝐼𝐴𝐵? 𝐼𝐴𝐵 sighed. I spent several years of my youth in America where quirk use is allowed by non-heroes, given it does not harm others. So in a way, I support the idea of relaxed quirk laws in Japan, but not their methods. True, false, answer the question yes or no. Are you a member of the Meta Liberation Army, 𝐼𝐴𝐵? Tsukochi asked once more. The answer before was hazy and his quirk stuttered. I am not, he answered nervously. False. All Might noticed how Tsukochi had asked for the man to answer once more, this time yes or no. He had found something interesting in 𝐼𝐴𝐵's first answer, either a truthful lie or a lying truth. At the man's second answer he heard his friend click his tongue to signal a lie. All Might surged forth, grabbing 𝐼𝐴𝐵 before the man could even move, hoisting him to the ceiling. Ah, the first villain so far today. What are you doing to him? Genji yelled, as he pushed away from his co-worker's swinging feet. Tsukochi answered, 𝐼𝐴𝐵 Shinzo, you are under arrest for a multitude of crimes, child abuse, encouragement of child abuse, doctoring of students' grades, lying to a police officer, and terrorism as a member of Meta Liberation Army. Tsukochi pulled a radio out of his jacket and turned it on. Sansa, we've apprehended a MLA member, 𝐼𝐴𝐵 Shinzo, vice principal of Aldera High. Keep our men on standby. He then looked to Genji, giving him an order, place the school on lockdown for the day on account of villain activity in the area. Genji nodded, then shakily got up and left the room to alert the school. With a crackling buzz the PA system carried his voice, Aldera High is now on lockdown. There is a villain in the vicinity. Police are in the surrounding area and heading to school grounds to deter them from the school. I repeat, the school is on lockdown. All students return to your homerooms. Teachers, remain with your current classes until lockdown is lifted. If the villain is suspected to have entered the school building, police will enter and escort students to a safe location if need be. Bakugo listened as the SHT Stain principal called for a lockdown. After the PA system shut off, he popped a few small explosions in his hands, thinking to himself, I should catch that villain, prove to those FS that I am hero material, unlike shitty Deku. Why the F is All Might caring about Deku? I have to go around following their stupid rules. Old hag and coward act like I'm some sort of monster now. He eyed the extras in his homeroom. They were all huddling in their seats scared of some unknown villain. If that Fing idiot comes here, I'll blow him away. None of you SHT Stains can do it. He yelled, standing up from his desk. He began to walk towards the door. Bakugo, sit down immediately. Their science teacher called out to him. The man was new and didn't know any better, Bakugo thought. Shut the hell up. I can beat anyone, and I'm gonna be the next #1 hero. He yelled back. What you're gonna be is a dead kid fighting a villain like a dumbass, the man shot back. Tell me, must I make my hands explode? What are you gonna do if the villain's quirk absorbs your explosions? You'll be quirkless before him. What if he has a gun? Can your explosions block bullets? Bakugo stared at the man. I'm not some quirkless freak like Fing Deku. Your ancestors were quirkless, boy. Shut the hell up before your parents have to bury their child because he thought his mediocre explosion quirk was strong. The students gasped at that. Bakugo stomped towards the man and, raising his hands, he sparked. If you fire your quirk you will be suspended. Bullshit. He fired an explosion and smiled. See, I told you it was mediocre. The smoke cleared to show the teacher unharmed. My quirk absorbs fire and heat. That is one of the reasons why I was hired for this position, to deal with accidents in the science labs. Bakugo stared at the man who had absorbed his explosion like it was nothing and called him insignificant. Why the F are you teaching and not working as a hero? I have no interest in being a hero. Not everything revolves around quirks like those MLA idiots claim. MLA, a student asked. Meta Liberation Army. They are a group of terrorists who want free quirk use like America has, but with no rules though. In America, you can use your quirk freely so long as you don't hurt someone. They attached quirks to their constitution as an amendment to their firearms when someone developed a quirk that was gun-related, he said, sitting on his desk. They want those with strong quirks to be in charge. Some would point at Bakugo here to be in charge, but as I just showed, a simple quirk makes him harmless. I know of someone who can stop All Might in his tracks due to his quirk, and they are your age. Good thing is they want to be a hero. How can a kid stop All Might? Easy, you command him to. The kid's quirk is brainwashing. If he gets a hold of you, he commands you and you can't break free. That sounds villainous, another kid blurted out. Is it villainous to tell a gunman to put his gun down to release a hostage? The teacher asked. No, it isn't. Quirks aren't good or bad, they are part of your bodies. It's your actions that decide if your quirk is used for good or bad. He picked up a pencil. Say this pencil is my quirk. I use it to grade your tests fairly. Is it good or bad? It's a pencil, it's inanimate, spoke another student. Correct, but it's my quirk. Is my quirk then good or bad, heroic or villainous? It's neither, Bakugo said, as he walked back to his seat. Suddenly the door to the room was yanked open, revealing several men. We heard an explosion. What happened, Mr. Mokoro? Principal Genji said, entering the room. Where he noticed Bakugo sitting in his desk head down, he gulped. I was simply informing Mr. Bakugo that his mediocre quirk would simply get him killed if he tried to go find the villain himself. He instead fired an explosion at me after I said he would be suspended if he did so. The man behind him sighed as he entered the room. You can't keep out of trouble, can you, Bakugo? Bakugo looked up and his eyes widened in fear. It was the human lie detector. And he looked behind him and saw who was standing in the doorway, the rat. He gulped. He was fed now. We will deal with this later, Bakugo, the rat spoke up, startling the class. Nezu. Mr. Mokoro spoke up, surprised to see him here. Oh, someone recognizes me. Nezu said, walking into the room. You're the principal of UA, who wouldn't recognize you? UA, the class said in unison. Oh, I like this one, Genji, he seems smarter than your other staff so far, Nezu said to Genji, who was sweating. Mr. Mokoro is a new hire this term. The man before him took the year off due to health issues. What were you discussing, Mr. Mokoro? Nezu asked, curious as to what triggered the explosion. Well, after teaching Bakugo that his quirk isn't that impressive, I was explaining the idiocy of the 𝐴𝐻, he answered, as well as how quirks aren't heroic or villainous in nature, it's the user who acts heroically or villainously. And your views on those who lack quirks? The class scared in a breath, remembering the green-haired quirkless boy who wanted to be a hero. I normally wouldn't discuss my personal life in front of students, but since you asked, I'm proposing to one tonight. Hearing nothing from Tsukochi, Nezu beamed at him. I wish you luck in your endeavors. Himiko snuggled into Izuku's side as she watched the vampire bite the woman's neck. For her birthday, Izuku had been scouring the internet, buying copies of pre-quirk-era vampire movies for them to binge-watch. She had caught one on TV once as it aired on a channel dedicated to old movies by pre-quirk standards and had loved it. She was a little sad that the vampires were always seen as monsters, but Izuku had explained that the vampire was seen as an undead creature that preyed on the living in folklore before movies even existed. Currently they were watching Bram Stoker's Dracula from the late 1900s. They had watched older ones. She found Bela Lugosi and Christopher Lee's to be amazing as well. She had asked about female vampires and he had handed her another gift. Unwrapping it, she saw it was a book. Camilla, she asked, confused. It's a vampire book older than the Dracula novel. It dealt with several ideas that, during its time, would only be possible in these kinds of books, he said as she looked on the back to find no summary. What is it about? She asked, looking to him. Lesbian vampire, was his only answer. She blinked, then looked back at the book. Lesbian vampire. Yes. I found that online she was referred to as the oldest named female vampire, like Dracula is the oldest named male, making them the king and queen of vampires in the eyes of some. The vampire queen? Himiko asked, her eyes sparkling. She jumped up from his bed where they had been watching the movie, grabbing a sheet from the bed, and draped it over her shoulders as a cloak. Dare you face Toga Himiko, queen of the vampires? Izuku watched his girlfriend's antics, smiling as she posed, her makeshift cloak covering her from her nose down. With a heavy Transylvanian accent she spoke, 𝐼𝐵𝐴NTSIGYO She leaped onto him, aiming for his neck. He laughed, saying, I yield, my queen, drink of me and mark me as yours. She smiled at him and kissed him before trailing kisses down his face to his neck where she nibbled on his neck as she straddled him. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her flush against him as she bit into his neck and began drinking his BLD. His hands spread across her back, one making its way to her head where he could play with her hair freely, as she had left it down since they were staying inside for the day. He kept his other hand wrapped around her lower back, holding her close to him. Himiko purred as Yuzuku's hand began threading through her hair, her own hands explored his body. She buried a hand in his hair, fingers slipping through his fluffy locks. Her other hand was placed over his chest, bracing herself as she sked on his neck. He watched as she pulled free of his neck, lips stained red from his BLD before she slowly liked them clean of their ruby coat. You're appealing, slipped from his mouth in a quiet whisper. She blushed upon hearing his words and looked away. Only you would find a girl with your BLD on them appealing. With or without my BLD, you're appealing. I just thought that it looked like lipstick then, he said, watching her turn to look back at him. Leaning down, she whispered in his ear, I owe you a mark still, then. She ended the sentence by nibbling on his ear, making him squirm. She placed her mouth upon his neck again and messily lapped up the BLD. She pulled back and rubbed her lips together as she had seen other women do when applying lipstick. Seeing Izuku's eyes light up stirred something inside of her. She leaned down and placed a kiss upon his cheek, leaving a bloody kiss mark upon his freckles. Mine, she spoke, her voice husky. Yours, he replied to her. And you, he said, pulling her down to him, where he bit her neck and sked on it, making her as he worked his mouth upon her neck before releasing his hold on her, are mine. Yours, she said, smiling that her boyfriend had marked her as his. Her smile turned mischievous then. Aizu, yes? He asked, worried at this turn in conversation. I'm hot. You're hot. It's hot outside. You know what that means. His mind went to the first place a teenager's mind goes. She interrupted him. Not that, silly. Maybe later, though. But I mean ice cream. Let's go. Ice cream, he asked, slightly disappointed. He went to wipe his cheek, but was stopped. Leave it, she said, her pupils thin slits. Then you can't hide the hickey I gave you, he replied. She blushed, but nodded. For a couple that had been NTMT several times so far, they were still easily flustered at times. Izuku did his best to ignore the looks they got as they walked into the ice cream parlor holding hands. As they approached the counter, the man behind the counter gave him an approving smile and nod that caused him to blush more than he already was. The man chuckled watching the young couple before him approach the counter. The girl had a large hickey on her neck, while the boy had a kiss mark on his cheek, but he wasn't sure what would have left it. It was an odd color, he thought. What can I get for the lovely couple today, he asked, watching the two squirm. Himiko spoke up first. Well, I doubt you have it, but would you have pomegranate ice cream? He chuckled before answering, little girl, I have it. How would you like it? Her face lit up once he answered her. Yay. 2 scoops in a cone, please. The man nodded to her, then turned to Izuku and asked, and you, young man? Izuku looked at the menu before answering, I'll have 2 scoops of pistachio in a cone, please. The man nodded once more before assembling the cones, his fingertips glowing. Izuku's eyes widened at that. Is that your quirk? Yes it is, cold fingers, I call it. It allows me to work with cold foods and manipulate them without causing the food to melt or soften from my body heat, he answered as he traced his fingers around the top of the cone, refreezing the ice cream. He placed the cones in a stand before them, before washing his hands as he said their total, 2 double cones, that'll be 1,150 yen. Izuku handed the money over as Himiko grabbed their cones and headed for a table. Young man, if you don't mind me asking, what did your girlfriend kiss you with? It's been puzzling me since you two walked in here. Izuku gulped, and turned his head, showing the puncture marks from her vampire kiss earlier. The man smirked at him before he leaned forward, whispering to Izuku, Be careful, young man, women with vampire quirks can be insatiable. I'd know, I married one. Izuku blushed at the man's remarks before walking over to join his girlfriend, who was waiting for him at their table. What did he say? She asked, pinning her head to the side, curious as to what had made her boyfriend blush yet again. Guy talk. Guy talk. He nodded again and liked his ice cream, attempting to drop the topic. She squinted her eyes at him, then looked to the man behind the counter who simply smiled before turning to answer a new customer. Her eyes widened, seeing 2 puncture marks on his neck. She turned back to her boyfriend, smiling as she extended her tongue, wrapping it around the top scoop, watching his eyes widen as he followed it. He gulped, realizing that this was going to be a long ice cream break. After they had finished eating their ice creams, they left the shop once more holding hands as they meandered around the different stores window shopping for anything Himiko might like. As they were passing an alley, Izuku heard 2 voices talking that sounded familiar to him. He froze, realizing that the voices belonged to the 2 kids that laughed when Bakugo told him how to get a quirk. Himiko felt his hand shake in hers as he began to sweat. She turned to look down the alley they were passing and saw 2 boys strolling towards them. Man, it was weird seeing Bakugo get yelled at by a teacher, the first boy with short spiky black hair said. Yeah, the second, a boy with long light brownish hair replied. I didn't know a quirk existed that could counter Bakugo's. Man, I bet that freak, Deku. He stopped mid-sentence upon looking forward to see the boy he was talking about standing in front of him with a blonde girl. Himiko's hand squeezed, having heard his old nickname. Who are you to know Izuku? She asked, facing them. We're old classmates of his. Hey Deku, why did you drop out of Aldera? You give up like the quirkless freak you are. The long-haired one said, pointing at Izuku, his fingers growing in length. He isn't a freak. Himiko yelled back to the long-haired boy. The other one smirked, saying, of course he is, he's quirkless, and that makes him a freak. Hey, I have an idea, why don't you come hang out with us instead? We can show you a good time. He stuck his tongue out, wiggling it. Himiko smiled, her fangs bared. I don't think you losers could stand a good time with me like Izuku can. But, she said, reaching under her skirt, causing all 3 boys to look at her, their eyes widening. The 2 bullies thought she was agreeing. Izuku, however, gulped as he realized what she was grabbing. I can possibly make you prettier, she said as she pulled a knife out, flicking it open in one fluid movement. What the F? The short-haired one said, backing up, his face full of disgust. What are you, some kind of freak as well? The one with the long fingers said. She isn't a freak and neither am I. Izuku yelled, drawing the attention of other pedestrians who looked over at them. Himiko, he whispered, put it away before we get in trouble. She shot a look at him, whispering back, they bullied you, didn't they? He nodded. But they aren't worth you getting in trouble. He leaned in and whispered in her ear. The 2 boys didn't hear what he said, but they watched as her face was enveloped in a blush that seemed to grow as he spoke. Fine, no knife, she said, blushing at his suggestion for a better idea, resheathing it quickly. The 2 boys released their breath, but then panicked as she moved. But you didn't say no this, she said as she stepped forward and disappeared from sight. He gasped as even the touch of her hand disappeared from his senses, then looked to his old bullies and watched as they both one after the other suddenly grabbed their crotches as they fell to the floor. His sight of them was interrupted as she reappeared walking back to him. She grabbed his hand with hers. That felt good, now then let's go home. She leaned in close, whispering in his ear, everything you said you would do to me, I'll do to you as well. He blushed, her voice whispering sweet promises of pleasure in his ear. He pulled her along, speeding up as he listened to her giggle as the 2 boys ummed in pain. She smiled as they headed home, adjusting their hands so her fingers could interlace with his. 𝐼𝐵 he cut her off, stating, when we get home, Himiko. He smiled as he watched her, like her lips, long tongue extending out slowly. He quickened his pace once more.